That comment about never having gone shopping together made Qin Fong think that this was Huo Jianguo's first time asking Su Mei out. He sneered, thinking, which proper girl would go out with a guy so late? Such an invitation was bound to fail. Qin Fong was just waiting to see Huo Jianguo's embarrassment. But then he heard Su Mei reply to Huo Jianguo, "That's fine. A walk is good too." Su Mei was thinking about giving Huo Jianguo a gift. Going for a walk together was a good chance to see what he liked. Unexpectedly, her answer shocked Qin Fong completely. He looked at Su Mei in disbelief. "Little sister, you agreed to go out with him?" "Yes. What's the problem?" Su Mei replied confusedly, while Huo Jianguo smiled softly, without speaking. Qin Fong felt like his worldview was being shaken. "No, you're going out with him so late at night. Won't your parents or elders at home have any opinions?" Why would they have opinions? Su Mei thought her master's son, though good-looking, seemed pretty dull-minded. Every word he said sounded strange. During Qin Fong's shock and confusion, Qin Jingting finally arrived late. It turned out that a soldier in the dormitory was feeling unwell, and he went to stay with them to give in-4 and acupuncture, which caused the delay. Everyone was now present, and the group finally got into the car to head to the city. Huo Jianguo drove the car. Su Mei sat in the front passenger seat. Qin Jingting and Qin Fong sat in the back. Qin Fong kept glancing at Huo Jianguo and Su Mei, thinking they were very brave, going out together on their first date at night. After an hour of driving, Huo Jianguo finally reached the place where Qin Jingting parked. When they got out, Huo Jianguo helped Qin Jingting move the luggage onto Qin Fong's car. The couple said goodbye to Qin Jingting and Qin Fong. Qin Jingting said, "You two are going into the city. We'll head straight onto the main road from here. You go ahead and do your thing. Sorry for the trouble." "Dad, what are you saying?" Are they a couple?" Qin Fong's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Jingting looked at his son with a strange expression. "Yes, they are a couple. Why are you so surprised?" All right. Qin Fong understood. So his interest in strong men was actually because he was being teased by Huo Jianguo. He looked at Huo Jianguo and asked, "Is this kind of teasing fun for you?" "I'm not teasing you." Huo Jianguo looked innocent. He then smiled at Qin Fong and said, "I'm very honest. I told you right away that you didn't have a chance. But you have good taste, unfortunately. She's mine." Su Mei had no idea what was happening. She found Huo Jianguo's words confusing. "What are you talking about? What riddles are you telling?" "Nothing," Huo Jianguo said, holding Su Mei's hand. He helped her into the front passenger seat and closed the door. Then he waved goodbye to Qin Jingting and Qin Fong. Soon, Huo Jianguo got into the car, stepped on the gas, and sped toward the county seat. Qin Fong angrily kicked the car in frustration. This guy is really sneaky. As night deepened, Huo Jianguo took Su Mei directly to a guest house to sleep. After washing up, they lay down and made love. The young man had endless energy, and Su Mei couldn't keep up. She kept begging for mercy. Until late at night, Huo Jianguo finally let go of Su Mei, held her in his arms, and fell asleep. They planned to wake up the next day and go shopping. But before dawn, thunder roared and lightning flashed outside, as if the universe was unleashing its endless energy. Lightning streaks across the night sky like sharp swords tearing through darkness. Thunder crashes like exploding bombs, deafening and loud. They intertwine, creating a thrilling scene that feels like the universe is engaged in a fierce battle. The fragile window pane rattles loudly in the raging wind, sounding like helpless spirits struggling in the darkness. The storm rages fiercely, waking Su Mei from her sleep. She lies in Huo Jianguo's arms and sighs helplessly. "This street probably won't be fun to walk tomorrow. If we can't go shopping tomorrow, there will be next time. I guess I'm not strong enough yet. I'll still have energy to walk around tomorrow. Anyway, since we can't go out, maybe we should continue doing something shy." Huo Jianguo, exhausted from sleep, had only slept for a little over 2 hours but now felt lively again. He leaned down and kissed Su Mei on her neck. Su Mei pinched him hard. "What's with your mind being full of dirty thoughts? I didn't realize before. You're really like this, Huo Jianguo. Why do you always think about that stuff when you're with me?
I wasn't always like this.
It just shows I like you. Thinking of you makes me feel proud and confident. There's nothing I can do about it. Huo Jianguo said surprisingly boldly. He has a very serious face and is educated, having gone to high school, so why does he speak so straightforwardly?
Can you please not talk so
bluntly? Those soldiers from the army must have influenced me. When I was in the dorm, those soldiers loved telling dirty jokes before bed. You also told jokes? Of course. Well, I never really told any, Huo Jianguo said awkwardly with a sheepish smile. Hearing this, Su Mei understood. After all, someone who has spent over 10 years in the military camp wouldn't be completely refined. But she definitely didn't have the energy to keep arguing with him. She pushed herself out of his arms and tilted her head, trying to sleep. Soon, Huo Jianguo pulled her back, but at least he didn't make any more advances, just held her as they slept. In the morning, the heavy rain still hadn't stopped, continuing endlessly. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, Su Mei found the morning after rain particularly comfortable. Since they both had no urgent plans and just wanted to rest, they decided to stay in bed and sleep in. She slept until almost noon before Huo Jianguo got up, singing as he did, brave and proud, crossing the Yalu River.
Su Mei.
So childish. If it weren't for this man's perfectly handsome face, she really would want to kick him out. Before they confirmed their relationship, she thought he was a bit aloof. After confirming it, she realized Huo Jianguo was completely different from before. She disdainfully got up and slowly started to get dressed. While they were still dawdling over their clothes, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Commander, are you inside? Hurry up and get out. Shili's voice rang out outside. Hearing Shili's voice, Huo Jianguo immediately perked up and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" After a heavy rain, a big earthquake occurred in the neighboring Jiamu County, and a village experienced a flash flood. Over 600 people are missing. I took a bus to find you. I've checked a few places and saw the leader downstairs, so I came to find you. The leader wants you to go directly to the disaster area to lead the rescue. Hurry up and come out. I'll wait downstairs for you. Okay, I'll be right there. Hearing about the mission, Huo Jianguo's expression immediately turned serious. He quickly finished dressing. After putting on his clothes, Huo Jianguo said to Su Mei, once you're ready, I'll take you to the station. You can wait for the afternoon bus to go back. I have to go on a mission."
All right.
Su Mei couldn't really say no. Huo Jianguo was going to do something important. She waved her hand. "Just go ahead. No need to see me off. It's a small county. It won't take long to get to the station." "Then, be careful," Huo Jianguo said with concern on his face, but the mission was urgent. He couldn't delay even a second. He could only let Su Mei go back by herself. Then Huo Jianguo hurriedly opened the door and left. Not long after, he came back and said outside the door, "Su Mei, it's going to be tough for you to come with me to the disaster area." Shili said the situation is serious. The medical staff from nearby counties have all gone, but it's still not enough. The border areas are not getting timely support, and outside help can't come in now. It's best if you come with me. More doctors are better. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mei opened the door and hurried out. Saving lives is a doctor's duty. No more talking, let's go. Don't talk about how hard it is. The two of them went downstairs, paid the bill, bought a few steamed buns at the guest house, then went to the shop next door to buy umbrellas and straw hats. They loaded a cart full of food and set out on the road. The wind was fierce, and rain poured down like a waterfall, almost non-stop. Even though Jianguo was skilled at driving, he dared not go too fast. The windshield wipers, like whipped slaves, worked desperately but couldn't clear all the water. The glass looked blurry like tears, making it hard to see the road ahead. He could only drive slowly forward. The county town had a concrete road, so driving was still difficult. After leaving the town, the road was full of potholes and bumps. Su Mei felt carsick for the first time, bouncing around like a jumping candy, her insides almost jostled out. The bumps were bad enough, but when they reached the nearby county, the road was blocked by a landslide. The car couldn't go any further, which was very frustrating. The rain kept falling. Luckily, Jianguo had foreseen this and bought umbrellas and straw hats. Even with rain gear, the road to the next county was still far away. It was muddy and full of debris left after an earthquake, making travel very difficult. The worst part was the food in the car. Jianguo knew supplies were hard to deliver to earthquake-affected areas, so he bought a lot of food and packed it into the car. But before they reached their destination, they were stranded halfway. The three of them took some of the best food and stuffed it into their clothes pockets, then got out of the car and headed toward the disaster zone. Not long after, their umbrellas were torn apart by the wind. Fortunately, they had cloaks, so they threw away the umbrellas and slowly moved toward the neighboring county. After walking for a while, they started to see rescue workers coming and going. Jianguo walked along, asking the soldiers about the rescue efforts. He needed to reach the county seat to coordinate the rescue operations from the frontline command. They walked for about an hour and a half. Despite being exhausted and breathless, with Su Mei's shoes soaked and her feet numb, they kept moving forward. She didn't dare to complain about being tired at this moment. Finally, the county town appeared at the foot of the mountain. But when Su Mei saw what the town looked like, she couldn't feel happy. The city in the floodwaters was no longer a city. It was just ruins left after the earthquake and flood. People are crying all along the roadside. Some tents have been set up, but clearly not enough, so only a few elderly people and young children are staying inside. Many others are soaked and huddled together for warmth, still shivering from the cold. The cold after the earthquake is worse than usual. The sad crying sounds fill the rainstorm, like desperate screams from. Each cry feels like a sharp knife, cutting into people's ears and breaking their hearts. Quick, take her to the county hospital for amputation surgery. I've already tied off the blood vessels in her arm. This hand can't be saved. A stretcher was carried past Su Mei and others, with a doctor nearby giving instructions. Just as the stretcher was about to be lifted away, a middle-aged woman rushed out and knelt beside the doctor. "Doctor, please save my daughter. She already can't see and is disabled. If you amputate her arm, how will she live in the future?" "Ma'am, it's not that I won't help. I've already stopped the bleeding. She won't die, but her arm can't be saved. Don't waste my time helping others. If everyone is so selfish, how can we do our work?" The doctor ignored the woman's crying and walked past her toward the distance. Seeing the doctor's attitude toward the disaster victims, Huo Jianguo frowned. Next to him, Su Mei looked at the young girl and asked Huo Jianguo, "The county is flooded, and the county hospital is probably submerged too. Can she get into the hospital now?" They've set up a temporary, simple county hospital for treating the injured. It's about half an hour away. It's near the city edge. That's the temporary hospital he mentioned. A soldier helping carry the stretcher recognized Su Mei and Huo Jianguo and stepped forward to answer. "Half an hour?" Su Mei looked at the girl's face, checked her pulse, frowned, and glanced at the nearby tents. Then she said, "She won't last half an hour. Go find me a first aid kit and a tent. Her injury needs immediate treatment." On the way here, Su Mei had seen some doctors with emergency kits for surgery. "Hey, what are you doing? Please don't interfere with the rescue. What are you doing?" The doctor, who had stepped back earlier, suddenly returned, questioning loudly. Su Mei finally saw the doctor's face and couldn't help but squint her eyes, thinking how unlucky she was to meet him again. This male doctor is the son of the director of the county hospital, Liu Kai, who acts very arrogantly like a fool. Last time, because of his arrogance, Chun Yilong had put him in confinement. Now he's met this scoundrel again? Su Mei couldn't help but smile, thinking that with his overbearing attitude, he wouldn't be far from being confined again.
Who are you all?
Don't boss us around in our rescue work. Stay back.
Liu Kai didn't recognize Su Mei.
When they were in the army, Su Mei was quite fat and wore a mask, so Liu Kai had only seen her once and forgotten her face. Today, Huo Jianguo wasn't in uniform. He was wearing his usual clothes. So Liu Kai thought Su Mei and Huo Jianguo were just passing by ordinary people. He had already walked away but turned back after hearing Su Mei ask for a first aid kit. Next to him, Cieli had already shown his officer ID and was directing people to move a little girl into a tent. Seeing this, Liu Kai stopped the stretcher. What's going on? Why are you doing this? Didn't I tell you to quickly transfer her to the hospital? Why aren't you leaving? If you're late, she might die. Her breathing is poor now, her pulse is unstable, and she might have internal damage. It takes half an hour to get to the hospital. If she doesn't get there in time, she'll die. You, a quack doctor, shouldn't come out and harm people if you're not good at medicine. Sume stepped forward, walking a few steps to stand in front of Liu Kai. She was genuinely angry inside. Medicine isn't a game. How can someone so unskilled keep being allowed to harm others? Even though Sume was right in front of him, Liu Kai didn't recognize her. He sneered coldly. Say it's ruptured if you want. Do you have X-ray vision that can see inside? Are you a clairvoyant or a super listener? Were you on the scene when it happened? How do you know the truth? You think you're someone special? Are you like the Buddha, able to predict everything? How ridiculous. Doctors can't diagnose without X-ray imaging? Her face is pale, her heart rate is fast, she has pain in the upper left abdomen and radiating pain to the left shoulder. These are symptoms of a spleen rupture. You only saw her fracture and didn't even ask how she feels? Earlier, when Sume checked her pulse, she had already asked the girl if she felt uncomfortable anywhere else. Sume had already explained everything clearly, but Liu Kai still didn't take it seriously and even showed a bit of impatience. I'm a doctor. All medical affairs here are under my control. You can stay somewhere cool and wait. You're in charge, huh? Sume sneered coldly and said loudly, then from now on, this place is under my control. Are you out of your mind? Liu Kai immediately tried to take back the items. But Sume stepped back and Huo Jianguo stepped forward, blocking her behind him. Although he didn't understand why Sume was doing this, he believed she would give him a reasonable explanation. However, Sume didn't explain. She didn't have time for that. She knew Huo Jianguo could make decisions and would support all her actions. So she directly said to him, "This person is confused. During the last plague, he was confined by the old leader. Clearly, he can't understand normal speech anymore. You don't need to ask more. Just detain him. The young girl is in urgent condition, and I must examine her immediately. We can't waste time on this useless person." Who the called me useless? Liu Kai shouted angrily, trembling like a bomb about to explode, trying to rush forward to fight. But Huo Jianguo wouldn't let him near Sume. He quickly grabbed Liu Kai, lifting him like an eagle catching a chick. Liu Kai struggled desperately in Huo Jianguo's grip, but it was like being caught in iron tongs. His fingers twisted futilely, unable to move at all. Then Huo Jianguo looked at the stretcher, and then at Sume. Thinking that this person had also been detained by Chen Yilong and probably had some flaws in character, he took out his military officer ID after 5 seconds of thought and handed it to a nearby soldier, saying, "Find a place for this doctor to rest, and from now on, all medical work under her responsibility will be transferred to Dr. Sume." Yes. The soldier, who had never seen a military officer of Huo Jianguo's rank before, was so excited upon seeing the badge that his hands trembled. Seeing his expression, the comrade next to him turned his head to look at the officer ID and immediately stood straight to salute. Then, the 2 soldiers surrounded Liu Kai and were about to take him away. "Dr. Liu, please go rest." Rest actually meant house arrest. Liu Kai naturally didn't like it. He widened his eyes and said angrily, "Who are you? Don't you know the law? How can you treat me like this? I want to see your leader. I want to file a complaint against you." Again with this excuse, Sume Xian thought. This useless person can only say these few words. What will happen when he sees the leader? He will just be locked up again. Last time, this fool even threatened to sue her, but nothing happened. Now today, this dog is back with more harsh words. Such threats are as empty as wait for me after school, with no real power. Anyone who can say such things is no different from a big baby. Sume Xian ignored him. Seeing that the tent was already arranged, she quickly followed the stretcher toward the tent. Right now, the most important thing to Sume Xian is the girl's injury. She has no time to listen to Liu Kai's madness. At this moment, Liu Kai suddenly looked very serious, his eyes wide open like two bright light bulbs, full of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Are you saying that the person who caused me to be locked up during our last fight is you? Yes, it's your auntie. Sume Xian replied quickly as she walked away without looking back. It's best if we can find a way to stop Liu Kai from hurting innocent people as a doctor. His medical skills are poor, and if he keeps practicing, it will be a big danger to patients, Sume Xian said as she walked beside the stretcher and turned to talk to Huo Jianguo. She truly felt that someone like Liu Kai shouldn't be trusted with such an important role. She couldn't understand how he could so easily endanger lives in these critical situations. Just because he has a father who is a hospital director, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? Huo Jianguo didn't know about the conflict between Sume Xian and Liu Kai, but he believed that Sume Xian wouldn't say such things without reason. He nodded slightly. After the disaster relief is over, I will find a way to investigate this person. No matter what background he has, he shouldn't keep harming people. You're from the military district. Can you really interfere with outside matters? Sume Xian felt it was not appropriate to get involved. Otherwise, with Chen Yilong's status, how could this person still stay in his previous position? China always emphasizes the separation of military and government. Even powerful military officials find it difficult to interfere in outside affairs, mostly just avoiding offending each other. In this situation, Huo Jianguo did not give Sume a clear answer. Instead, he told her, I will find a way. For now, you should focus on that young girl. Her condition looks very serious. As for everything else, we can discuss it later.
Alright, Sume replied.
She is indeed badly hurt. I just want to check on her first. I was just casually discussing a few things with you. When she reached the tent, Sume was anxious about the girl's injuries and didn't continue talking about Liu Kai. She stopped, took off her hat, and tied her hair up. She removed her raincoat before entering the tent. The girl's mother, who had been carefully following behind the stretcher, seemed to realize that Sume might be her daughter's savior. Her eyes showed a mix of hope and despair, looking sad and complicated. When she saw Sume going into the tent, she rushed over and desperately bowed her head to Sume. Doctor, please save my daughter. You must save her. I beg you. Almost all my family has died. Only my daughter is left. My husband, 2 sons, and in-laws are buried under the earthquake debris. Only she remains. Good Samaritan, lifesaver, I bow to you. Please save her. If anything happens to her, I don't think I can go on. What's the point of me living? Sume was startled by the mother's actions. She paused for a moment, quickly helped her up, gently patted her shoulder, and softly said, Don't worry. I will do my best to treat your daughter. Stay outside and wait. Don't cry or make noise, as it might interfere with my treatment. Also, give the girl some courage, okay? Sume couldn't make many promises, but she could promise to be fully responsible for every patient she treated. The girl's mother, tears in her eyes, looked up and grasped Sume's hand, speaking incoherently with gratitude. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. Sume was not used to being touched by strangers. She subtly withdrew her hand, nodded slightly, and then turned to enter the tent. The inside of the tent was very simple. There was no bed. The young girl's stretcher was supported by stones and wooden sticks, making a makeshift bed. The environment was worse than when Sume first arrived for surgery. Besides the bed, there was a first aid kit and a surgical kit. There were some 4 fluids and medicines, but after she checked, Sume found that most of them were not very useful. With these conditions, Sume naturally couldn't perform surgery on the young girl here. However, she still needed to give some first aid to ensure the girl wouldn't die on the way from shock. Although the girl's breathing was weak, she wasn't experiencing rapid breathing or unstable blood pressure, and there was a risk of spleen rupture, but it seemed to be only a mild rupture, which eased Sume's mind. Sume administered 4 fluids and resecured the stretcher to prevent further injury from bumps. Then she began to treat the girl's broken limb again. If the limb was simply bandaged roughly to stop bleeding, the hospital would probably have to amputate it. But Sume found that the fracture wasn't severe enough to require amputation. If the girl was truly sent away, as Liu Kai said, she might lose her arm at the hospital. She needed to re-clean the wound and try to avoid amputation after reaching the hospital. At first, only Su Mei was inside the tent. Huo Jianguo had many things to do and couldn't wait there, so they parted ways. While Su Mei was cleaning the wound, a female nurse came into the tent to help her. The nurse was experienced and provided a lot of assistance. Having the nurse made Su Mei feel more at ease, but she still couldn't relax for a moment. Besides the girl, there were surely more people outside needing help. She had driven Liu Kai away, but besides saving lives, she also had to take over Liu Kai's rescue command. She couldn't afford to slack off. As she was fixing the girl's fractured limb, preparing to stabilize it, the nurse suddenly looked alarmed. "Doctor, come quickly. The girl is breathing rapidly and seems to be losing consciousness. Could something be wrong?" Before the nurse finished speaking, the girl's mother suddenly rushed into the tent. She had been begging Su Mei to save her daughter just moments before, but now she was glaring fiercely at Su Mei, eyes full of anger. "You're not even wearing a white coat. Are you really a doctor? Do you even know how to save people? If you don't hurt them. Why did you suddenly interfere? If it weren't for you blocking the way, my daughter would already be at the hospital. I hate people like you, showing off when you're not capable. I'll curse you. You saved my life. Now give my daughter back to me. What's going on? Why isn't anyone watching at the door?" Su Mei frowned and shouted outside, "Someone, please the patient's family out. Don't let her interfere with my treatment. Hurry up." "Sure, you've locked up the doctor in the white coat, and now you want to lock me up too?" The girl's mother became very upset immediately after hearing Su Mei's words. She stood up and tried to push toward Su Mei. Caught off guard, Su Mei was pushed to the ground hard. She gasped in pain, but still focused on the stretcher. Seeing Su Mei fall, the girl's mother rushed over to take her daughter away. "Sweetheart, Mom will take you to the hospital. Don't see these unskilled doctors. They are bad people who hurt others without mercy. Let's go now, right now." "Big sister, you can't move her now. She might die," the nurse said tearfully, trying to stop the mother. She had never seen such a scene and was frightened enough to cry. No one came outside. Su Mei stood up, threw off her cloak, and shouted to the people outside, "Villagers, I am a doctor. I am treating the injured. The mother of the patient is disturbing my work because she can't control her emotions. Can a few of you come and take her away? Thank you." At this moment, the bed slowly woke up. She weakly tried to calm her mother. "Mom, don't hurt me. I feel much better than before. After sister brought me in, she encouraged and comforted me. She did a lot of treatment, and now I can breathe more easily. Believe in sister. Didn't you just ask her for help? If it weren't for her, I might be gone. Can you stop causing trouble now?" Su Mei had seen many emotionally unstable family members, especially mothers who had lost multiple loved ones all at once. She remained calm despite this mother's behavior. There were no guards outside. The rescue team was already short-handed, probably thinking Su Mei's treatment here was safe and no accidents would happen, so no one was watching outside. Fortunately, the nearby villagers heard Su Mei's call and quickly led someone to pull the mother of the child away. Su Mei checked the child's condition and found she was only unconscious due to pain, with no serious danger to her life. She took out her silver needles, inserted 7 needles, and the child woke up. Once the child's condition stabilized a bit, Su Mei asked someone to find the guards to take her to the hospital. At the same time, Su Mei wrote a list of medicines for the soldiers to bring back when they delivered the little girl to the county hospital, so she could perform some simple surgeries on site. The girl overheard Su Mei saying she still needed to send the child to the hospital and became stubborn, questioning Su Mei. "If she needs to go to the hospital for treatment, why are you being so stubborn? You're just wasting time. If it weren't for you, my Nyo would have already arrived at the hospital. How can you be so unreasonable? If Dr. Su hadn't treated her first, she wouldn't have lasted until reaching the hospital. Even if she survives, her arm would be damaged. You're just like a dog biting the hand that feeds you. You don't appreciate kindness." The young nurse couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to speak for Su Mei. Su Mei smiled lightly and said calmly, "Thank you, it's okay. Don't mind her." This woman's spoiled attitude was irritating. Liu Kai was rude to her and she couldn't do anything about him. Su Mei was gentle and kind, which made her feel she was easy to bully, and she looked down on Su Mei. Kindness can be taken advantage of. Some people just like to bully the weak and fear the strong. Su Mei didn't want to argue with such unreasonable family members. There were too many of them, and there was no need to get involved with such people. At most, they were like a pile of mud on life's path, barely worth mentioning. After finishing the treatment of the little girl, Su Mei followed the newly met soldiers to look for other injured patients. She then realized that many of the injured, after being briefly bandaged by rescue doctors, were all sent to the county hospital regardless of how serious their injuries were. The temporary county hospital was small, and if all doctors did this, instead of providing on-site rescue and just sending everyone to the hospital, it would quickly become overcrowded. This could delay treatment for seriously injured patients who needed immediate care, risking their lives and wasting precious medical resources. This was unacceptable. Su Mei asked several doctors and found out that this was all due to Liu Kai's instructions. It turned out Liu Kai wasn't unaware that the little girl was in life danger. He was simply afraid of trouble and wanted to take it easy. So, he ordered all doctors to do only simple treatments and send the patients directly to the county hospital. Field rescue had become much easier, but it was the injured and the doctors at the county hospital. Things can't go on like this. For minor injuries like simple finger fractures or slight rib fractures that aren't life-threatening, patients shouldn't be sent to the county hospital. It just adds to their workload. I am writing a simple checklist for surgeries. When going to the county hospital, we can handle minor cases locally to avoid burdening the hospital. Also, displaced people without tents should not be left waiting on the roadside for supplies. They should be gathered and encouraged to find firewood nearby. At night, they need to keep the fire burning. Without tents, they will be cold and dry in this weather. Tomorrow, besides injured patients, there may also be sick people. Su Mei, who has experience in earthquake rescue in modern times, has seen modern rescue methods. She shares her knowledge with the soldiers around her. Modern rescue techniques are based on repeated rescue operations and have proven useful in many cases. However, she knows only a little and mostly thinks about medical rescue. She tries to share everything she knows. Under Su Mei's arrangements, not all injured people will be sent to the county hospital. Severe patients will first be taken to the tents for Su Mei to check and stabilize, doing some preliminary treatment to ensure safety before sending them to the hospital. Patients with milder conditions will stay in the tents for direct treatment by Su Mei. Because there are now several fires on the open ground, many elderly and children sit by the fires to stay warm, even warmer than inside the tents. This has freed up some tents, giving some patients with minor injuries a place to rest. Su Mei worked all day, only eating 2 pieces of dry food handed to her by soldiers. There was no more food coming in. The soldiers were still clearing the roads, but it was very difficult. Once the obstacles are cleared and supplies are transported out, it's uncertain when that will happen. At night, soldiers distributed the food they found during rescue efforts to the villagers. They also brought large pots to cook porridge over the fires. After the porridge was ready, someone brought a bowl to Su Mei and another to the young nurse in the tents. Su Mei hardly rested all night. It wasn't until dawn that she managed to sleep for 2 hours in an empty tent. When the sky brightened and the sun rose, the weather warmed up. The good news was that the heavy rain mostly stopped, meaning no more aftershocks were likely. Far at the foot of the distant mountain, the floodwaters had receded significantly. Although the city was still damaged, its original outline was faintly visible. 3 days have passed quickly, and fewer injured people are being rescued. After a week, the soldiers finally cleared a road from the neighboring county to the disaster area, allowing supplies to be delivered. Once supplies flowed normally, the soldiers began building temporary homes for the villagers, marking the end of the rescue efforts. During this time, Su Mei and Huo Jianguo had not met each other. Only when everything in the disaster area was running smoothly and the floodwaters in the city had been fully managed did Huo Jianguo hurriedly appear in front of Su Mei. They hadn't seen each other for a week. As soon as Huo Jianguo saw Su Mei, he tightly embraced her. He gently touched her dark hair and said, "Just a week without seeing you. I feel like it's been 3 seasons. If I had to wait for you to go to school and we could only see each other once every few months, I'd go crazy." "I'm thinking of applying to a closer school," Su Mei said. She hadn't even decided what major to study, so she didn't care much about which school she went to. A diploma is just a decoration now. She already has a medical license, so the diploma doesn't matter much. Anywhere is pretty much the same. But Huo Jianguo didn't think so. He immediately dismissed Su Mei's idea. Forget it. The environment here isn't good for schools. If you want to go to a big city like Beijing, Shanghai, or Nanjing, the more famous the place, the better the school. But if it's too far, it might take a year or more to visit. Your future is more important. The couple was taken by soldiers in a vehicle to the place where they had abandoned their car. The supplies they had bought were looted, leaving only an empty car parked there. They didn't mind. When they left the car, Huo Jianguo intentionally didn't lock the door so that if someone found the car, they could easily take the food inside. Driving back to the main yard, Huo Jianguo and Su Mei, exhausted from many days of work, took a 2-day break. The weather was nice, but the couple had no desire to go out. On the first day, they mostly stayed in bed resting. By the second day, Su Mei felt better and saw her neighbor, Aunt Wang, going to plant vegetables. She asked Aunt Wang for some seeds, planning to till her own land and plant some spring vegetables to eat. When Su Mei mentioned planting vegetables, Huo Jianguo didn't think much and simply carried A to help her till the soil. Many military wives worked in the fields, but Huo Jianguo, dressed in green military uniform, was the only soldier working in the field. His deep green uniform stood out among the others. Su Mei had never done farm work before. At first, she wanted to learn from Aunt Wang how to plant seeds, but she couldn't do it properly, and the seeds she planted had to be dug up and replanted by Huo Jianguo. To avoid causing trouble, she stopped trying and sat quietly under a tree near the land, watching Huo Jianguo sweat as he worked in the field. In the distance, Kai Ho Hot, who was weeding, wiped her sweat and said with a sour tone, "People really can make you angry. We're women, but our lives are not as good as Su Mei's." Hearing her sarcastic words, Aunt Wang straightened up and retorted without mercy, "If you're so upset, just be reborn in a better family."
"I'm not talking about you."
"Why are you so excited? Your life is good. But good luck, and you'll still die as a lonely widow." Kai Ho Hot rolled her eyes and walked away, not daring to argue too long. After the chaos in the big yard earlier, her husband warned her that if she caused more trouble, she would be sent away too. She was still afraid, so she had become more restrained since then. But her mouth was used to talking, and even if she didn't spread rumors, she still occasionally teased people, which was hard to avoid. Losing her husband in middle age was a pain for Aunt Wang. When Kai Ho Hot insulted her, her face turned pale. Seeing this, Su Mei took a gourd ladle, poured water for Aunt Wang to drink and soothe herself, and said, "Don't pay attention to her. Her mouth will get her into trouble sooner or later. If she wants to gossip, let her. We don't need to remind her. She'll regret it someday."
"Yes."
Aunt Wang couldn't do much about Kai Ho Hot and could only sigh with a bitter smile. By noon, Huo Jianguo had turned over all the land assigned to him and Su Mei. Aunt Wang said planting vegetables was easy, and she would plant vegetables for Su Mei in the future, so Su Mei could just wait to harvest. She trusted her to take care of the family's land. Su Mei didn't know how to farm, and since Huo Jianguo was busy, he probably didn't have time to manage this. She didn't refuse Aunt Wang's kindness and thought that in the future, when she bought things, she would share some with Aunt Wang, so she wouldn't work for nothing. After the break, Su Mei returned to her usual work. She continued learning acupuncture from Qin Jingting, seeing patients, and reviewing her studies. Her days were simple but fulfilling. Half a month passed quickly. The central government sent officials to hold a summary meeting on earthquake rescue efforts, and everyone involved in the rescue had to attend. Huo Jianguo took Su Mei with him. He said the central government would award those who contributed to the medical work. The meeting was held on the top floor of a state-run hotel in the county town. Many people attended, and the crowded room was noisy and filled with chatter. The meeting followed a usual process. Leaders gave speeches with formal words, then summarized the rescue experience. Sume listened drowsily from below, eventually resting her hand on her temple and covering her eyes to sleep. This was definitely not disrespectful. Feeling sleepy during a meeting is a natural human instinct. Sume was simply doing something that humans naturally do. It wasn't until she heard the speaker on stage start praising those with outstanding medical contributions that she yawned widely and tried to wake herself up. The person speaking on stage was the Deputy Minister of Health. He was slim, serious-looking, and spoke clearly and confidently, clearly a good official. Sume had never seen such a high-ranking person before. After hearing a few words, her energy was renewed by his strong presence. He said, "The country will commend 6 medical team leaders who performed very well during this rescue mission. These 6 leaders are Ranhong, Xiaolin by Yu Liangyin." Sume was not among these 6. She couldn't help but glance at Huo Jianguo, sitting far away in the front row. She wondered if Huo Jianguo had made a mistake. Was she really not included in the awards this time? After all, she was an acting team leader, unofficially taking the position from Liu Kai. It was normal not to be included in the awards. Whether she was recognized or not, she didn't mind much. She just felt disappointed that her day off was wasted, missing the chance to sleep in and study at home. When she saw her name was not on the list, Sume started feeling sleepy again. But then, after the awards for those 6 team leaders, the speaker on stage spoke again. Besides these 6 leaders, the organization has decided to give a special contribution award to one medical team leader. This leader led the effort to set up a temporary operating room in the disaster area, easing the pressure on the county hospital and providing many useful suggestions for our rescue work. We must recognize such a person with special contributions, and we hope everyone will learn from this colleague in the future. Hearing this, Sume perked up again. She straightened her back, thinking that the recognition was not for her, but that her award was unique and special. As she sat upright, waiting to receive her award, the person on stage spoke again. "Let's give a warm round of applause to our 3rd medical team leader, Comrade Liu Kai."
Liu Kai.
The person being honored was Liu Kai. Sume slightly lifted her hips, then sat back down. She saw Liu Kai stand up not far from her. It seemed Liu Kai had known where Sume was standing all along. After rising, he gave her a teasing smile. That clown-like smile seemed to tell Sume, "No matter how much you do, all the credit still belongs to me." He arrogantly stood up, walked onto the stage, and accepted an award that wasn't truly his. But just as he was about to receive the certificate, Huo Jianguo, sitting in the front row, suddenly stood up. He saluted everyone and said seriously, "This honor does not belong to Liu Kai." "What do you mean?" The person on stage paused, frowned, and looked at Huo Jianguo, asking. Then, Sume saw Huo Jianguo march to the stage, handing over a thick stack of documents to the leaders. He said, "Hello, leaders. This is evidence. It shows that Liu Xuanyan, the director of the local county hospital, has long used his power to embezzle funds, control local medical resources, and seek personal gain. During this rescue operation, Liu Kai was very unprofessional. Someone else did what he was supposed to do, and he took credit that wasn't his. Liu Kai absolutely does not deserve this honor. He has caused 2 medical accidents in his practice, both resulting in deaths, which his father Liu Xuanyan covered up with money. All these matters are clearly detailed in this evidence chain. I ask the central authorities to investigate thoroughly." As Huo Jianguo finished speaking, the hall became restless. Suddenly, the military officers stood up and took control of the medical personnel sitting nearby. Liu Kai was led away from the stage. He shouted at a middle-aged man, "Dad, save me. Save me. Didn't you say with you around, I'd never be in trouble?" That middle-aged man was Liu Xuanyan, the director of the county hospital. He was now surrounded by 2 officers and couldn't protect himself. Below the government restaurant, sirens blared loudly. The award ceremony had turned into an arrest scene. Liu Kai, this remarkable person, was first seen by Su Mei when he was kept in confinement. The second time she saw him, he was still in detention. The third time, he was taken away to serve time in prison with his father. The comeuppance came so quickly that Su Mei didn't know what to say. Until everyone was taken away and Huo Jianguo returned to Su Mei's side, she realized that ever since she last talked to Huo Jianguo about Liu Kai, he had secretly started investigating him. He deliberately did nothing and simply released Liu Kai. After Liu Kai returned, because he cared about his reputation, he didn't tell his father what had happened in the disaster zone. So Liu Shuyan didn't know about the medical team changing leaders temporarily, and he proudly exaggerated his son's achievements and reported them. To avoid raising suspicion, Huo Jianguo didn't expose this. Instead, he began a serious investigation into Liu Shuyan, hoping to find evidence that Liu Shuyan was protecting his son. His goal was to remove Liu Kai, a troublemaker, from the medical system. However, during the investigation, he discovered that Liu Shuyan was involved in making fake drugs, collaborating with smugglers, and importing illegal medicines through unofficial border channels for profit. He also found out that Liu Shuyan was allowing Liu Kai to practice medicine illegally, using money to buy his medical license, and covering up Liu Kai's repeated medical accidents that caused harm to patients. All these discoveries, made by chance, left Huo Jianguo amazed. On the surface, Liu Shuyan appeared kind and tolerant, but behind the scenes, he was a complete hypocrite. Thanks to Liu Shuyan's indulgence and obsession with Liu Kai, he raised such a foolish son, which inadvertently exposed all these secrets. Huo Jianguo chose not to report everything immediately. Instead, he decided to reveal the truth publicly when the central officials arrived. He believed that only the central authorities could root out this entire gang completely by taking direct action. He called Su Mei over because he saw the anger and worry in her eyes when she looked at Liu Kai. He wanted her to see firsthand the moment Liu Kai was brought to justice. After Liu Kai was taken away, Huo Jianguo told Su Mei, "Don't worry now, Liu Kai won't harm anyone anymore. All right, you're working quietly behind the scenes, pulling off such a big act without anyone knowing. I didn't hear a thing. Your silence is impressive. And there's even more to come," Huo Jianguo said mysteriously. After leaving the conference room, he surprisingly covered Su Mei's eyes with a cloth and whispered in her ear, "Let me show you something nice." "What's so special? Why are you so secretive and covering my eyes?" Huo Jianguo didn't reply. He led Su Mei downstairs, helped her into the car, drove around for a while, then stopped. He took her upstairs, pushed open a door, told her to stand still, and then removed the ribbon from her eyes. As the ribbon was taken off, Su Mei saw an old-fashioned ice cream cake on the dining table, with 4 big words written on it. "Happy birthday. Have you all forgotten? Even your own birthday? A few years ago, you wrote to me saying you wanted me to celebrate your birthday with you, but I ignored you. I didn't want to communicate with you, let alone eat with you.
I'm sorry.
Last year, you waited for me to celebrate your birthday, but I was away on a mission for 3 days. When I returned, you cried and made a fuss for a long time. This year, I remembered. Su Mei, happy birthday to you." "Thank you." Su Mei pressed her lips together, swallowed hard, and for some reason, her eyes suddenly felt sour. Once, she longed to taste a sweet birthday cake like other children. It was a dream she thought was impossible. Birthday cakes seemed so far away. Every time she saw other children enjoying soft cakes, she could only silently swallow her tears and, late at night, secretly imagine having her own cake. She had lived over 30 years in her past life and never celebrated a birthday. In the orphanage where she grew up, children didn't have individual birthdays. All celebrated on June 1st. The cake was small, and when a group of children blew out the candles, each child only got a tiny piece. When she was 9, the cake the orphanage ordered was too small, and Su Mei and a few other children didn't get a piece. She cried bitterly. That was the first time she ever had a cake that belonged entirely to her. "Is it just a cake? Why are you so moved? That night when I handed you the savings book, you weren't this excited." Huo Jianguo didn't understand Su Mei's feelings. He thought she was upset about him not celebrating her birthday a few years ago, and felt guilty. Su-mei responded with a choked voice. Of course I am moved. This is the first time in my life I've had my own cake. There's nothing surprising about that. Eating cake on your birthday only started last year, or the year before. I had never heard of it before. I only learned about it from the waiter at the restaurant, who said you could order a cake for your birthday. This is your first cake, and I haven't even had my first one yet. Huo Jianguo didn't doubt Su-mei's words at all. He had never heard before that people buy cakes for birthdays. Su-mei tilted her head back, holding back tears that welled up in her eyes. She sat down and looked at the cake, asking with some confusion, why are there no candles? Why do we need candles? Birthday cakes usually have candles. After putting the candles on, I make a wish, then them out, and my wish will come true. Okay, I'll go get some candles for you. He said this and left the room. He returned shortly with some candles. Seeing the thick, white candle in Huo Jianguo's hand, Su-mei hesitated. Finally, she convinced herself that since candles weren't popular in this area and people here might not be used to them, that's why Huo Jianguo brought such a unique candle. Although the candle was a bit strange, Su-mei still carefully inserted it into the cake and lit it solemnly. This was her first cake, and she made a serious wish in her heart. May I have this day every year, and may each year be as happy as today. Su-mei didn't know what her wish really contained. Was it that she could always have cake on her birthday? Or that Huo Jianguo would always be with her on her birthdays? Or maybe both. She didn't think too much about it. She only knew that today she was happy because she was loved. After sharing the cake, Huo Jianguo ignored Su-mei's refusal and ordered a few small dishes, and they sat down to eat together. At the table, Huo Jianguo kept adding food to Su-mei's plate and said that wasting food was shameful. Under his repeated persuasion, when Su-mei finally left the state-run restaurant, she could hardly straighten her back. She burped and told Huo Jianguo, "You really are a roadblock on my weight loss journey. Because of you, I haven't lost weight this month. I've actually gained a few pounds. You're like a heavy stone blocking my way, making it hard for me to move forward. You always tell me that it's okay to eat this or that it won't make me fat, just when I'm about to put down my chopsticks. Honestly, are you deliberately trying to interfere with my diet? No, that's not true. I just love eating myself, but eating alone doesn't taste good. I can only call you to join me." Huo Jianguo was not at all guilty. He spoke seriously, even convincing himself that what he said was true. Su-mei sighed inwardly, feeling happy when she could eat freely, but also felt sad about her fuller figure under her clothes. She wanted to lose weight quickly and hoped to wear beautiful clothes that show off her figure in summer. Huo Jianguo looked at Su-mei's occasional size and felt a bit guilty. He said, "Actually, you're not that fat now. With your height, 150 jeans, 75 kilograms, is just a bit plump. A little flesh actually looks good. It makes your body healthier. There's no need to aim for extreme thinness. Why keep dieting? Being thin makes clothes look better. You're already good-looking now. Don't lie, chubby people can't be pretty," Su-mei said as she walked past the glass window outside the state-run restaurant. She accidentally tilted her head and glanced at her reflection in the glass. The woman in the mirror had slightly curly hair, light makeup, wore a pure white dress, and had 2 shallow dimples on her fair face. Her fingers rested on her waist, and her whole demeanor was elegant and beautiful.
Is that me?
Su-mei was stunned for a moment because there was no full-length mirror in the courtyard, and she didn't want to see her body covered in extra flesh before her weight loss was complete. She hadn't looked at herself fully in a mirror for a long time, so she had no idea when she became so beautiful. No wonder many people praised her as beautiful on her wedding day. She thought it was just polite compliments. She didn't expect that the original owner had such good genes. She had only been a little whiter in recent months, and suddenly she transformed from an ordinary girl into a stunningly attractive woman. Although Su-mei felt that it was hard for chubby people to look good in clothes, she also had to admit that she could no longer associate the woman in the mirror with the word ugly. She smiled at the girl in the mirror, who grinned back brightly, showing her teeth. She really became more beautiful. At this moment, Su Mei's determination to keep losing weight suddenly wavered a little. In fact, dieting is very painful. Every day, she felt hungry, saw foods she liked but couldn't eat freely, and even when she ate a full meal occasionally, she would feel guilty for losing control of her diet. She feels tired, frustrated, and down, although Su Mei doesn't show these emotions openly. Only she knows how much she has suffered over the past few months, losing 50 pounds. She straightens her back, makes a heart shape with her fingers in the mirror, then turns around and walks toward Guojian's car. During this time, Guojian has been following behind Su Mei. He saw her stomp her foot in front of the mirror, admired herself in the reflection, and watched her go from a hunched posture to standing tall and proud. In that moment, she seemed to change again, becoming more confident and lively than before. Guojian guessed she must believe it too. Now she looks beautiful enough. He happily catches up and asks, "Are you not dieting anymore?" "I'm still losing weight." Su Mei gets into the car and smiles at Guojian. "But I won't be too strict with my diet. I won't starve myself, but I won't binge eat either. Today, that's not okay. Yoga is still necessary and I can't skip exercise. With my body type, if I don't control it, I could easily gain back 200 pounds. Guojian is very happy that Su Mei said she won't be too herself about dieting. As for exercising, it's something she should do regularly to stay healthy. He has no objection. He gets into the car, starts the engine, and plans to take Su Mei back to the military area. But before they drive far, an elderly woman stops them. She wipes her tears and kneels down in the street in front of the car. What is that old lady doing? Su Mei looks at the woman in surprise. Guojian gets out of the car and replies, "She's a family member of Liu Kai's victim. We'll talk more when I get out." Liu Kai's case? Su Mei frowns and quickly gets out of the car. After stepping down, Guojian walks over to the woman, helps her up, and then says to Su Mei, who is following behind, her grandson died from a heart attack caused by Liu Kai's wrong medication.
I've talked to her about it.
She's here waiting for me because she saw Liu Kai being punished. Just as Guojian finishes speaking, the car they were in suddenly makes a loud explosion sound. The car, which was fine a second ago, is instantly blown into pieces. Su Mei turns around in shock, her mind blank. She doesn't know how long it takes to find her voice again. Trembling in Guojian's arms, she asks, "Guojian, did someone try to kill us?" "Someone wants to kill me." Huo Jianguo's eyes are sharp, and his hands trembling slightly as he holds Su Mei. If the car hadn't been stopped earlier, he and Su Mei would now be running for their lives. On this border, many ruthless and dangerous criminals want to harm Huo Jianguo, but he has never faced such blatant threats before. He pulls out a signal flare from his coat pocket and shoots it into the sky. If only he cared about his own life, he might ignore danger. But Su Mei is with him now, so he must do everything to keep her safe. The elderly woman is clearly frightened too. After a long while, she finally recovers and, with white hair trembling, walks over to Huo Jianguo and bows deeply. "Commander Huo, thank you. If it weren't for you, my grandson might have died without a proper goodbye, unable to rest in peace." "I should be thanking you," Huo Jianguo replies. "If you hadn't stopped the car, my wife and I might not be alive now. You are truly a lifesaver." He wants to release Su Mei and comfort the poor old woman, but worries she might be scared, so he just looks at her with sympathy and speaks gently. Su Mei was frightened during the explosion, but now she has calmed down. She straightens up from Huo Jianguo's embrace and looks at the grieving grandmother. Sincerely, she adds, "Yes, we should thank you." "Why thank me? It was just a small act," the old lady says with a sigh. "Commander Huo and his wife are blessed people. Your wife has a face full of good fortune, a sign of prosperity for her family. Your lives were not meant to end here." She pauses, then sighs again, thinking of her grandson. "I have no children of my own. My fate is to be childless." "Grandma, you should still live well," Huo Jianguo says softly, feeling helpless and unsure of what to say. Later, Su Mei learns from Huo Jianguo about the old woman's story. She lost her husband early, her children in middle age, and now her grandson has passed away too. She is a person whose suffering words cannot fully comfort. While the two young people and the old woman are talking, special operations team members arrive from multiple directions of the county. These team members are here to assist in capturing the corrupt officials in the medical system, who are as rotten as gangsters. They are in the process of setting a trap when they see Huo Jianguo's signal for gathering. Without hesitation, everyone rushes over immediately. After the team members gathered, Huo Jianguo arranged some people to investigate the explosion. Then he said goodbye to the old man and told him that someone would take care of his future life. Only then did he take Su Mei onto the military truck with the action team and return to the camp. On the way, Huo Jianguo was very alert, afraid of another ambush or assassination. Fortunately, the military truck safely returned to the camp without any accidents. Later, Huo Jianguo no longer allowed Su Mei to leave the military area alone. If she needed to go out, he would send a few people to protect her from all sides to keep her safe as much as possible. Not wanting to cause trouble, Su Mei decided to stay at home. Besides going to the clinic to work every day, she hardly left the house. It was only after a month that the county announced that they had identified who installed the bomb under the car, Liu Kai's uncle. Because Huo Jianguo blocked Liu family's resources, Liu Kai's uncle placed the bomb on Huo Jianguo's car before fleeing. The main culprit had escaped, so Huo Jianguo finally allowed Su Mei to be free. As Liu's family members confessed and surrendered one after another, Su Mei's honor was finally restored to her. Another 2 or 3 months passed, and the county hospital began organizing medical licensing exams. At that time, the medical exams were not standardized. Different provinces and even counties had different ways of testing, and medical certificates varied widely. In the future, when Su Mei took the medical licensing exam, she first had to pass a practical skills test before taking the theory exam. Even though she was a top student, she still felt that passing the licensing exam was very difficult. In the future, doctors would have to keep taking exams throughout their lives as long as they stayed in the medical field. Compared to that future, becoming a doctor now was very easy for Su Mei. She took the recommendation letter from Qin Jingting and entered the exam room. She finished the exam in half an hour out of the 1-hour time limit, scoring 99 points. The results were announced after 2 weeks, and she successfully obtained her medical license. When she received her certificate, Su Mei hugged and kissed it happily. With this certificate, she finally had a solid foundation in this world. She was no longer in the state of having nothing when she first crossed over. Starting with just a dog and picking up equipment along the way, Su Mei had finally found her first set of tools. After obtaining her medical license, Su Mei prepared for the college entrance exam, which was in a month. Once the exam was over, she would go to university. This meant she and Huo Jianguo would soon start a long-distance relationship that would last for several years. Because they were about to part ways, Huo Jianguo became more clingy to Su Mei. During his free time after work, he almost always stayed close to her, not leaving her side. As Su Mei approached university, she still hadn't decided on a major. Besides medicine, she had no hobbies from her past life and couldn't think of what to study. Seeing Su Mei deep in thought every day, Huo Jianguo suggested she take the exam first. After the exam, she could estimate her scores and choose the best university she could get into with her estimated marks. Then she could pick a major that interested her from that university. At this time, filling out university preferences for the college entrance exam was done before the scores were released. Students had to predict their scores based on their answers and fill out their choices accordingly. If their estimate was wrong, they might not get into any university. So, the exam was just the first hurdle. The real test was the second part, estimating scores and choosing universities. Some students, feeling brave, listed higher-ranked universities and missed the chance to get in. Others, lacking confidence, scored well, but only got into ordinary universities. In later years, Su Mei heard that the first and second college entrance exams were very easy. Students from all over the country, regardless of age or gender, could participate. The government aimed to improve education nationwide quickly, so the exam difficulty was relaxed. Although she heard this, Su Mei didn't feel very confident. Her modern exam experience was different from the exams of this period. Despite her good preparation, she couldn't be sure of her results and didn't dare to boast. She only hoped, like in her past life, to get into a first-tier university. She didn't have high expectations for the college entrance exam. On July 20th, 1978, the country finally held the second college entrance exam after the resumption. The previous year, many students hesitated, but this year they all joined the exam. In total, about 6.7 million students took the test nationwide. The university admission rate was only 7%. Although many students changed their lives through this exam, the competition was fierce, like a large army crossing a narrow bridge. If you can cross this narrow bridge, it means you have risen straight to the top. The exam lasted 2 days. Huo Jianguo specially took leave to accompany Sumei. He booked a room at a guest house near the exam site and provided transportation for her throughout the exam. Before the first few subjects, Huo Jianguo held back from asking about Sumei's exam results, worried it might affect her focus. Only after she finished the last subject and left the exam hall did he finally ask her, "How do you think you did? Do you think you can get into a good school?" Sumei found it hard to say because the truth was so unbelievable even to herself. Seeing Sumei hesitate, Huo Jianguo thought she hadn't done well and comforted her. "Even if you didn't do well, it's okay. Don't worry too much. You already have a medical license and going to this university isn't a must. You can try again next year or later."
No.
Sumei interrupted Huo Jianguo. After giving him a strange look several times, she finally said something she found hard to believe herself. "I actually think I did too well, and that's why it's hard to say. It feels like I scored full marks in everything except the essay." Full marks? Huo Jianguo's first thought was that his wife was imagining things. He wondered if she had some strange idea, and he hesitated to speak, afraid that saying the wrong thing might upset Sumei's already sensitive nerves. While Huo Jianguo hesitated on how to comfort her, a burst of laughter came from behind Sumei. A girl with short hair covered her mouth and said to the girl with long hair standing nearby, "Mulan, did you hear that?" Someone shamelessly said she could get full marks. You, the top student in the whole school every year, don't even trust your own exam results. Who knows where this arrogance came from, daring to claim she can get full marks. You can't say that. There are always people better than others and higher mountains than others. Maybe this classmate is even more talented and performed exceptionally well. The girl called Mulan, with short hair, said as she turned her face slightly and glanced at Sumei. She spoke about exceptional performance, but her gaze at Sumei was clearly full of disdain. To be precise, Mulan's attitude was full of contempt for everything, including the girl with short hair, who was her friend. The girl with short hair showed no hiding her disdain for Sumei. Fat people are all stupid. Big ears and a big head can't have much brains. Their minds are full of fat guts. If she could get a perfect score, I would be a famous scientist or expert. That's hilarious. After she finished speaking, the girl let out a sharp laugh. Hearing this, Sumei finally frowned. She couldn't believe her grades were bad, but she didn't mind others criticizing her. Why was she being discriminated against? Was it because she was overweight? She had been taking her medicine for 2 months, her weight was decreasing, and she was doing body shaping and management. Although she now weighed 145 pounds, her figure was curvy and attractive, very, in fact. She couldn't believe they were mocking her for being fat or questioning her intelligence because of her weight. Sumei sneered slightly and looked at Huo Jianguo with regret. She spoke in a calm voice. "Jianguo, my mother always told me not to point out others' appearances or body shapes because it's rude and impolite. I listened to my mother. Sadly, as I grew up, I realized not everyone has a mother. That's really unfortunate." Who said someone doesn't have a mother? Although Sumei didn't name anyone directly, the girl with short hair suddenly exploded. Huo Jianguo turned his head and looked at the girl with short hair with confusion, then said coldly, "My wife didn't name anyone specifically. Why are you so eager to take things personally? Did I hit a sore spot? That's why you're so angry?" She didn't name anyone, but she was criticizing indirectly. When I said she gained weight, Wasn't her comment just a subtle way of saying I don't have a mother? The girl with short hair was furious, her cheeks flushed. Sume looked innocent. Oh, you're so eager to speak. Do you have a mother? Of course I do. Who doesn't have a mother? How do you talk? The girl with short hair asked loudly. Didn't your mother teach you that pointing fingers at others is rude? Whether you have a mother or not. TSK, that's even worse, Sume said with a look of full sympathy. Hearing this, the girl with short hair thought she had caught a flaw in Sume's words. Didn't your mother tell you not to curse others or curse your own mother? You just said I don't have a mother. What kind of manners is that? My mother never told me not to curse others or curse my own mother, Sume replied with a smile. She said calmly, she only told me that if a dog bites me, I should crush its head. Any dog that bites without reason should be beaten to death.
You.
The girl with short hair was so upset, she couldn't speak. The girl with long hair beside her flicked her hair at this moment. She turned around and looked at Sume, her face extremely beautiful, which made Sume momentarily stunned. The girl glanced over Sume from head to toe. Although she didn't say anything harsh, her gaze clearly showed contempt. After the glance, she casually said, My friend always speaks honestly and directly. She likes to tell the truth and be straightforward, which sometimes offends people, but she means no harm. Please don't take it to heart. Miss, I apologize on her behalf. Can we just forget about this? Just forget about it? Everything in her words implied that the short-haired girl was right. This was her way of apologizing. Sume angrily retorted with 4 words. Mind your own business. I sincerely apologize to you. Why are you still so stubborn and unreasonable? You're being unfair and speaking so rudely. Mulan's beautiful eyes almost filled with tears in an instant, shining like 2 sparkling gems in her eye sockets. Although she was talking to Sume, her eyes looked like lightning bolts tearing through the night sky, directly shooting toward Huo Jianguo. Her tears swirled in her eyes, like a spring breeze gently stirring a pool of water, revealing a sense of helplessness and despair, like an injured little bird that makes people want to reach out and comfort her. Sume felt her heart ache and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So this is what it means when I speak. Mulan's behavior wasn't because she had feelings for Huo Jianguo. She just knew her beauty easily aroused men's pity. So, whenever she talked to any man, she would naturally adopt a slightly pitiful and adorable posture. In the past, she didn't need to say much. Just wiping her tears and looking tearful would make the man standing in front of her step forward to defend her. Today, she overestimated her charm. Huo Jianguo's gaze never shifted toward her. Instead, he stared fixedly at Sume with a worried expression. Since she started to change, Sume had been polite and well-mannered. She hadn't lost her temper for a long time. Today, she said many harsh words, probably because she was truly angry. Huo Jianguo was worried she hadn't done well in her exam and was upset. It wasn't that he didn't trust his wife. He knew Sume was smart and quick to learn. But her feeling that she scored almost perfectly sounded a bit like a fairy tale. After all, this was the college entrance exam. Huo Jianguo felt that even if he entered, he wouldn't dare to say confidently that he could get into university. He had attended high school, but he lacked that confidence. Sume had only gone to middle school, and she said she scored a perfect score? That was a bit shocking. A perfect score, those 2 words sounded a little frightening. Sume didn't want to say it out loud. She preferred to stay low-key. Unfortunately, her abilities didn't allow that. The truth was, she answered all the questions smoothly and correctly. She hadn't expected the exam questions at this time to be so simple, so easy that it felt like she was reaching into her pocket and grabbing what she needed. When the exam bell rang and she stepped out of the exam room, she felt light as if floating. It was like walking on clouds, soft, fluffy, yet unreal. So when Huo Jianguo asked about her score, she was so lost in her feelings that she didn't realize how shocking it was to say she got a perfect score. But no matter how many points she scored, it was her own business. She shared her exam results with Huo Jianguo without bragging or meaning to show off. Others overheard their conversation and took the chance to humiliate her. That was just being rude and acting like bullies. Su Mei didn't have the patience for bullies. Facing bullies, Su Mei believed that only by being more assertive and a little more mischievous could she dominate the situation. If they called her rude, she would respond politely but firmly. Compared to arguing, I actually prefer to fight. If you don't want me to slap you, stop your silly groundhog behavior. Otherwise, I'll kick you with my shoes covered in smelly gold. Golden, I mean like. Ha ha ha, groundhog. The onlookers laughed for the first time at such a way of insulting someone. Covered in gold shoes. Gold, you mean, right? Exactly. A growing on your head. That's hilarious, ha. Su Mei laughed along with the crowd. The girl with long hair was used to being treated like a star. She had a delicate personality and couldn't stand being watched and laughed at like this. Tears, already welling up in her eyes, suddenly fell like pearls dropping onto a jade plate, scattering everywhere. Seeing such a beautiful girl crying, looking like she was about to cry her heart out, pitiful and fragile, the surrounding laughter immediately lessened.
Su Mei secretly sighed to herself.
Beautiful people often take advantage of others. This girl clearly isn't in the right, yet just a few tears from her made the bystanders feel sorry for her. However, their sympathy had nothing to do with Su Mei. She looked mockingly at the crying Mulan and said, "Please stop your worthless tears. I'm not a man, so I won't pity you just because you're crying. Your friend was the first to mock me, and you secretly looked down on me afterward. Don't act like you've suffered a great injustice."
But I already apologized to you.
Mulan lowered her head, sounding very aggrieved. Are you sure that's an apology? Su Mei raised an eyebrow. Mulan firmly replied, of course. All right, then I also apologize to you, Su Mei said seriously and sincerely, glancing at Mulan's face. Sorry, comrade Mulan. It's my fault for speaking bluntly and saying your face looks like a backside. I was wrong, really sorry. You're so generous. You should accept my apology, right? You are unreasonable. Mulan's face turned red like pig liver. She was a city girl. When it came to throwing tantrums, she couldn't compare to Su Mei, who grew up bossing around in an orphanage. Seeing Mulan overwhelmed and unable to defend herself, Su Mei didn't plan to stop. She knew her most proud feature was her appearance, so she decided to deliver a final. She turned to Huo Jianguo and asked in a very calm and innocent tone, "Tell me, is there a difference between her face and her backside?" "No difference," Huo Jianguo answered without hesitation. In his eyes, they were the same. He simply couldn't tell them apart. Mulan, already crying her heart out, was now told by a man that her face and backside were the same. She immediately burst into loud tears. Such a beautiful girl. If she hadn't recklessly attacked others, honestly, Su Mei wouldn't want her to shed a single sad tear. But since she tried to use her looks as a weapon, she would make this pretty girl understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Seeing Mulan crying so hard she was gasping, Su Mei looked at the girl with short hair and said, "Your mistress is crying like this. Why don't you step out and bark to protect her?" It all started because the girl with short hair provoked her. Su Mei hadn't forgotten. She wanted to make both of these girls cry their eyes out. The girl with short hair was secretly watching the girl with long hair tell a joke. Suddenly, Su Mei called her out unexpectedly. She was startled and rolled her eyes at Su Mei in frustration. It seemed she realized she couldn't win the argument, so the girl with short hair stopped arguing and took Mulan's arm, preparing to leave the exam area. She softly comforted Mulan. "Forget it. Let's not bother with the bully. She probably just can't get into college and is just bragging for fun. Let's go. Didn't you say after the exam you wanted to go to the state-run restaurant and treat yourself to a nice meal? Chen Lingling, do I look bad?" Mulan was still crying, usually confident about her looks, but Huo Jianguo's comment deeply hurt her. Chen Lingling looked at Mulan's face with some anger and shook her head. "Of course you look good. You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen. That woman looks like a fierce tiger, and her man is probably afraid of her, so he just agrees that your face looks like a. Don't mind them, let's go." "Yes, let's go." After hearing Chen Lingling's words, Mulan wiped her tears with her sleeve. Both girls seemed to realize that Su Mei was not easy to deal with, so they both quietly slipped away from her. Seeing them leave, Su Mei took a deep breath happily. Not bad. The fighting skills I learned in the orphanage haven't faded. I still have my style, still the queen of words. Orphanage? Huo Jianguo caught 3 words he didn't understand in Su Mei's series of unreliable comments. Su Mei's heart twitched sharply. After a few seconds of quick thinking, she came up with an excuse. Oops, I meant the Su family estate, not the orphanage. Fortunately, the similar ending sounds of orphanage and Su family estate made Huo Jianguo not suspect her. While the couple was talking, Mulan and Chen Lingling were stopped by a tall man under a crooked tree. The tall man was talking to the 2 girls and kept glancing at Su Mei. Just as Su Mei was about to leave with Huo Jianguo, the tall man suddenly rode his bicycle in front of them, blocking the way. He looked down fiercely at Su Mei. Hey, miss, what's going on? You cry, and then want to run away?
Ha!
That girl didn't cry in vain. Look, the hero is here to save the day. Seeing his wife being stared at by a tall, strong man, Huo Jianguo's eyes immediately turned cold. He quickly stepped in front of Su Mei, towering half a head taller than the man, and looked at him with a commanding gaze. Please watch your attitude and words. What's wrong with my words? Bullying others is unacceptable. Your wife made someone cry because of your behavior. Just because you're wearing that skin, don't think you can let your family bully others casually, the man said angrily, as if he wanted to tear Su Mei apart with his gaze. Su Mei thought about how the girl earlier tried to act cute with Huo Jianguo but failed, and she couldn't help but feel a little mischievous. She hugged Huo Jianguo's arm and said sadly, He's so fierce. Baby is scared inside. Boo-hoo, why are you talking so loudly and looking so fierce? You're scaring baby's delicate little heart.
You.
Su Mei almost gagged at her own words. Huo Jianguo. Wife, you're acting so cute, but next time, stop. However, since he realized Su Mei was just acting cute, Huo Jianguo still wanted to save her face. He affectionately patted her soft hair and smiled. Be good, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can hurt a single hair on your head. Hearing this, the man became furious and pushed his bicycle toward Huo Jianguo. Don't think I'll be afraid just because I'm wearing this skin. If you don't give Mulan an explanation this year, don't even think about walking out of here standing tall. In other words, if Su Mei doesn't apologize to Mulan, he will take action against the couple. Huo Jianguo snorted coldly. With his thin frame, if he really fought, he estimated he could disable the tall man in less than 3 moves. Underestimating himself, Huo Jianguo looked at the tire marks on his military pants, then kicked the bicycle hard. The bicycle fell to the ground. The man couldn't hold the bike and was hit his thigh. He groaned in pain, took 2 steps back, and looked very embarrassed. He pointed at Huo Jianguo angrily. Did you kick my bike? If you don't get out of here now, I won't just kick your bike. I'll draw my gun and shoot 2 holes in your head. Believe it or not, I can kill anyone threatening my safety on the spot with treason. If you don't believe me, try it. Huo Jianguo's tone was full of clear threats. The man looked into Huo Jianguo's deep, cold eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at the gun on Huo Jianguo's waist, clenched his teeth, and glared at him. You're ruthless. I tell you, this isn't over. You're threatening me with your status, huh? I have ways to make you pay for today's actions and show you what happens when you abuse power. After speaking, he rode his bicycle and quickly rode away, looking to talk to Mulan and Chen Lingling again, but this time Mulan ignored him. The man grew more angry, turned around, and glared fiercely at Huo Jianguo, acting like he was waiting for a fight. Watching the man run off in a hurry, Su Mei looked at Huo Jianguo with some worry. Why did you threaten him with a gun? If he really reports you, could it cause trouble for you? It won't. The organization has given me the right to defend myself and to neutralize suspicious people on the spot. If he really tries to attack me, I am justified in defending myself and stopping him. Really? Truly? Su Mei was surprised and asked with a frown, if he really hits you, would you kill him? Why would I kill someone? Do I look like the kind of person who kills easily? I was just scaring him earlier. If I really wanted to kill someone so casually, the organization wouldn't give me that authority. Since the car explosion last time, I've been secretly protected by 2 Special Forces team members whenever I go out. The Special Forces soldiers saw everything earlier. They knew the other man was deliberately provoking us. No worries, even if it got to the higher-ups, they wouldn't mind. The chief is very protective of us. Talking about the chief's protectiveness, Su Mei remembered Chen Yilong's impatient attitude when he mentioned her soldiers, and she nodded in agreement. Power is truly a good thing. TSK. The hero who tried to save the beauty failed, and now he's just a coward. Compared to that unpleasant incident, Huo Jianguo cared more about Su Mei's condition. After getting into the car, he kept trying to comfort her. Even if you didn't do well on the exam, don't be upset. We can try again next year. Okay. Seeing that Huo Jianguo didn't believe her, Su Mei didn't explain further. When the exam results come out, everything will be clear. While driving, Huo Jianguo didn't head straight home, but waited nearby. There were 3 other military family members who also took the college entrance exam and would be taking his car back after the test. The 2 waited in the car for a while, and then the other 3 people came over together. The 3 were Liu Jiahui's daughter, a military spouse about the same age as Su Mei, and a man named Quang Yuan, whom Su Mei had never met before. According to Huo Jianguo, Quang Yuan works as a workshop leader at a steel factory. He seems to be an official, but he does very hard work on the assembly line. Besides Liu Jiahui, the other military spouse and Quang Yuan both studied science and engineering. During this time, science and engineering were popular among students. Su Mei chose these subjects because she had learned them in her later studies, making it easier for her to review. All 3 looked very worried, anxious about the exam that seemed linked to their fate. After the car had traveled for a while, the military spouse and Quang Yuan started discussing the answers to the exam questions. They shared the questions they remembered but were unsure about. Sometimes they helped each other understand, and sometimes they cheered when they chose the right answer. When they didn't know the answer, they fell silent and looked disappointed. Su Mei, sitting in the front, saw their worried faces and decided to join the discussion. She only wanted to help by giving a quick answer, but as soon as she said one, she couldn't stop herself. The other 2 didn't think much of Su Mei, who had only finished middle school, but after hearing her answers, they realized her logic was clearer than theirs. So, during their discussion, they started asking Su Mei for her opinion on questions they couldn't answer. Gradually, they found that Su Mei could answer any question they couldn't solve. At first, they only discussed the last subject of the day, but later they started talking about earlier subjects, bringing up old questions and asking Su Mei for her advice on any uncertainties. Huo Jianguo was driving and initially only listened casually to Su Mei and the others talking. But as he heard more, he paid close attention, occasionally glancing at Su Mei with a passionate look. When they arrived at the military district, the 3 of them had discussed almost all the more difficult questions from the exam. As they got out of the car, Quang Yuan stared at Su Mei's eyes and looked amazed. He said to her enviously, "Mrs. Hua, your score must be secure. It's almost a perfect score. You should be able to choose any top university you want." "Yeah." My answers made me lose confidence. Sigh, Su Mei is so impressive. If I had known you were so good, I would have come to you for help before the exam. The other military spouse sighed as she got out of the car. Liu Zhao was feeling very unhappy. As she got out of the car, she said, "At least you can discuss things together. I can only guess and don't even know how I did on the exam. I hope Buddha, Guanyin, God, and the Mary will bless me. I haven't worshipped them before, but if I get into university, I will go door to door to burn incense for you." Su Mei. She should be the one praying, as a girl who traveled through time and experienced strange things like reincarnation. In theory, she should be the most superstitious about this. The people giving her a ride had already left. Huo Jianguo looked at Su Mei with a proud expression and said, "I'm proud of you. Just now, at the school gate, you didn't believe me." After all, she had just succeeded in the college entrance exam. Su Mei, with a little pride, crossed her legs and leaned on the passenger seat. Huo Jianguo thought Su Mei's small expression was very cute. He reached out and gently pinched her nose. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you. To celebrate your success in the exam, I'll prepare a feast. No, thank you. Su Mei shook her head to refuse. Let's record this meal first. After the results are out, I'll think about what to eat and tell you then. Huo Jianguo's tone was full of affection. All right, I'll remember that. 5 days after the college entrance exam, Su Mei went back to the city to fill out her university application based on her estimated scores. She confidently wrote Yanjing University on the form. When she handed in the application, the teacher in charge looked at her form, then looked at Su Mei several times and finally asked, Are you sure you want to apply to Yanjing University? Maybe you filled it out wrong. No, I didn't. It's Yanjing University. Su Mei answered very confidently. Yanjing University was a prestigious school many students dreamed of attending. In her previous life, competition was fierce, and she didn't dare even consider applying to this top university. Now that she had the chance, she naturally wanted to aim for Yanjing University. She had to fill out 3 choices. She was determined to get into Yanjing University. The other 2 universities she picked randomly. As for her major, Su Mei chose management. She decided on this after looking at the available majors at Peking University. Times are changing rapidly. The motherland is about to welcome a spring of reform. After passing through the late 1970s, the country allowed individuals to develop freely. Su Mei, coming from the modern era, has many advantages for the future. She will definitely seize opportunities to do business and earn a lot of money in this golden age. Although she is skilled in medicine, she knows nothing about business and management. Now she has started learning management skills. In the future, when she begins to develop her own career, her studies will be very useful. After filling out her college preferences, Su Mei happily returned to the military compound. The exam results will be announced in a month, so for now, she just needs to work and wait patiently for her results. Su Mei has also completed her acupuncture training. She initially felt a bit guilty toward Qin Jingting, thinking she shouldn't leave after learning her skills, and she didn't want to stay in the clinic to share the workload with him. However, after she submitted her application, Qin Jingting also began the process of retiring. He heard that someone who had offended him in the past had stepped down, and the group threatening him in Yanjing no longer had the power to control him. Because of this, Qin Jingting decided to resign. He plans to move back to his old home in Yanjing with his loved ones and descendants. This means Su Mei will go to Yanjing and won't be left all alone. Huo Jianguo was happy and repeatedly asked Qin Jingting to take care of Su Mei when she arrived in Yanjing. Hearing this, Qin Jingting was not pleased. My apprentice, I will take good care of myself. You don't need to interfere. Qin Jingting is retiring, and the military clinic has started hiring new staff. It's hard to find doctors in remote areas, and only a few have applied. The doctors they do hire must be highly capable, as one clinic is responsible for treating all the soldiers in the entire military district. Although Qin Jingting is leaving, he doesn't want to be irresponsible. Before he leaves, he still works every day and personally selects new doctors for the military district. People outside mistakenly heard that Qin Jingting was openly choosing apprentices. Several groups from other places came hoping to learn from him. When they arrived at the clinic and learned that Qin Jingting was retiring and that the hiring was just for the clinic, they were disappointed and left. After nearly a month of recruiting, the clinic finally hired a young man. Su Mei was worried and, seeing that no one was around during lunch break, she told Qin Jingting, "Master, if you keep acting like this, no one will look up to you. You won't find enough people even if you wait another year, and you said you wanted to hire 5 people. I think you should just stay here and keep watch. If I can't find anyone, I will stay here forever." Qin Jingting replied seriously. The people I hire are responsible for the lives of soldiers in the entire military district. I cannot keep those who lack ability or have bad intentions. I have managed this clinic for over 10 years. I can't control what happens to it in the future, but within my power, I will take responsibility for it. Sigh, this clinic is still somewhat run down. Life here is very hard. Capable doctors are unwilling to endure this hardship. Now they don't want to come, but in the future, I will make them wish they had. The medical environment in the military district is indeed poor now, but once the country develops, military hospitals will be established near these areas. At that time, such units will become highly desirable, and many people will want to join but find it impossible. Qin Jingding doesn't understand the future situation and naturally doesn't believe Su Mei. You're just dreaming. They won't be begging to come. It's more like they're desperate to leave. Look at Xiao He we recruited a few days ago. He won't stay here long, just a couple of years to build his resume, then he'll leave. This place is a mess, and besides your master, no one else wants to stay. Look at you, aren't you the same? Things change over time. We are not the top military hospital now, but in the future, that place will be full of people eager to go. Within a few years, we will also build a military hospital here. Then you'll see. The soldiers on the border are truly suffering. Su Mei plans to earn enough money and then return directly to donate and help build a hospital. But she wouldn't say that out loud. Some things need to be done first. Making empty promises won't help if others don't believe. Su Mei could only look at the peeling walls of the clinic and silently promise her master, border soldiers deserve the best hospitals. In the future, near the military district, a grand and modern hospital will rise. Hopefully, that day will come. Let's go eat. This afternoon, 2 more people will come for interviews. I hope we can find 2 more suitable candidates, Qin Jingting said as he stood up. Su Mei pouted, thinking that with Qin Jingting's strict standards, even someone with a minor flaw would be hard to fool. She didn't bother to argue further and tidied up before heading to the cafeteria with Qin Jingting. At the cafeteria, they didn't need to queue. They sat down directly. Usually, they arrived a few minutes late, and by then, Huo Jianguo had already queued up and prepared their meals. As expected, during the afternoon interviews, Qin Jingting didn't select anyone. Until the college entrance exam results were announced, no new candidates caught his eye. Eventually, she realized she could only wait patiently. Once she received her exam results and the university acceptance letter, she would leave the compound within 10 days at most. Su Mei was full of hope for her new life, but she also felt a bit sad. She was very happy with her relationship with Huo Jianguo and didn't want to part from her loving partner. On the day the results were announced, Su Mei woke up early to get ready. She wore a new checkered dress and a bright red coat that reached her ankles. She looked elegant and stunning. When she finished dressing and came out of her room, Huo Jianguo's eyes were glued to her. She was tall and well-shaped, with a curvy figure that looked even better after some makeup. She looked charming and attractive. Su Mei, you are so beautiful. You don't even realize how charming you are, Huo Jianguo said, almost captivated. He walked closer to her and touched her shiny, smooth hair. Su Mei was happy at first, but hearing Huo Jianguo's words made her feel a little sad. She slightly lowered her lips and said, "What's so beautiful? You don't even know what I look like. To you, women are just tall or short, fat or thin. It's a pity that my beauty can't be seen by my man." As she spoke, Su Mei pretended to feel sorry for herself. She wasn't really upset. She had known this for a long time. At first, she felt disappointed, but over time, she gradually accepted it. Even if Huo Jianguo forgot her face, he could still find her in a crowd. Now, Huo Jianguo could recognize her from afar and wouldn't mistake her for anyone else. When he went to pick her up outside the exam hall, he immediately recognized her among many people and went straight to her. To this day, Su Mei still didn't know that Huo Jianguo had clearly seen and remembered her face. Standing in the busy crowd, where everyone's features looked similar, Huo Jianguo could still spot her unique, one-of-a-kind face. Only he knew how shocking that feeling was. Huo Jianguo drove the car and took Su Mei with him. He also picked up the other 3 people and headed to the county town to wait for the results. The list of names was posted on the wall outside the high school. When Huo Jianguo and Su Mei arrived, the people posting the list were just spreading glue on the wall. Besides the list, the exam office also sent each student a score report, which showed their exact scores. Su Mei waited outside to see the list, while Huo Jianguo and the others went into the school to get the score reports from the admissions office. After waiting for a while, The staff finished spreading the glue. Two men in Zhongshan suits carefully unfolded a red paper with names written on it and started sticking it on the wall. Everyone eagerly waited, eyes fixed on the red list still unopened in the staff members' hands. This list determined many people's future. Mulan, hurry up. They're starting to put up the list. It will be hard to squeeze in when more people arrive. Let's look at the list first, then find our report cards. Chen Lingling pulled Mulan's arm and moved forward. Standing in front of the list, Su Mei heard the familiar, harsh, and annoying voice but didn't turn around. Instead, she shifted to the side, too tired to argue with such a person. Luckily, Chen Lingling's attention was all on the list, so she didn't notice Su Mei. When the first name tag was pasted, Chen Lingling almost jumped in place. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face, but she smiled so broadly her teeth showed. Oh, I knew it. Mulan, you are truly talented. The first name is yours, and your score is the highest. You're the top student in our county this year. You're so enviable. Good grades, pretty looks, truly blessed by heaven. Just so, Mulan replied calmly. She frowned at the score below her name. Total score is 500. I only got 477. That's 23 points less. This score is decent for the county, but in the provincial city, it wouldn't even make the list. I want to do better and bring pride to our county. Looks like I might disappoint the teachers. It's really frustrating. 477 is already very good. Even in the provincial city, you could rank high. Mulan, don't set your standards too high. Missing 23 points is nothing. This score is enough for Peking University. You probably won't get a perfect score. Chen Lingling rolled her eyes from a position Mulan couldn't see, thinking to herself how good she was at pretending, all for the glory of the county. Their back and forth quickly drew the attention of others nearby. People looked at Mulan with envy. She was beautiful and smart, like a favored child of heaven, making others jealous. Meanwhile, Su Mei furrowed her brows tightly among the crowd. She had looked at all the names from front to back, left to right, top to bottom, but she couldn't find her own name, Su Mei. She had always believed she would be at the top, but not only was she not first, her name was missing from the entire list. She was extremely anxious, unable to understand what had gone wrong. After thinking for a moment, she randomly grabbed someone nearby and asked, "Are the list of students who took the high school entrance exam the same as the one for other social exam takers? If social exam takers get into college, is there a different list? Where is it?" "There is no other list," the person answered. Seeing that Su Mei looked a bit lost and hopeless, they thought she hadn't passed and tried to comfort her. "Don't worry if you didn't make it, it's okay. The acceptance rate is very low anyway. You can try again next year." Hearing the comforting words, Su Mei's face suddenly darkened. She found it hard to believe. When she estimated her score, she thought she was close to full marks. She didn't get in?
How could that be?
In an instant, Su Mei's face turned pale. She had come happily to check her results, and now she found it hard to accept this outcome. Oh wow, isn't that the student who scored full marks? What's going on?
Did she not get in?
Didn't even get into a decent vocational school? Look at her, so clueless. She must be stunned. Better go back to her sheep herding. That's hilarious. Everyone around started talking and laughing at her. They pointed out how she claimed she scored full marks, even though she only lost a point or two on her essay. Someone joked, "If she scored over 490 points, I would kneel and lick dog." The crowd gathered around Su Mei, watching the scene unfold. When they heard Chen Lingling's insulting words, they burst into laughter. Su Mei didn't mind the laughter. Right now, she just wanted to know where she went wrong, which caused her high school exam score to disappear. "Move aside. Move aside." Suddenly, at the school gate, the sound of drums and firecrackers rang out. A loud voice, carried by the drums, announced, "Everyone make way. The county top scorer, the provincial top scorer, and the national top scorer are here to reveal their results." County top scorer, provincial top scorer, national top scorer? Such outstanding people are born in our small county? Is that really true? Someone nearby immediately raised a question. Then someone responded, "It's true. The list isn't released with the others. I heard the top scorers list is kept separate from the rest of the students. They're probably making a special red list for the top scorer. No idea who it is, but it's really a proud moment. 10 years of hard work paid off. 10 years of hard work went unnoticed, but now she's famous overnight. It's like even her ancestors are proud. Amid the crowd's chatter, a small group moved closer to the wall where the list was posted. Drums and firecrackers sounded nonstop. Soon, the person holding the red list approached the wall, and someone else quickly came forward with glue, applying it beside another red list. After the glue dried, 2 people unfolded the list. Sume stood beside it, staring intently at the list with her heart pounding. She hoped her name would be on the list, but also worried she was just dreaming, only to be disappointed. In her modern life, she was just an average top student. During the college entrance exam, she ranked outside the top 10 in the province. She didn't dare to dream of being the provincial top scorer, let alone the national top scorer. Those were distant dreams. As the list was about to be fully revealed, Sume was suddenly pushed aside by someone elbowing her. Chen Lingling confidently stepped into her place. Don't you know your weight might block others' view? If you're so fat, stay at home and stop bothering us. People say fat people are dull. If you can't get into college, don't block the view here and affect us reading the list. As the list slowly unfolded, a gasp erupted among the crowd. Sume was pushed aside by Chen Lingling, a flicker of anger in her eyes. But at this moment, she had no time to care about Chen Lingling. Her focus was on the list, filled with nervousness and hope. She tried to stay calm, peeking out from the crowd to look at the life-changing list. The writing on the list was clear, each seeming to carry great weight.
Sume's heartbeat quickened.
She scanned the list rapidly. Then, her eyes fixed at the top of the list, where her name from her previous life was written, Sume. The crown of the national top scorer was truly hers. Someone in the crowd read her name aloud. Sume. Who is this? I've never heard of her. Seems like she's a girl too? Our school has many talented girls. I've only heard of Mulan, who is now at the top of the list. As for Sume, I've never heard of her before. I'm not that impressive. She's really the best, scoring 497 points. Mulan still looked calm and unaffected, as if nothing could disturb her peaceful mood. Only Chen Lingling sneered inwardly, thinking she was pretending to be so composed, but her mouth was probably sour from all the smiling. Despite her inner complaints, Chen Lingling quickly comforted Mulan. I've never heard of that name. She probably just got lucky in the exam and scored well, maybe even a top score. But she can't compare to you, Mulan. Your performance has always been steady. Don't talk, or everyone will think you're mute. Mulan's face darkened like a storm cloud, and she lowly shouted at Chen Lingling and the other girl. She thought she was the top scorer, being modest for a while, but it turned out someone else had taken the top spot. She already felt embarrassed, and Chen Lingling mentioning her and the top scorer made Mulan feel even more ashamed. Chen Lingling, trying to flatter, got annoyed when Mulan didn't respond and rolled her eyes, thinking if Mulan's father weren't her boss, she wouldn't bother to be so obedient. Seeing Mulan lose her place, Chen Lingling felt very happy inside. At this moment, Sume looked at the list of names, listened to the lively discussions around her, and stood there blankly, her mind empty. 10 years of hard study, finally seeing her name on the list. Every bit of effort and hardship was rewarded at this moment. Although Sume had only studied for a few months after crossing over, in her previous life, she had buried herself in books, lost in endless practice questions. She still vividly remembered the chilly autumn night when she left her dorm alone, studying under the street lamp. She wasn't the smartest at first, she was just more hardworking than others. Because she was an orphan, studying was her only way out. She knew she couldn't afford to lose. Her grades were earned through her effort, and her talent was built with hard work. Because of countless days of diligent study, when she saw her name on the only red list, her fingers trembled with excitement. Her soft lips trembled uncontrollably, and she couldn't speak at that moment, her eyes shining with tears. She had crossed over, But she still couldn't escape the ups and downs of her feelings about the college entrance exam. That was something Su Mei hadn't expected. Just as Su Mei was so excited she couldn't find her voice, suddenly a shout came from far away. It was from Huo Jianguo, who was holding a report card. Standing a few steps away, he saw Su Mei clearly in the crowd and waved the report card at her. "Su Mei, I got the report card." Everyone was looking for who Su Mei was. When they heard Huo Jianguo's voice, they all turned to look at him. First, their eyes focused on Huo Jianguo, then they gradually looked along his gaze into the crowd. At this moment, Mulan's face suddenly turned very pale. She looked at the list in disbelief, then at Su Mei standing nearby, and then at Huo Jianguo in the distance. Her eyes showed shock and frustration. She never expected that this woman, whom she thought was boastful and lived like a joke, would actually surpass her scores and become the top scorer in the country.
This
can't be true. Chen Lingling also muttered in disbelief, her voice full of shock. She was clearly stunned by the fact that the person she had mocked as a dull, fat person was now the top scorer. Su Mei ignored Chen Lingling and Mulan. She smiled and walked toward the list, gently touching her name. Behind her, Huo Jianguo was still walking toward her, saying as he went, "Your estimated score was really close. That 497 points is almost the full score. Su Mei, you really surprised me." Although there were many people around, Huo Jianguo's attention was entirely on Su Mei. He was so focused on her that he didn't care about the noise from the crowd. His happiness was only for the woman standing under the list, touching her name. Finally, he reached Su Mei and handed her the report card. At that moment, everyone confirmed that the woman under the list, plump, tall, beautiful, elegant, and noble, was the top scorer of the year. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Honor and pride flooded over Su Mei like a wave. She stood quietly, enjoying the happiness and satisfaction brought by her achievement. "Congratulations, Su Mei, you are the pride of our county." The person who posted the list led the cheers, their voice full of admiration and pride. "Top scorer in the country, that's amazing." Murmurs and discussions filled the air, everyone celebrating Su Mei's success. Until the report card was handed to her, Su Mei still felt like she was dreaming. She patted Huo Jianguo's hand and tremblingly asked him, "Can you pinch me? I feel like I'm dreaming." "Really? You want me to pinch you? I especially like the soft skin around your waist. Would pinching it feel nice?" Huo Jianguo lowered his head and softly teased amid the busy crowd. His hand had already quietly rested on Su Mei's slender waist, his fingertips lightly brushing as if playing a gentle melody, stirring a strange feeling deep inside Su Mei. Su Mei couldn't help but slap Huo Jianguo and said, "Too many people. Don't be so naughty. I'm just trying to make you understand you're not dreaming," Huo Jianguo said, holding Su Mei's soft hand and walking out of the crowd. As they walked, he added, "I originally planned to host a celebration at the state-run restaurant for you, but it seems I can't do that now. I need to take you back to your hometown and hold a 3-day feast, so everyone in the village can see how capable my wife is. Is it really necessary to be so exaggerated?" Although she said that, Su Mei playfully glared at Huo Jianguo and covered her mouth, unable to stop laughing. Just as they were about to leave, they were suddenly stopped by someone. Mulan stepped in front of Su Mei and forced a smile, saying, "Su classmate, no one has seen what a report card with a score of 497 looks like. Could you please take it out so everyone can have a look?" Mulan wanted to see the report card because she didn't believe the person in front of her was the top scorer Su Mei. She used the excuse of wanting to see the scores to get a glimpse of her real achievement. Everyone around was curious about the high score of 497 and started to cheer, asking Su Mei to show her report card. But Su Mei refused to let Mulan have her way. She put the report card into her pocket and said, "I'm a very low-key person. I don't want to attract attention. Don't look at it. I'm afraid." I'm afraid she simply doesn't dare to show it. Maybe she's just sharing the same name as the top scorer, but isn't really the champion. Chen Lingling quickly stepped in to support Mulan, realizing her plan. This made Su Mei remember something. Chen Lingling, right? I recall that before you posted the top scorer's name, you said in front of everyone that if I scored over 490, I would have to squat on the street and lick dirt. Now that my results are out, isn't it time for you to keep your promise? I remember now, this student just said she would eat dirt. Someone nearby immediately agreed. I heard it too. Yes, she really said that. Everyone was eager to see a spectacle and started agreeing. This time, Chen Lingling couldn't speak. She was too scared to demand Su Mei to show her grades. If Su Mei proved her scores were real, she couldn't really go to the middle of the street to eat dirt. Unexpectedly, Mulan betrayed Chen Lingling at this moment. People should keep their promises. Since you did say you would eat dirt, you should let Su's classmate show her report card to confirm her scores. If her score is indeed over 490, then even if you don't eat dirt, you must apologize to Su Mei. Although Mulan was making Chen Lingling promise to keep her word, her real goal was clear. She just wanted to see Su Mei's grades. Grades aren't impossible to show, but these two girls clearly had bad intentions. If she agreed easily, she'd be helping them. Eating dirt? That's impossible. Besides, Su Mei doesn't have such a bad habit of forcing others to eat dirt. But wanting to see her report card without paying any price? That's definitely not going to happen. Su Mei isn't someone you can bully easily. Soon, she had an idea. How about this? If I show my report card and prove I scored 497, then you all have to play a game of truth or dare with me. Deal? Are you brave enough? I didn't doubt that you are the top scorer, Su Mei. You misunderstood me. I just want to see your report card, because I've never seen such high scores before.
I'm curious.
Everyone is curious, and looking at it won't hurt you. There's no reason to make a bet. If you really don't want to, then forget it. Mulan was somewhat clever and didn't fall into Su Mei's trap. She was originally questioning Su Mei's scores, but didn't say it out loud. She thought, with so many people here, no one would dare pretend to be the top scorer. If she made Su Mei show her report card, it would only make her look good in front of everyone. Thinking this way, Mulan's desire to see Su Mei's grades diminished. After casually talking for a while, Mulan decided to give up on checking Su Mei's report card, claiming that Su Mei was unwilling to share it. After saying that, Mulan called Chen Lingling, who was following her. Lingling, we haven't received our report cards yet. Let's go inside the school to ask the teachers for ours. Since Su Mei doesn't want to share her grades, we shouldn't force her. Forget it. She's so petty. She won't be part of the big scene. It's just a report card. Who cares about it? Chen Lingling was eager to leave as soon as Mulan mentioned leaving. She remembered she had said that if Su Mei scored 490, she would eat dirt. If Su Mei really showed her report card, she would probably have to apologize, which would be embarrassing. Apologizing in front of so many people would be too humiliating, so Chen Lingling just wanted to leave quickly. She happily followed Mulan and slipped away. Seeing Chen Lingling leave disappointed, Su Mei didn't try to stop her. On such a happy day, there was no need to ruin the mood over petty people. The curious gazes from the crowd caught Su Mei's attention. She happily opened her report card and let the onlookers see her scores. It wasn't about showing off. She simply thought it was a good sign and wanted to share her happiness. Wow, 497 points. Truly a genius. So impressive. Just 3 points away from a perfect score. Maybe it was the essay that was deducted. It's hard to imagine how she did it. As they saw the scores, the crowd started discussing again. At the school gate, Mulan heard the whispers and quickened her pace. Su Mei smiled and said, "Don't praise me too much. I was just lucky." Su Mei wasn't being modest. Her high score was partly due to luck, but also because she had received many years of exam training in her previous life, having studied intensely for exams. Compared to those who just learned about the college entrance exam, she had at least 5 times more exam experience. Her rich exam experience, combined with the easy questions this time, helped her narrowly win the top spot. If a few more years passed, and students became more familiar with the exam, and if the difficulty of the questions was changed, Su Mei probably wouldn't have achieved this score again. After satisfying everyone's curiosity, the young couple got into the car. Soon after, 3 more people arrived. The other 3 also looked very happy, as if good news had just come. Sume guessed they all got into their desired universities. When she asked, it turned out they had all been accepted to their ideal schools. Lu Zhao said, "I wish I had known that I could do so well in arts and sciences. Last year, I wouldn't have taken the science exam, and I would not have failed so badly," and cried for a long time. Among the group, only Lu Zhao had taken the college entrance exam twice. Hearing Lu Zhao, Sume said actually arts and sciences are both good. As the country develops, many jobs will need people in civil service. No matter how good you are, you can't compare to you, the top scorer. Sume, you really impress me. Lu Zhao looked at Sume with surprise, as if seeing something rare. She was amazed to find that she could no longer see any signs of her past being a simple-minded girl. The other 2 also spoke to Sume, expressing their admiration. When they returned to the military family compound, news spread that Sume had been accepted to Yanjing University. People kept coming to congratulate her. The once troublesome big courtyard had now become a place where the most respected woman lived. Even Kai Ho-hot shamelessly came over to make friends with Sume, telling her not to forget her old friends in the courtyard after she finished university and became successful. Although Sume found such a talkative person annoying, she didn't chase her away. She just smiled politely and dealt with her. It's better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. As long as Kai Ho-hot didn't cause trouble, Sume didn't want to provoke her intentionally. Although Kai Ho-hot's status was not impressive, more problems kept arising, which affected everyone's mood. After sending Kai Ho-hot away, the family welcomed Mei Mei. Mei Mei looked at Sume with envy in her eyes. "I really envy you for taking the college entrance exam and going to university. That's so great. Not everyone can take the college entrance exam. Why didn't you sign up?" Sume had heard that Mei Mei was a sent-down youth from Shanghai. Usually, a girl from a big city like her, who had the chance to return home through the exam, would do everything to go back. Strangely, Mei Mei didn't take the exam. Hearing Sume's words, Mei Mei looked a little sad and touched her belly. She lowered her head and said, "I can't take it. I'm pregnant again. I can't go to the exam with a big belly, right? Pregnant again?"
Sume was surprised.
It had only been about 8 months since Mei Mei's last abortion. She had reminded Mei Mei that she shouldn't get pregnant again for at least a year after the abortion. How many months pregnant now? 3 months. Mei Mei's head lowered even more. She felt ashamed for not following Sume's medical advice. It has been more than 3 months since then. Sume frowned and said, "You had a difficult pregnancy and a DNC. Yours is weak. If you don't recover well, the baby won't survive easily. You were lucky last time that you didn't have heavy bleeding after the miscarriage. Can you guarantee you'll be that lucky every time? Women should take care of their health. If something happens, you'll regret it too late." "Regret what? Don't scare me with your words. It's not enough that you caused me to lose a child. Now you're cursing my other one. What are you up to?" Before Sume finished speaking, a rough male voice came from the yard. Soon, a burly man entered. When Mei Mei saw him, she instinctively clenched her fists and timidly said, "I told you it wasn't Sume's fault. I fell, and that's why the baby was lost. Lin Shuang, stop causing trouble." "Am I causing trouble? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have fallen. Your fall was because of her and Zhao Ying's messy affairs. She aborted our child. I didn't blame her then, but now she's cursing our baby."
Who can tolerate that?
The man argued loudly. "Having a child shouldn't threaten your life. My mother gave birth to 8 of us, and she's still healthy at 70, working in the fields. Why does she say women get weak after having many children? Maybe she's jealous because she and Master Huo have been married for years without having children."
Mei Mei, be careful.
"Don't associate with such petty-minded people. Get up quickly and come home with me," Lin Shuang said as he reached out to pull Mei Mei away. Hearing their conversation, Sume slowly understood. The tall, muscular man was Mei Mei's husband. His words made Sume furious. She thought men in the army were honest and kind like Huo Jianguo, who knew how to care for others. But she was wrong. Lin Shuang didn't know how to care for people at all. He treated women as mere tools for childbirth. He's really not a good person. Moreover, Lin Shuang kept implying that Su Mei had caused Mei Mei to lose her baby. Su Mei decided she needed to explain clearly. Comrade, you are wearing a full military uniform. I respect that very much. But I'm disappointed that someone in such a uniform is spreading false accusations. Yes, I did have an abortion. The baby was already dead inside my. I had the procedure to save her life. During the surgery, I didn't take a single cent and kindly saved your wife's life. What right do you have to hold me responsible?
Sumei, Yamsari.
Shu Wang didn't mean to blame you. He blames me for not watching over our child properly. Mei Mei gratefully appreciated Su Mei's help but didn't want her husband to argue with her. She quickly took the blame herself, lowering her head, her face filled with shame and anger, wishing she could disappear. However, Lin Shuang refused to accept Mei Mei's words. He looked directly at Su Mei and said, "Of course, I can hold you responsible. You're a doctor, so you should know that surgery requires family approval. I didn't sign. So, why did you perform the surgery on her? So you mean if you're not here and no one signs, you can't operate on Mei Mei? Your wife is only fit to wait at home and hope for the best." Su Mei looked coldly at Lin Shuang. Hearing this, Mei Mei's body trembled sharply, her hand clutching her abdomen tighter. Lin Shuang was stunned for a moment, but quickly straightened his neck and asked back, "Don't change the subject. I just want to know, without a family member's signature, how can you perform surgery? How can you decide my child's fate? Are you the king of? Fine, you didn't sign, but someone signed on your behalf. Someone made the decision. If you want to hold someone accountable, go find the person who made the decision." "Who made the decision?
Who was it?"
Lin Shuang asked angrily, his eyes fierce. Su Mei chuckled slightly at his question and replied, "Once I tell you, go find the person responsible and confront him. Don't blame me."
"Who is it?"
Lin Shuang's gaze was sharp and firm. "When I find out who it is, I won't let him go."
"All right. Shumei Nadith."
"I'll tell you who." After speaking, Su Mei quickly returned to her room, found the surgical notice tucked inside her notebook, and took it out, placing it in Lin Shuang's hand. She looked at him seriously and said, "This signature was signed by Commander Chen Yilong. If you're looking for the person responsible, go find him now. Don't be afraid just because he's a senior officer. If you don't go today, you're just a coward who fears the strong and bullies the weak. Go now, hurry. It's still early, and the senior officer hasn't gone to bed yet. Go, and ask him why he signed this. Why didn't you tell me it was the senior officer's signature?" Lin Shuang looked at the surgical notice in his hand and turned to ask Mei Mei. Mei looked at the notice with a blank expression. Only Su Mei could give Lin Shuang this answer. She didn't tell you because she didn't know about it at all. I asked the leader for permission. She did this to prevent unthinking, unreasonable family members like you from causing trouble. If you're going to hold someone responsible, why don't you go talk to the leader? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, just get out of my yard. You're bothering me." Su Mei was naturally not polite to someone who wasn't kind to her. She was glad that during each surgery, she made sure to have someone sign the consent form. When dealing with someone like Lin Shuang, she didn't need to say much. Just showing the consent form was enough to make the person shut up. Lin Shuang didn't have the courage to confront the leader, but he also didn't want Mei Mei to talk to Su Mei anymore, fearing she might hear something that would cause her to lose the baby. Mei Mei knew how stubborn her husband was. She didn't argue with Lin Shuang. She looked at Su Mei with guilt and said, "I'm sorry. On such a happy day, I came here to cause trouble for you." "It's okay. You should go back quickly," Su Mei replied. Although she felt annoyed, she didn't want to argue with the pregnant woman. Mei Mei wasn't malicious. She was just too timid and lacked her own opinion. She probably didn't expect Lin Shuang to say such harsh words. Under Lin Shuang's pulling and dragging, Mei Mei was taken away. Just then, Huo Jianguo finished his work at the army and happened to see the couple leave. After entering the yard, Huo Jianguo looked at Su Mei sitting in a rocking chair and asked, "What happened between Lin Shuang and Mei Mei? They seem to have just left our house. Arguing. Well, what can I say? Lin Shuang just came to complain, blaming me for aborting Mei Mei's previous pregnancy. Luckily, I was cautious and got the leader to sign the surgery consent form. That's why he left feeling defeated. It's really unlucky. Mei Mei looks like a gentle, kind girl, so I don't understand how she married such a man. Usually, I think soldiers are honest and won't bully their wives. But Lin Shuang really shattered my illusion. I dislike him very much, Su Mei said, shaking her head and feeling sorry for Mei Mei. Hearing Su Mei's sigh, Huo Jianguo took over the conversation. Character and profession aren't related. There are all kinds of people in the army. Although it's not nice to say, it's the truth. Not everyone is like your husband, who cares about family harmony and loves his wife. Most soldiers have good character, as they go through strict political reviews during selection, and there are many educational courses to attend in the army. Perhaps worried that his previous words might damage the soldier's image, Huo Jianguo added a sentence afterward. Su Mei chuckled. No matter when, you still like to boast a little.
Boasting?
There's some truth in what I say, but tell me, am I a good man? Huo Jianguo said as he walked over to Su Mei, gently touching her almost non-existent double chin. Seeing Huo Jianguo's sparkling eyes like stars, Su Mei sat up and hugged his waist, burying her face in his thin military uniform, saying, "You are a good man. In half a month I'll leave for school. Huo Jianguo, I suddenly realize I will miss you so much."
Miss me?
If two hearts are truly connected, it doesn't matter if we're apart day and night, Huo Jianguo said as he patted Su Mei's head. Though he spoke sweet words, his eyes showed a hint of sadness that Su Mei couldn't see. They quietly embraced for a while before going to the kitchen together to cook dinner. Because it was hot, after the meal was ready, they sat in the yard to eat. There was the sound of wind, birds calling, and cicadas singing nearby. Time was peaceful, but parting feelings grew stronger. To break the somber mood, Su Mei talked about her day with Huo Jianguo. When she mentioned not seeing her name on the first list, she still felt scared. Do you know what I was thinking? I was worried that my college entrance exam results had been tampered with. I was so scared I broke out in a cold sweat. Are you silly? Who would dare tamper with your results? Don't you remember the strict political reviews for the exam? There's been tampering before, but with your status, who would dare to do that? Why do I keep boasting? I told you, it's not boasting. Comrade Su Mei, when you go to Beijing, you must write to me often. Otherwise, I might get jealous of others. Getting into a good university like Beijing University, she should visit home. It was Huo Jianguo's idea, and Su Mei didn't refuse. She also wanted to see her grandfather, her parents, and brothers. If they knew about this, they would surely be proud of her. Huo Jianguo took half a month off, which would be deducted from his annual leave. This meant that during this trip to her hometown, he couldn't go back for the new year. Although half a month seems long for Huo Jianguo, it might not be enough. He took Su Mei home, stayed one night, and then had to rush back to the army. He didn't even have time to take Su Mei to Yanjing to attend school. Instead, her older brother Su Xing took her there. Despite this, Huo Jianguo didn't hesitate and accompanied Su Mei on her journey back to her hometown. He knew Su Mei missed her grandfather, and that her news of being accepted to university would make her family happier than a New Year reunion. Such a big piece of good news should be celebrated loudly with horns and firecrackers in the whole village. Huo Jianguo knew how happy Su Mei was. He could imagine how bright her smile would be when she showed her acceptance letter. He didn't want to miss such a moment. He wanted to see her joy with his own eyes and share her happiness. In the coming years, he might miss many important moments in her life, so now he wanted to cherish every one of them. Recently, he always acted very happy, but only he knew how deep his feelings of longing were. Before returning to his hometown, Huo Jianguo received his salary for the month. As soon as he got the money, he handed it all over to Su Mei. Looking at the payslip, Su Mei said to Huo Jianguo, "Since we're going back, I won't take the money. I'll set aside some to send to my parents and to pay for the 2 kids' school fees. When we get there, I'll give it to them face to face, okay?" "Okay, your decision," Huo Jianguo said gratefully. "Su Mei, thank you for understanding me. I know you've always been reluctant to let me pay for my second brother's kids' school fees. But you still send their tuition and living expenses on time every month after getting your salary. Thank you, really. Do you think I want to do this? I'm not some kind of saint. You said your salary could be used for this purpose, so I can't just keep all the money for myself. Otherwise, besides working every day, you have to go into the mountains to hunt and sell things to pay for their school. I'm worried you'd tire yourself out and pass away early. I just don't want to be left alone. Su Mei really disliked Huo Jianguo supporting those annoying kids. But she also understood that family was complicated, with many truths and feelings that couldn't be explained in a few words. Even with their family struggling to make ends meet, Huo Jianguo managed to finish high school. He couldn't just abandon his family. Huo Jianguo naturally knew that Su Mei was being insincere. He said seriously, I know you care about me and don't want me to be troubled, so I really appreciate it. Enough, stop thanking me all the time. It's annoying, Su Mei said sharply, giving Huo Jianguo a firm slap on the back. If you really want to thank me, then tonight we can settle the debt. You only act tough with words. During the day, you say you want to settle the debt, but at night, you say you don't want it anymore. Until Su Mei was about to prepare to go home, Qin Jingting had gathered 2 people. Seeing the progress, Su Mei thought she would probably have to wait until after the new year to see her master again. She wasn't in a hurry, rushing wouldn't help. This time, after she left, Su Mei wouldn't return to the military district or the clinic there. Before leaving, she prepared a lot of food, cooked herself, and invited Qin Jingting to her home for a meal. Originally, she only invited Qin Jingting, but by mealtime, Liu Zhenhai, Chen Yilong, and Chu Zhonghua all came to Huo Jianguo and Su Mei's small courtyard. Seeing so many people suddenly, Su Mei worried there wouldn't be enough food, so she asked Aunt Wang next door and cooked half a pot of rice on her stove. The leaders were all there to see Su Mei off. Chen Yilong brought a beautiful pen as a gift, wishing her success in university and encouraging her to study hard, hoping her future would be bright. When Su Mei saw the pen, Huo Jianguo was a little surprised. He looked at Chen Yilong oddly, thinking, isn't that pen the one his late wife used? He remembered Chen Yilong saying that the pen's ink cartridge was made of gold, the body was silver, and it was topped with a small real diamond, an extremely valuable and meaningful gift. Why would such a pen be given to Su Mei? Although he was curious, Huo Jianguo didn't ask directly. When Chen Yilong opened the gift box and revealed the pen, he glanced at it briefly, thinking he might have been mistaken. Receiving a gift from Chen Yilong was quite an honor for Su Mei. She remembered that when she first arrived, Huo Jianguo, the leader, disliked her and even used pressure to intimidate her. Now, he had prepared a gift for her, which probably meant he fully accepted her. After Chen Yilong gave his gift, Liu Zhenhai and Qin Jingting also presented her with congratulatory gifts. Liu Zhenhai gave Su Mei a letter of recommendation for work. He said that once Su Mei moved her household registration to Yanjing University and registered at the school, she could use the letter to find a job near Yanjing Liberation Army Hospital. She could work part-time while studying, earning money without delay. Su Mei found this gift both funny and touching. She thought Liu Zhenhai was truly a talented political officer with wide connections. Even at Yanjing, he could help her get a job. She also remembered that Liu Zhenhai was good at writing recommendation letters. He had helped her friend Zhaoying find a job before. No matter what, this was a very valuable gift. Su Mei didn't know how to thank him, so she sincerely said thank you. Liu Zhenhai waved his hand casually and said, "No need to thank me. The main reason is that you are capable. Your traditional Chinese medicine formula helped heal my leg and eased my old injury pain. You're better than old Qin." He added, "With such skills, I should recommend you for a job." "Commissioner Liu, my master is still here. Please don't say such things," Su Mei said, feeling embarrassed. She explained, "It's not just my formula. My grandfather gave it to me. It's a recipe developed over generations by our Su family. We are good at using medicine and my master is skilled with acupuncture. Your leg healed because of my master's acupuncture and my grandfather's medicine working together. It's not just my credit. All the credit should be yours," Liu Zhenhai said seriously. "Your master is old now and no longer effective. His acupuncture is just average. He's been doing it for decades, but it only lasts a year each time. The next year, he has to do it again. He's a useless old man. While speaking, Liu Jinhai shot a meaningful look at Qin Jingting. Qin Jingting sat calmly, without speaking. He was friends with Liu Jinhai, Chen Yilong, and Chu Zhonghua. The others were still on the frontier, guarding their posts. But Qin Jingting was the first to consider leaving. His friends didn't want him to go, and Qin Jingting knew that. So, when they teased him like this, he just listened with a smile and never argued. They all cared about him, and he couldn't just leave them. But he had to go back to Yanjing. That complicated situation would eventually pull him back. After Liu Jinhai finished giving the gift, Qin Jingting gave Su Mei a set of acupuncture needles. It was a set made of silver and gold, 16 silver needles and 4 gold needles. Each needle was unique. The silver needles were thin and sharp, with delicate carvings and patterns on their surfaces. Just a quick glance told Su Mei that this set of needles was quite valuable. Sure enough, she heard Qin Jingting say, "This is a set of needles passed down from our family tradition, called yellow and white needles. These needles are very powerful. They have saved many lives before. My master doesn't have many good things to give you, so he casually gave you this inexpensive set as a lucky token for your college entrance exam."
Thank you, master.
Su Mei respectfully accepted the needles, then knelt properly and bowed 3 times to Qin Jingting. Although Qin Jingting said it was just a lucky token, Su Mei understood that this set of needles symbolized her completion of her acupuncture training. After she finished her bows, Chu Zhonghua also took out a gift. He had 2 gifts in total. Being more practical, he gave Su Mei some tickets usable in Beijing and a radio that was a gift from Chu Yinglan. Chu Zhonghua said, "Yinglan knows you also got into Peking University. She's happy for you and gave you this radio. With it, you can learn about the outside world early and won't feel unfamiliar when you arrive in Beijing." Hearing this, everyone realized Yinglan also got into Beijing University, and they congratulated Chu Zhongtian again. Chu Zhongtian kept waving his hands and said, "Yinglan's admission benefits from her military achievements and veteran status. She has some advantages in college entrance exams. She didn't do very well and couldn't choose a good major, so she's not as good as Su Mei." This was just modesty. Getting into Peking University, regardless of any advantages, still showed she had real skills. The radio was very pretty, and Su Mei thought to herself that Yinglan was truly a heroic girl. She was broad-minded and didn't mind that she was the wife of someone she liked, even bringing her gifts from so far away. Unfortunately, Huo Jianguo had poor eyesight and couldn't tell how beautiful the girl was. She was pretty, had a lively personality, and was also good at studying. Su Mei thought, "If I were a man, I would definitely chase after a girl like her." Thinking about studying at the same school with Yinglan in the future, Su Mei smiled and said to Chu Zhongtian, "Uncle Chu, please thank Yinglan for me." She thought that when she met her in Beijing, she should also give her a gift. She couldn't just take without giving back. It wouldn't be right to do that. Everyone ate and drank until midnight. Since they had a little wine and were slightly tipsy, no one went home. Chen Yilong slept on the bed Su Mei used to treat patients. The other 2 went to Liu Jinhai's house. After everyone left, Su Mei and Huo Jianguo tidied up the kitchen before returning to their room to sleep. Back in the room, Huo Jianguo remembered the pen Chen Yilong had given him earlier and frowned as he examined it carefully. Seeing Huo Jianguo looking at the pen with confusion, Su Mei couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at this pen? Is there something wrong with it?" "No, it's not right, it's very wrong," Huo Jianguo said, explaining the origin and value of the pen to Su Mei. He was puzzled. Why would the leader give you his late wife's pen? Who knows? Su Mei also found it strange. The couple couldn't figure it out, so they decided to go to bed since they were leaving for home the next day. Last time, they traveled during the spring festival rush, so the train was crowded and noisy, making it hard to hear each other. This time, the train was quiet. They bought sleeper tickets and lay down, one above the other. Lying down was comfortable, and even after sleeping on the train for several days, they still looked energetic and lively when they got off. Since it wasn't the new year, They didn't need to buy gifts, and they didn't bring much luggage, so this trip felt easier for them. After arriving in the county town, Huo Jianguo went to the school to check on his two nephews' education. Since he had paid money, he hoped the children would grow up well. Although Su Mei didn't care much about other people's mischievous kids, when Huo Jianguo wanted to go, she had to follow along as a companion. Knowing that Su Mei didn't like her brother's children, Huo Jianguo didn't go to see them at school. Instead, he contacted their homeroom teachers. He wanted to prove that his approach was effective and that there was hope to correct those two children. Both teachers reported the same situation. Huo's teacher said, "This kid isn't hopeless. He listens to some reason at school, but as soon as he gets home, he messes up. We teach him not to be selfish and to share, and gradually he learns to share things with classmates. But when he goes home, things go wrong again. His parents tell him that tolerance is only for fools, and only fools let others take advantage." Huo Ying's teacher also gave the same explanation, probably because the rules she teaches at school are often overturned by the children's parents. No matter how well-behaved the children are at school, they often revert to their old ways at home in just a couple of days, sometimes even worse. This is normal. It's hard for people to learn good habits, but it's very easy to learn bad ones. As the saying goes, you become like those you surround yourself with. Teaching children morals and manners might not always stick, but if parents say a bad word once, even just once, children might remember it for a lifetime. When Huo Jianguo first arranged for the children to attend school, he warned their teachers to pay attention to correcting their character. The teachers tried their best, but when the children went home, their parents only made things worse. No matter how much the teachers taught, it was useless. Parents are like mirrors for children. With such parents, it's no wonder the children are spoiled. Su Mei lost hope that Huo Jianguo could successfully teach his children. She didn't think it would work, but she didn't want to discourage him. She gently comforted him. "Relax, you did your best. The path is theirs to walk. You're not a saint. You can't save them from every problem. Huo Jianguo, there's a saying, let go of helping others and respect their fate. I think one day, you will understand the deep meaning behind these words," Su Mei said thoughtfully. There are some things she couldn't stop, but she believed everyone's heart can grow cold sometimes. They had limited time, so after a quick visit to the school, they hurried home. By the time they reached the Huojia house, it was evening. When the young couple arrived, the whole family was sitting together having dinner. Since Huo Jianguo only planned to stay at home for 1 day and 2 nights, and had to return to the army the day after tomorrow, Su Mei decided to stay with him at Huojia during these 2 days. Everyone was surprised to see them return. Liu Kai stood up, said she would cook for them, and asked Huo Jianguo, "Third son, it's not a special day. Why did you and Su Mei suddenly come back?" Su Mei got into university. She ranked first nationwide in the college entrance exam and was the top scorer this year. "We came back especially to share the good news," Huo Jianguo explained. He knew this might not be a big deal for his family, but he still told the truth. Hearing this, Liu Kai stopped in her tracks and frowned. "What top scorer? College entrance exam? University? What does this have to do with Su Mei? I don't understand." "It means Su Mei took the college entrance exam this year, ranked first nationwide, and has received her university acceptance letter. It shouldn't be hard to understand," Huo Jianguo clarified, knowing his mother understood but repeating it anyway. Everyone in the house fell silent, looking at Su Mei in shock. Clearly, everyone was stunned by this news. After a long while, the room finally echoed with Cheng Erxi's chuckling. "Third brother, even though we are from the countryside, we're not fools. You can't just fool us like we're stupid. Su Mei, being a woman, how could she possibly be the top scorer nationwide? Why can't a woman be the top scorer?" This was a topic Huo Jianguo disliked. Men and women both have brains in their heads. Why should women be considered inferior to men? This is Su Mei's university admission letter. I'm telling the truth. As he spoke, Huo Jianguo took out Su Mei's university admission letter. The letter was handed over by Huo Jianguo's father. Hu Fugui carefully held the letter, looked at it under the kerosene lamp, then raised his head and nodded seriously. "Yes, it's an admission letter from Yanjing University. I may be illiterate, but I know Yanjing University. It's the best school in our country. That's impressive, Su Mei. You're doing well. This is a huge happy event. Our village. Hu Fugue wanted to say that Su Mei was the first university student in the village, but before he finished, Lu Tsueyun nudged him with her elbow. She interrupted him calmly and said, Su Mei, you already have a job as a doctor. That's good. You've learned skills by apprenticing, and you can earn money. It's good. You can also take care of your third brother. Why suddenly want to go back to university? You never mentioned taking the college entrance exam. Such a big thing, and you didn't discuss it with us. Yanjing University is in Yanjing, right? As a woman, you should serve your husband, have children, and be a good wife and mother. That's true skill. Other things are hard for a mother to say, but about going to university, I absolutely cannot agree. Who would want their daughter-in-law to leave her husband and go so far away to study? Going to school doesn't make you a proper wife anymore. Before Su Mei even sat down, she was already thinking about leaving this home. If it weren't for Huo Jianguo's face, she'd think she came to this terrible place just to be miserable. Mother, it's not your decision to refuse. I came back to inform you, not to discuss. If the top scholar in the country doesn't go to university, the country wouldn't agree with that. What kind of woman is supposed to serve her husband and raise children? The landlords have been overthrown. Why are you still living in the Qing dynasty? Women can be half the sky, and women can also live out their own value. Huo Jianguo has received some higher education and has interacted with many educated women during his time in the military. He does not like hearing comments that look down on women. Especially when these comments come from women themselves, it sounds particularly sad. Originally, Su Mei felt very upset and even wanted to stand up and leave, but when she heard her husband speak so firmly, she held back. She secretly wondered, thinking that living in a society like the late Qing dynasty, such sayings had long been spoken. All right, so children grow up and leave their mothers, is that it? Lu Tsueyun immediately turned pale when she heard Huo Jianguo rebut her words. Yes, I live in the Qing dynasty. My whole life, I just want to raise you 3 brothers to be grown men, hope you get married and settle down, and want to take good care of your father. All the women here are like that. Since Su Mei is also one of us, she should follow our family's rules. She has been married for 4 years and hasn't even had a child. Now she wants to go to university. What is she doing? Trying to cut off your family line? Hearing this, Su Mei couldn't help but glance at Huo Jianguo. Her mother-in-law's favoritism was so obvious. She only mentioned her 3 sons when talking about children, yet Huo Jianguo didn't seem to notice at all. It shows that valuing boys over girls is considered normal by almost everyone in this family. Although she felt uncomfortable inside, Su Mei didn't speak. She believed Huo Jianguo would support her. It's my fault that she's not pregnant, Huo Jianguo quickly responded to Lu Tsueyun. A few years ago, we didn't have time together. Now that we do, I want to enjoy our life as a couple and don't want children. We've been using measures to prevent pregnancy. How can you blame Su Mei for that? Su Mei is only in her early 20s. You only had me when you were 35. We can have children later if we want. Besides, I don't need to pass on any family line. My older brothers already have children. It's not like I'm the only one. Every child is part of the Huo family's lineage. You have so many grandsons, aren't you busy enough? Your second brother's children are his own lineage. You are different. Lu Tsueyun stared intently at Huo Jianguo. Huo Jianguo didn't understand. How are they different? They all have the Huo surname. I say they're different because they are. Lu Tsueyun bit her tongue silently, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. Seeing Lu Tsueyun almost say the wrong words, Hu Fugue angrily slammed his pipe on the table and shouted, "Enough! Hurry up and make your meal. The children just came in. There's no need to talk until they've eaten." After Hu Fugue scolded her, Lu Tsueyun said nothing more and got up to go to the kitchen. At this moment, Hu Fugue carefully folded the university admission letter and solemnly handed it to Huo Jianguo. He said, "Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. She's a country girl who's never left our town in her life. She won't understand your big ideas. Getting into Yanjing University is a great thing. It's a proud achievement for our family, a shining honor. You should let Su-mei go. Our village has never had a university student, not even among the young workers who went to the countryside. Su-mei has brought honor to our Hu family. Even if it's about honor and fame, Su-mei is also bringing pride to the Su family. Her surname is Su, not Hu. What kind of glory can she bring to the Hu family? Second son, Huo Jianguo, didn't agree with Hu Fuguei. Seeing his second brother speak, the usually quiet eldest, like a dull gourd, also wanted to make his voice heard. I think we should let the third son decide for himself. He must have his reasons for letting Su-mei go to school. The third son is wise. It's better if we don't interfere in his family affairs. This surprised Su-mei. She thought the eldest in the Hu family would oppose her studying. But the eldest's words weren't really for Su-mei. They showed that he trusted Huo Jianguo and wanted to support him. In this family, the parents looked down on Huo Janjun, thinking he was useless. The second brother and his wife bullied Huo Janjun because he was honest. His wife looked down on Huo Janjun as weak. No one paid attention to Huo Janjun. Only Huo Jianguo treated Huo Janjun like a person. So when Huo Janjun's actions were questioned, he would speak up for Huo Jianguo. His family affairs? We haven't even divided the land yet, so how can we not get involved in the discussion? Second sister Chungishi, who had been quiet after Huo Jianguo warned her last time, finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Seeing the family still arguing about Su-mei's schooling, Huo Jianguo lost his good mood. He patted the table and said seriously, Su-mei is already accepted into university.
Don't talk about it anymore.
Nothing can change this. If you want to wish her well, do so. If not, keep your mouth shut and don't cause trouble. Is it because I am old and disliked? They don't even allow me to speak. Fine, I don't care about your affairs. I'll just keep my mouth shut and wait to be buried under a mound of earth. When that time comes, I won't care anymore, and you'll be happy. Lu Tsueyun felt uncomfortable inside. She didn't prepare any food for the young couple. Instead, she took the leftover rice from the pot and, like she had a grudge, forcefully threw it in front of Su-mei. The noise was so loud that everyone in the house was startled. The chopsticks even snapped and hit Su-mei's face. Su-mei's anger immediately flared up. Since she entered, she hadn't said a word. No matter how difficult things were, she endured silently. First, she was called inappropriate, then blamed for not being able to have children. Now they even threw rice in front of her? She felt they thought she was easy to bully because she always backed down. Since the old lady didn't care about her son's reputation, Su-mei decided she wouldn't either. She said nothing and stood up to leave. Huo Jianguo knew Su-mei was probably angry. He quickly followed her outside. When he saw her return to her room, pack her bags, and prepare to leave, he hurriedly stopped her. Where are you going?
Back home, to the Su family.
Huo Jianguo, I shouldn't have come here to suffer. I stayed with you because I thought you were honest and upright. I believed staying with you would avoid many unnecessary troubles in the future. But I was wrong. With your whole family behind your back, I'm afraid life will be full of problems. Unlike her, we've been traveling for days on a train, and before we even sat down, they started giving me the cold shoulder. They're just waiting for a reason to make me uncomfortable. If you love this family, stay here. I'm going back to the Su family. As she spoke, Su-mei pushed open Huo Jianguo's hand and tried to leave. Huo Jianguo grabbed her, closed the door, and pressed her against it. His voice suddenly turned a little sad. Su-mei, this is what's really in your heart. From the beginning, when you were with me, it wasn't because you liked me. It was because of my financial situation and status. Later, you didn't divorce me because you liked me. You just thought I was suitable, a good husband.
You've never truly liked me that much.
So whenever conflicts happen, your first reaction is always to run away from me. Because I'm not that important to you. If I cause you trouble, you can always leave me. You said you wanted a marriage based on mutual love, but why, from the start to now, only I have truly fallen for you? We've been together for so long, and you've been pretending to like me. Su-mei suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Because many things, indeed, were true that Huo Jianguo said. She didn't really like Huo Jianguo that much. Being with him was more because she admired his honesty, and she didn't dislike his looks. She had some good feelings, but not enough to be sure she couldn't live without him. So, when he handed her the passbook, she didn't feel completely at ease. She knew that if it were her, she couldn't trust herself to give everything to him without reservation. When it came to sincerity and feelings, Su-mei hadn't invested as much as Huo Jianguo. She wanted to argue with him, but after opening her mouth a few times, she couldn't think of what to say. She truly liked Huo Jianguo because she found him kind and saw that he liked her back. She was afraid of missing the chance to be with someone better and build a family, so, after weighing the pros and cons, she chose him. Seeing Su-mei's soft lips move but not speak, Huo Jianguo's heart sank a little. But he quickly pushed away those bad feelings and gently kissed her lips. "It's okay. I'm so good, I won't worry. You will like me very much sooner or later. Are you going back to your family? Fine, I'll go with you. Wherever you go, I'll be there." He said this while taking his own luggage and putting it on his back, then taking Su-mei's luggage and holding her in his arms. Then he took her hand and led her outside. Seeing how determined Huo Jianguo was to support her, Su-mei felt a twinge of sadness inside. She felt like a liar in love, guilty for letting Huo Jianguo down. The He family was waiting in the yard. When they saw Huo Jianguo come out carrying his luggage, everyone stared at the young couple with wide eyes. Late at night, no dinner, and carrying so much stuff. "Where are you going?" He Fugui asked with a serious face. "Back to Su's house. This home can't hold us. If we don't stay here, isn't that enough?" Huo Jianguo's voice was cold and firm. He was also upset and was about to leave with Su-mei. But just a few steps later, Liu Chuiyun suddenly knelt down in the yard, crying and making a fuss. "Oh heavens, I finally understand what it means to marry and forget your mother. Instead of stabbing me in the heart like this, I might as well just die." Huo Jianguo's body stiffened sharply. He wanted to follow Su-mei without hesitation, but the person kneeling on the ground was his mother. At this moment, how could he remain indifferent? Seeing Huo Jianguo stop, Su-mei turned around, took her luggage from his hand, and strode out of the Huojia courtyard. Seeing Su-mei leave, Huo Jianguo instinctively wanted to chase after her. In the yard, Liu Chuiyun refused to give up and kept crying loudly. Such a proud attitude. "She's just a woman going out to see the doctor. I didn't say anything. She can't have children, and when she returns home, you have to take care of her. Now she wants to go to university. In the village, which woman is like her? Isn't every daughter-in-law supposed to serve her family and teach her children? If she does something wrong, the mother-in-law can't say a word? She keeps running off, keeps going back to her parents' house. I just accidentally broke a bowl, and why is she making such a fuss? Huo Jianguo, you can't chase after her. Our Huojia can't afford such a daughter-in-law. That bowl was broken by accident, or was it deliberately smashed in front of Su-mei? I can see clearly. Mother, why can't you just let us be happy? The Su family is different from the Desau family. If Su-mei wanted a divorce, her brothers would support her. Do you really need me to get a divorce before you're satisfied?" Huo Jianguo looked at Liu Chuiyun with disappointment, but still chased after her without hesitation. "Mother, mother, mother." As Huo Jianguo stepped out of the yard, suddenly several exclamations were heard from inside. Huo Jianguo shouted, "Third brother, come back quickly." Mother fainted and turned white in the face. She rolled her eyes. "Come back and see her." At the gate of the yard, Huo Jianguo looked at the distant, almost disappearing silhouette under the moonlight at the end of the path. He was once again stunned. He was caught in a dilemma. On one side, his fainted mother, on the other, his angry wife who had left. No matter which way he went, he couldn't ignore his conscience. At this moment, Huo Jianguo rushed out of the yard, grabbed Huo Jianguo's hand, and pulled him toward the yard. Third brother, third sister-in-law, is really impulsive. Studying can be discussed slowly. Why does she always leave in a huff without considering your feelings? Our mother is thinking of you. She just wants you to live peacefully with her, with no bad intentions. Even if she cares about your face, she shouldn't argue with mother like this. You should quickly put down your luggage and go home to take care of mother. She already has a weak heart and high blood pressure. Don't make her so upset that she gets worse. In the yard, everyone from the Huo family had already carried Liu Xueyin back to her room. The family was sitting by her bed, watching over her. Janjun ran out to find the village doctor to come and check Liu Xueyin. Huo Jianguo, feeling dull and slow, was pulled by Huo Jianguo to Liu Xueyin's bedside. Huo Jianguo called out, "Mom, wake up. Third brother has come back. He hasn't married and forgotten about you.
He still cares about you."
He's back now. Please don't be angry." Liu Xueyin on the bed seemed to hear Huo Jianguo and slowly woke up. She lifted her eyelids and looked at Huo Jianguo, her eyebrows slightly raised, and said, "I thought you really didn't care whether I lived or died. Isn't it true that a mother cares more about her son's life?" Huo Jianguo smiled with a bit of sarcasm. He had told himself many times that he must not be blindly obedient like his older brother. When facing his mother's troublemaking and teasing, he had to stand firm to protect his marriage and love his wife. He knew well what kind of temper this mother had. But no matter how clear he was, dealing with a mother who liked to cause trouble, he couldn't win against her, even if he was sober. As long as she clutched her chest and pretended to faint, he, as her son, would be helpless. When he saw Liu Xueyin pretending to wake up on the bed, he knew her fainting was just an act she staged to trap him into going out. A few minutes later, the nearby village doctor was called over by Huo Jianguo. The doctor checked Liu Xueyin's pulse and said she was fine, just a bit of dizziness caused by blood rushing. Rest and recovery would be enough. After the doctor left, Huo Jianguo also prepared to leave. Seeing him about to go, Liu Xueyin, who noticed he was ignoring her, turned cold again. "You still want to leave? Are you planning to make me so angry I die today? If I die, I'll jump into the village river and drown myself, to be buried with you." Huo Jianguo stopped and turned his back to her. His voice suddenly became wild and unrestrained. "You've been acting like your chest hurts and fainting for years. Aren't you tired of playing that role? If you love acting so much, I'll invite a troupe to perform for you during the new year. The theater owner will cast you in many shows, so you can enjoy acting to your heart's content." "Huo-san, how can you say such disrespectful words about your own mother?" Hearing Huo Jianguo compare himself to an actor, Liu Xueyin was furious and raised her voice sharply. But Huo Jianguo didn't turn around. He responded as he walked away, "You should first ask yourself before asking me, are the things you've done worth my respect? Do I disrespect you? Or are you just old and unreasonable?" His words seemed to make her pause for a moment. Then she suddenly burst into tears and cried out loud, "Oh heavens!" This time, Huo Jianguo did not argue much with Liu Xueyin. Compared to Liu Xueyin's heartbreaking cries, he felt just as hurt inside. Who would want to fight with their mother like this? It was clearly a good thing, clearly a happy visit, but within an hour of arriving home, everything turned into chaos. If other families had a top student in the college entrance exams, they would celebrate and honor them. But at his house, everything was so chaotic. He quickly ran towards Su Mei's house. The gentle-looking woman seemed calm in any situation, but only Huo Jianguo knew she was very timid. Usually, she would call him to wake up if she needed to go to the bathroom at night. She was afraid to go to the backyard alone, saying she was scared of ghosts. Even when she was afraid to go to the bathroom, now she was so angry she went out alone at night. Huo Jianguo couldn't imagine how scared she must have been. She ran out by herself, which took a lot of courage. It took about half an hour to get from the Huo house to Su's house. More than 20 minutes had passed now. Huo Jianguo thought Su Mei might be almost home. He ran as fast as he could, hoping that once he found her, she would listen to his apology. As long as she forgave him, he promised he would never want her again and would leave this messy home. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the sky. It was like a sharp sword slicing through the dark night, illuminating the whole world. Right after, a loud thunder roared, deafening, as if the sky was being torn apart. Huo Jianguo thought, "Oh no, if Su Mei isn't home yet, she'll get caught in the rain." Looking at the moon hidden behind dark clouds, he started running. While he was rushing along the village path, a sudden strange sound came from the quiet night sky. It was coming from the village loudspeaker. Hello, hello. This is the village committee broadcast. I am village chief Zhao Dadeo. Has Comrade Huo Jianguo arrived home? Please come to the village committee immediately to call back the troops. There is an urgent mission. Please come back and call us. Huo Jianguo's steps froze again at the words urgent recall from the troops. At that moment, a heavy rain suddenly started pouring without warning. A voice inside told Huo Jianguo that if he didn't reach Su Mei's house today to apologize and comfort her, the relationship between them would develop an unfixable rift. As a soldier, reason told Huo Jianguo that he should not hesitate at this moment and rush to the battlefield. It was his duty as a soldier. His hand clenched into a fist tightly. Beneath his unseen uniform, the veins on his arms bulged as if fighting against his inner conflict. But the hesitation was only momentary. Almost instantly, Huo Jianguo changed direction and turned around to head toward the village committee's broadcast room. Although he felt immense pain inside, he could only make this choice now. At the village committee, he used the only landline to call the army. Chu Zhongtian said that an undercover agent sent to investigate arms smuggling had been captured by the enemy and taken hostage. The location was at the border between China and Myanmar. The enemy on the Myanmar side had issued a warning. If they wanted the undercover agent to return alive, Huo Jianguo had to personally go and rescue him within 5 days. The arms dealer's brother had been killed by Huo Jianguo many years ago. Now, that person wanted Huo Jianguo to come out and handle the matter, clearly with bad intentions. But since they had a hostage and specifically named Huo Jianguo, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to call him. The army would send a vehicle to pick Huo Jianguo up quickly. If he couldn't arrive within 5 days, the other side would execute the hostage. The arms dealer was known for being ruthless and would follow through on his threats. After receiving the message, Huo Jianguo said on the phone, "I will leave immediately. Send a car to the town to pick me up and take me to the train station. I will return to the unit as fast as possible." He hung up and stepped out of the village committee. He looked deeply towards Su Meinyang's home. Then, in the storm, he walked heavily toward the town. The sky was pouring rain more and more heavily, like a waterfall falling from the sky, flooding the entire mountain village. The fields in the village became a vast expanse of water, with crops swaying in the rain, fighting against the wind and storm. The rain flooded the low-lying areas, forming small ponds. Su Mei was walking against the wind through such heavy rain toward her family's house. She didn't expect that when she left the Huojia, a crescent moon was still hanging in the sky. Halfway there, it suddenly started to rain. As the rain fell, Su Mei suddenly felt a bit angry at herself, angry that she shouldn't have slowed down her pace while walking. She shouldn't have been hoping all along that Huo Jianguo would catch up. Although she didn't feel completely devoted to Huo Jianguo, they had spent a year together. During that year, Huo Jianguo took care of all household chores, handed over all his wages, and showed her warmth and concern. He gave her all the love he could. Even if she didn't love him, Su Mei wasn't entirely unaffected by him. Her feelings were kept in check by her reason, preventing her from falling too deep. But she still had hopes for Huo Jianguo. When she stormed out in anger, she hoped he would chase after her. Even after walking halfway away, Su Mei still held onto this hope. She often imagined Huo Jianguo suddenly rushing from behind and pulling her into his arms as she walked in the dark. With this hope in her heart, Su Mei gathered her courage and kept walking step by step. As a true time traveler, Su Mei believed that the world was full of tricks. She was very afraid of walking alone at night, worried that suddenly a mysterious stranger might appear and harm her. She kept looking back while walking, comforting herself each time, telling herself, "It's okay, he will catch up soon." But as she approached the Su family's house, her hope dimmed little by little. She looked back many times, but no one was there. He didn't come? Suddenly, thunder roared, and rain started pouring. Su Mei was soaked through and felt cold as her body shivered. Her heart also grew cold. She realized that the man was no different from her older brother, Huo Janjun. Knowing that her mother was causing trouble and being unreasonable, He still chose to let her walk alone in the desolate mountain wilderness. Was he worried? Did he not know she would be afraid? A wave of disappointment washed over Su Mei. She unconsciously quickened her pace, but her sadness made her keep her head down. Because it was so dark and she couldn't see well, she didn't notice a stone under her foot and accidentally stepped on a dry branch. Suddenly, intense pain shot through her ankle, and Su Mei cried tears of pain. She thought she was a strong person, but now, fallen on the ground covered in mud, she couldn't help but cry loudly in the dark and pouring rain. Getting into college was a good thing. Even in the orphanage, her acceptance was a source of pride for everyone. Why had it come to this? The rain soaked her clothes, making her feel freezing cold all over, as if her bones had frozen solid. She clenched her teeth and supported herself, trying hard to stand up. But as soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, nearly making her faint. Su Mei could only tiptoe on her injured foot and walk. She tried to lift her head to see the road ahead, but because the rain was so heavy, all she saw was a foggy water mist, and she couldn't see clearly. Along the way, she gritted her teeth and moved her feet carefully. She didn't know where she found a stick, but she used it to help herself step by step. This kind of suffering was worse than anything she had experienced in the orphanage, but she kept holding on and slowly moved forward until she staggered into the yard of the Su family. The house was dark inside, but she could faintly hear her parents talking. She was soaked and tears streaming down her face as she knocked on the distant yard door. "Who's there?" Bai Xiaofang's familiar voice came from inside. Soon, someone opened the yard gate. Seeing who was outside, Su Mei immediately felt overwhelmed with sadness. She forgot everything else and threw herself into that person's arms, crying unclearly. Brother 5. Once, Su Mei was so strong and independent. This wasn't because she was born that way, but because of her environment. Since she was young, she had never experienced being loved and cared for deeply. She had always been lonely, with no one to rely on. Growing up in such circumstances, she believed that only relying on herself was the safest way to survive. But everything changed after she started dating Huo Jianguo. He gave her careful care and love, making Su Mei feel warmth she had never known before. Someone who had never enjoyed love suddenly received the care she always dreamed of, and this change was subtle but real. Gradually, the ice in Su Mei's heart began to melt, and she became softer. The prickly hedgehog she once was disappeared, replaced by a gentle, lovable cat that could be petted. A woman who once believed she was invincible now showed a fragile side. This change was both a surprise and a little frightening, because softness meant she had more feelings, but it also exposed her vulnerabilities. She used to be fearless, but now she carried worries and concerns. Love had become her new weakness. She never imagined she would cry so much over what seemed like small, insignificant hardships, not even real suffering. At this moment, Su Xingxue looked at his sister, who suddenly burst into tears leaning on his shoulder, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The siblings are close in age and usually playfully tease each other, laughing and joking. However, today, Su Mei was unusually dependent on him, which made Su Xingxue feel confused and uncertain. This situation sparked a protective instinct in him that he hadn't felt in a long time. He wanted to comfort his heartbroken, tearful sister, but he couldn't find the words. He couldn't bear to interrupt her crying, as any words seemed powerless at this moment. Seeing her devastated state, Su Xingxue thought, maybe letting her cry freely and vent all her sadness and pain will make her feel a little better. Just then, the dim kerosene lamp in the room suddenly lit up. It turned out that Bai Xiaofang and Su Yongsong, hearing the crying, had also gotten up from bed and put on their clothes. They looked at their crying daughter with concern and sympathy. The whole house was filled with a heavy, sad atmosphere, as if time had frozen. "What's going on, little girl? Why are you back so late at night and looking like this?" Bai Xiaofang said, ignoring the rain outside, and hurried a few steps to the small gate of the yard. Huo was still standing under the eaves, looking very worried. Wiping the rain off her face, Bai Xiaofang pulled Su Mei from Su Xingshua's shoulder and held her face with her sleeve, wiping away the rain and tears, and asked anxiously, "Stop crying. Your crying is making me anxious.
Tell me what happened."
Don't just cry. What else could it be? It must be that Huo Jianguo bullying her. Su Xingxue said impatiently, pouting. He was fierce with me at home, like a mountain king, but outside, he's bullying her like this. If he irritates you, just scratch him. Crying is useless. How can you talk to your sister like that? Bai Xiaofang snatched Su Xingxue's arm, giving him a sharp look. She took Su Mei's hand and led her into the yard. Go back inside and change your wet clothes first. We'll talk more later. With a sudden pull, Su Mei's body tilted forward. Her foot was already injured, and after finally reaching home with a limp, Bai Xiaofang's sudden tug caused sharp pain that shot from her soul to her forehead. If Su Xingxue hadn't quickly caught Su Mei, she might have fallen flat on the ground. Mom, slow down. My foot is hurt. Su Mei's emotions calmed a bit. She reached her hand to Bai Xiaofang's shoulder, trying to use her strength to move inside. Suddenly, a strong force came from behind. Su Xingxue stretched out his hands, gripping Su Mei's waist tightly like pliers, and lifted her up. At the same time, he muttered, "Oh dear, lucky you've been dieting or with your weight from a year ago. Even if I used all my strength and effort, I couldn't lift you." After bringing Su Mei back to her room, Su Xingxue gently placed her on the bed. He silently watched her, showing worry and care in his eyes. Then he quietly left the room, carefully closing the door as if afraid of disturbing her peace. Bai Xiaofang followed into the room. She held a set of clean clothes and gently said to Su Mei, "Come, little girl, change into this." She handed the clothes to Su Mei, her eyes full of concern. While changing clothes, Bai Xiaofang saw Su Mei's swollen ankle, which looked very painful. She also started to tear up. "Little girl, how did you get into such a big mess?"
Mom, I'm fine.
"I just sprained my ankle. Don't cry." Seeing Bai Xiaofang crying so hard for her, Su Mei's restless heart found some peace. She no longer felt like crying. After changing clothes, Bai Xiaofang took Su Xuanhu to examine Su Mei's foot. Before leaving, she said, "I'm going to make you a soup. Grandpa will take a good look at your foot. This kind of injury needs proper care." After speaking, Bai Xiaofang left the room. Su Xuanhu picked up Su Mei's foot under the oil lamp, his wrinkled face suddenly filled with tears. How could my dear grandson get himself into such a state? Grandpa is heartbroken. Seeing the whole family acting as her cheering squad, Su Mei's sour feelings gradually faded, like the gentle breeze of April spring. Su Xuanhu took some medicated oil and massaged her foot with professional skill for about 10 minutes. Then Bai Xiaofang fed Su Mei tea and let her sleep. No one asked for more details. Bai Xiaofang told Su Mei to rest well and wait until tomorrow to talk. After traveling on the train for several days and getting caught in the rain, Su Mei was very tired all over. She lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, she woke up around noon. Bai Xiaofang didn't go to work today. She sat in Su Mei's room, repairing a few pairs of shoes. When she saw Su Mei sit up, she immediately put down her work and said, "Just lie still. Grandpa said your ankle is swollen like a big bowl, so you can't get out of bed. I'll go get water for you to wash your face." After saying that, Bai Xiaofang left the room. She soon returned with a basin of water and a cloth, ignoring Su Mei's protests, and helped her wash her face and hands. After washing up, Bai Xiaofang brought food to the bed for Su Mei to eat. When Su Mei finished her meal, Bai Xiaofang came in again and asked her what had happened and why she suddenly came back. "Did you come back alone? Or was there a conflict with Huo Jianguo?" "No, he came back with me to the Huo family." Su Mei then told Bai Xiaofang everything about her and Huo Jianguo returning and what happened after they arrived. Bai Xiaofang listened and was so angry she felt like grinding her teeth. "Your mother-in-law is really something. Getting into trouble just because you got into college. How amazing is that? That old witch, Huo Jianguo, isn't smart either. His mother is crazy, and he just watches you come back without doing anything. It doesn't matter anymore. I have you all, Su Mei said with a self-deprecating smile. Actually, based on her opinion of Huo Jianguo's character, she had a faint suspicion that he didn't come last night because he was caught up in something he couldn't get out of. But even if she guessed, she thought it didn't matter. No matter what, it wouldn't change the fact that he had a terrible mother. Su Mei was with him for simplicity. But just because of his mother, their life couldn't be simple. Thinking about having to deal with her crazy mother-in-law every new year made Su Mei feel sick. She was already considering giving up. She didn't want to suffer for love. Life is already full of hardships, so it's better to suffer less. If you want a good life, it's foolish to go picking wild vegetables. She didn't completely stop loving Huo Jianguo. She just couldn't bear to endure being pushed around and made into a soft pillow for others to handle for that little bit of love. Maybe she just didn't love enough? Seeing her daughter's calm, untroubled eyes, Bai Xiaofeng felt heartache. If the Huo family doesn't cherish you, it's their bad luck. A university-educated daughter-in-law is something many families wish for, but can't get. If they can't give you a proper explanation, then forget about this marriage. We won't suffer any more unfairness. Are you really thinking that way? Aren't you afraid I might divorce and embarrass you and Dad? Su Mei remembered how Huo Jianguo's older sister, Li Shufan, once proposed divorce and was beaten half to death by her family. In this era, ideas were still quite traditional. Many people saw divorce as something shameful, but Bai Xiaofeng didn't mind. What's so shameful about it? Is saving face more important than my daughter's happiness for life? If Huo Jianguo isn't a good man, we shouldn't stay stuck in a bad situation forever. In Bai Xiaofeng's eyes, divorce was also shameful, but she loved Su Mei, so she wasn't afraid of losing face. Just this thought already moved Su Mei deeply. She leaned on Bai Xiaofeng's shoulder and said, "Let's wait and see." Although she secretly considered divorce, Su Mei didn't say it outright. Even if she truly wanted to leave Huo Jianguo, she didn't want her family involved or to cause trouble at the Huo family. She still held on to that soft feeling Huo Jianguo once gave her. Even if they parted, she hoped it would be a peaceful and friendly ending. She didn't want to hurt him with harsh words. She hoped to give their relationship a decent ending. After all, he was actually a very good person. Before returning to the Huo family, they never argued. If it hadn't been for that family that dragged him into the mud, she might have lived happily with him forever. But she's not a savior. She can't pull him out of the mud. So, the only thing left was to turn around and say goodbye. Although Su Mei was very clear in her heart, the thought of parting from the person she once shared a bed and close moments with still made her lips involuntarily curl with a touch of bitterness. She didn't want to talk about Huo Jianguo anymore and instead turned to Bai Xiaofeng to discuss university. "Mom, I scored first in the whole country this time in the college entrance exam. Our Su family has produced a top scholar girl. This is a great honor for our family, isn't it? By the way, my university admission letter is still in my backpack. Please take it out quickly so Grandpa can see it. He will be very happy when he sees it." "Backpack?" Bai Xiaofeng looked worried at the damp thing in the corner and hesitated. "I was just thinking about taking care of you, so I forgot about your wet bag. The admission letter is inside. Won't it get soaked and ruined?" "It's okay. It won't get damaged," Su Mei said with a sigh. The letter was sealed in a special waterproof bag that Huo Jianguo had used. Last night, she put the letter in the bag and packed it into her backpack after returning to her room. He said the admission letter was very important and needed to be kept safe. He always thought carefully for Su Mei. Without that waterproof bag, the letter might have been ruined. Hearing Su Mei say it was fine, Bai Xiaofeng finally relaxed. She opened her backpack, took out the sealed bag, and handed it to Su Mei. Su Mei took out the letter and pointed at the words, reading them aloud to Bai Xiaofeng. Yanjing University. The 4 big characters. Bai Xiaofeng looked at them over and over again. She couldn't read, but she said, "Mama will remember these 4 words." Even though Mama can't read, she knows that Yanjing and Huada are the best universities. "My youngest daughter has been smart since she was little." Mama knew you would be successful. Smart since she was little? Su Mei didn't believe it. She thought, Surely this was just her mother's idealized view. But when Bai Xiaofeng saw the doubt in Su Mei's eyes, she suddenly spoke seriously. Mama is serious. When you were 3, you could recite many poems with Grandpa. If it hadn't been for that serious illness later, your personality would have changed completely. A few years ago, you wouldn't have been so dull. I used to worry you'd live a muddled life forever. Luckily, heaven has eyes, and it brought back my clever daughter. As she spoke, Bai Xiaofeng wiped away tears again. Mom, don't cry so much. When you cry, I want to cry too.
Su Mei gently hugged Bai Xiaofeng.
She secretly thought, if you knew that your silly girl had already been reincarnated and that the person beside you was an imposter, you might prefer her to live in confusion. After reading the university names a few more times, Su Yongsong and Su Xingxue came home from work outside. Because of the heavy rain, there wasn't much to do outside. The commune gathered people to drain water from flooded rice seedlings and cleared some water-deficient rice field channels. Then they let everyone go back. When they heard that Su Mei had cried and come home in the middle of the night, her brothers, sisters-in-law, and nieces all came to the Su family. It was raining heavily, so no one could sit outside in the yard. The Su family's rooms were all crowded with people. Although they were a loving family, the small house made it impossible to sit together, so they ate in different rooms at several tables. In Su Mei's room, a table was set up, and her sisters-in-law were invited inside. While everyone was gathered, Bai Xiaofeng took out Su Mei's college admission letter and handed it to Su Xuanhu. Then she loudly recounted everything that had happened when Su Mei returned. Holding Su Mei's college admission letter, Su Xuanhu's hands trembled. An university student. This is our family's university student, the only one in the Gang village. Bless us, ancestors. The admission letter was passed from room to room, and the whole Su family was filled with joy. No one mentioned Huo Jianguo. Since Su Mei was back to share good news, there was no need to bring up unhappy things or upset her. After dinner, everyone sat together chatting. Suddenly, an uninvited guest arrived. Huo's eldest sister-in-law, Li Shufan, came looking for Su Mei. Because of issues with Su Mei's mother-in-law, the Su family held some resentment toward the Huo family. When Li Shufan entered, everyone looked at her unfriendly. But since she was a guest, Bai Xiaofeng still took Li Shufan to Su Mei's room. Su Mei thought Li Shufan was nice and tried to ease the situation. Huo's eldest sister-in-law is very kind. She probably came to see me for something. Could you ladies please step outside for a moment? With Su Mei's words, the sisters-in-law left, giving space for Su Mei and Li Shufan. Once everyone had gone, Su Mei looked at Li Shufan and asked, "Did something happen with the Huo family? Why didn't Huo Jianguo come? Did he send you as a messenger?" "No." Li Shufan shook her head and explained about the urgent call from the village loudspeaker last night, summoning Huo Jianguo back immediately. She then took out a piece of paper and handed it to Su Mei, saying, "Third brother left in a hurry. When he passed by our house, he left a note for you. He told me to bring it to you when I had time. I was cutting pig grass this morning, so I only came by at noon." Su Mei unfolded the note, which had a few bold, strong words. "Su Mei, my love, the army has summoned me urgently. I must return quickly. Orders are strict, lives are at stake. I am returning to the army to handle important matters. Sorry. When I return, I will apologize to you face to face. Please believe me, I will love you forever." "Thank you, sister-in-law, for coming all this way. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I'll ask my mother to make something for you." After reading the note, Su Mei felt somewhat touched inside. But being touched didn't change anything. The issues between her and Huo Jianguo couldn't be fixed just by his apology. Still, during her time at the Huo family, Li Shufan never made things difficult for Su Mei. She always showed proper manners to Li Shufan. Li Shufan shook her head at Su Mei. "No need to eat. If my mother finds out I came to deliver this message, she'll get angry again. I need to go back quickly. By the way," Li Shufan said, pulling a square handkerchief from her pocket. She opened it and took out a stack of money, handing it to Su Mei. "Take this money for your university expenses. Old Third has sent us money many times over the years. I told him not to send so much, but he wouldn't listen. Besides the money spent on Chi-Chi's medical bills, I've saved the rest. I was planning to use it for your children's education once you and Old Third have children. Since you plan to go to school now, this money is for you. Big sister-in-law, since this money was sent by Huo Jianguo to Chi-Chi, I really can't take it. University doesn't cost anything, the government even pays students. I don't need this money, Sumei said, trying to return the money to Li Shufan. Li Shufan refused to take it. I have hands and feet. It's not right for my little brother-in-law to help raise the children. Only Chi-Chi, my husband, and I can support her. You and your husband are a lot, but outside, socializing, eating, and daily expenses all cost money. You should keep this money. Last time, you brought back ginseng. I heard it was worth at least 400 or 500. If I keep these valuable things and also hold on to this money, that would be too shameless. After a long back and forth, Sumei finally handed the money back to Li Shufan. When it came to helping her family, Sumei never cared about how much money she spent. What mattered was whether the help was worth it. If Old Second's family had Li Shufan's awareness, Sumei wouldn't have so many objections. Besides the money, Li Shufan also brought a big bundle. Inside were 2 pairs of cloth shoes, newly made for Sumei and Huo Jianguo, her own hand-stitched insoles, and 2 embroidered pillowcases with mandarin ducks. She said she wasn't skilled, only good at sewing and needlework, so she could only give Sumei some simple, inexpensive gifts. This is Li Shufan's kind gesture. Sumei accepted it and then opened her own bag to give the stuffed toy and nutritional supplements she bought for Chio to Li Shufan. She said, "These items are in glass or plastic containers. It rained last night, so the packaging is a bit damaged, but the contents are fine." Last time, Chio gave Sumei a string of candied hawthorn sticks. Sumei remembered the little girl's kindness and bought some things for her after returning home. However, the events of last night caught her off guard, and she didn't have time to give these things to Chio. Now that Li Shufan has come, she asked her to take them back. Seeing Sumei preparing the items, Li Shufan suddenly smiled. She took out a string of candied hawthorn sticks from her bag and handed it to Sumei, saying, "I wasn't planning to give this to you. When I left this morning, I told Chio that I might come to see you at noon, and not to go back. When Chio heard I was coming to see you, she insisted on giving you the candied hawthorn sticks I bought for her a few days ago. I couldn't refuse her, so I packed it in my bag. Since you are so thoughtful, I should also bring you Chio's kindness. Good daughter-in-law has raised a very sensible girl. She will be more successful than boys in the future." Sumei took the candied hawthorn sticks and thought of Chio's cheerful face, feeling much happier. That's right. Love is mutual. Giving without receiving is just being taken advantage of. But you shouldn't eat too many of these candies. Chio seems to always have some candied hawthorn sticks. Kids shouldn't eat too many, or it will harm their teeth. Chio is about to start losing her baby teeth, so she should buy fewer of these in the future. I'll buy less for her from now on, Sumei said. Their family is poor and can't afford other snacks. The candied hawthorn sticks are made by a skilled craftsman and sold cheaply, so Li Shufan bought them more often. After handing everything to Sumei, Li Shufan stood up to leave. Bai Xiaofang came in to invite her to dinner, but couldn't persuade her to stay. After Li Shufan left, Bai Xiaofang said to Sumei, "She's also a poor person, a well-known, unfortunate soul in the village. Li Shufan once filed for divorce and was beaten by her family. That caused a big stir at the time. People in nearby villages all knew about the pitiful woman from the Huo family. Of course, not everyone felt sorry for her. Some thought Li Shufan deserved the beating because, in the village, a woman proposing divorce was considered a major act of rebellion. How can women even think of divorce? Women should marry whoever they are told to marry. Even if they are exploited and oppressed, they shouldn't stand up straight with their backs. No matter how much the country promotes equality and the idea that women can hold up half the sky, women during this time still had very few rights. Because of Li Shufan's situation, the Su family even opposed the original owner marrying Huo Jianguo. However, The original owner refused to listen to her parents and was determined to become Huo Jianguo's wife. She is quite pitiful, Su Mei nodded, feeling a deep sense of sadness. Every time she saw Li Shufan, she sensed an endless sense of loneliness from her. It seemed that her body was still alive, but her heart had quietly stopped beating. There was nothing they could do. Many women like Li Shufan in these poor and backward areas were imprisoned by the times, becoming victims of the era. As the times progress, their stories will be buried gradually in the dust of history, with no one paying attention. Bai Xiaofang held the needlework Li Shufan made and said, "She is really skilled. This pair of embroidered pillows looks vivid and lively, and her shoes are sturdy and beautiful, more delicate than mine. But wait, why is there money hidden inside the shoes?" At some point, Li Shufan had secretly hidden money inside the shoes again. The money was scattered in small amounts, carefully arranged. Li Shufan counted it carefully and found there was exactly 100 yuan. In a time when rice costs 15 cents a jean and pork costs 79 cents a jean, 100 yuan was a huge sum. Wow, she was willing to give you so much money. Our whole family savings are only about 200 yuan, Bai Xiaofang said, lowering her head with a slightly sad look. Alas, our family is too poor, with nothing but bare walls, so your fifth brother has been unable to find a wife. Su Mei didn't think it was urgent. Getting married isn't urgent. We can focus on building a career first. If you have the ability, why worry about not finding a wife? Now the country has relaxed the college entrance exam, and maybe soon they'll relax economic policies too. Maybe second brother can take the college entrance exam and go to university. Later, when there's a chance, he can go to the city to find work. Life will gradually get better. Silly girl, Bai Xiaofang poked Su Mei's forehead. You think everyone can go to college? Your fifth brother is as dumb as a pig. Your eldest and second brothers are smart, but unfortunately, they weren't allowed to take exams back then, so they missed out. Missed out? Su Mei thought to herself. The college entrance exam wasn't open to everyone, was it? If the brothers want to take it now, they still have time. No, it's too late. They're tied down with family and can't go back to school. Our Su family is lucky to have a college student like you. It's like a blessing from our ancestors, Bai Xiaofang said. That's true. Su Mei thought again that it might be okay to make up with her brothers. She believed that once they gained financial freedom, they would find success in other fields too. As for Su Xingxue, Su Mei still hoped he would achieve great things before considering marriage. She told Bai Xiaofang, "Don't rush your older brother's marriage. You and Dad shouldn't push him too hard. Fate will decide. It's better to wait for the right person than to hurriedly find someone who isn't suitable." Su Mei's words were simply her wish for Su Xingxue not to marry casually. She thought he was still young and had many opportunities to explore. Once married, it's easy to feel trapped. But Bai Xiaofang heard this differently. She thought Su Mei was regretting her past, regretting her reckless choice of a husband. She held her daughter's hand and said, "Yes, no settling. If you want a divorce, I will support you. Our Su family isn't like the ungrateful people from the Li family. You have 5 brothers to support you." Was she talking about her 5th brother? Why did she suddenly mention her divorce? Su Mei felt a bit dizzy from the confusion, but she didn't speak. Her eyes fell on the pillow, where a piece of paper was pressed down. Only one corner was visible, showing 4 words, "Forever love you." She didn't feel much emotional reaction. But for some reason, after seeing that note, those 4 words kept echoing in her mind like a spell. Su Mei tugged at the pillow, covering the words completely, then lay back down, feeling restless and upset. Bai Xiaofang thought Su Mei was just upset. She quickly got up, tidied the blanket, and said, "If you're tired, go back to sleep. I'll go outside and sit with your sisters-in-law so you won't be disturbed." Now only Su Mei was in the room. She tossed and turned on the bed, took out the note from under the pillow, and thought about tearing it in half. But after a moment, she decided to put it back. "It's just a note. Why are you so agitated?" She thought with a strange, mixed feeling, and then she fell asleep. She didn't know how long it had been before she woke up from needing to. Her ankle hurt, and she didn't want to push herself. She sat in the room, called for her mother, and asked her and her sister-in-law to come help her to the toilet. When she came out of the toilet, a middle-aged woman she didn't recognize suddenly entered the yard. The woman's appearance, Su-mei thought for a moment before vaguely remembering. She was a woman living next door to the Huo family. She also had the surname Huo. Su-mei looked at her with a frown and asked, "Her second auntie, why are you here at my house?" Su-mei, you should go home quickly and check. Something big has happened at your house. Huo's second auntie panted and patted her chest, speaking breathlessly. That house obviously referred to the Huo family, but Su-mei didn't care about their problems. She replied coldly, "It's none of my business what happens in their family." "How can it not be your business? It's a big deal." Huo's second auntie spoke loudly, clearly not agreeing with Su-mei. "Wasn't your sister-in-law from the Huo family here this morning looking for you? When she went back, your mother-in-law scolded her. Your mother-in-law said she only had a daughter and wished the third daughter-in-law was just as useless as a hen that doesn't lay eggs. She also said that since you left, it means you don't respect her mother-in-law. She said your sister-in-law came to find you to team up and bully her old mother. She called you all ungrateful and heartless." The insults were really harsh. "When your sister-in-law couldn't stand it anymore," she retorted. "Then your sister-in-law was beaten by the eldest brother of the Huo family. During the beating, she said she bumped into Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi's forehead was cut badly. Not long after, your sister-in-law threw herself into a well with Chi-Chi in her arms."
What?
At first, Su-mei listened expressionlessly. It was only when she heard the last sentence that her legs went weak, almost causing her to fall. She seemed to lose her soul in an instant, trembling as she asked, "What? What happened to Chi-Chi and my sister-in-law now?"
See?
"I told you it's related to you." Huo's second auntie was quite careless. She came to deliver the news kindly, but couldn't focus on the main point. Even Bai Xiaofang was anxious. "Oh my God, just tell me what happened to your sister-in-law and Chi-Chi. Stop talking about useless things." Fortunately, it was found in time. Your sister-in-law is fine. Huo's second auntie finally caught her breath. "Chi-Chi is in a bad state. She had a head injury, but your mother-in-law said she was fine, saying rural folks just sprinkle some ash and don't need treatment. Because your mother-in-law refused to treat Chi-Chi's injury, your sister-in-law took Chi-Chi and threw herself into a well. I heard Chi-Chi was rescued, but has not woken up since. The village doctor went to see her and said there was no hope and they are preparing for the worst. When I left, your mother-in-law was holding the child and crying so sadly, repeatedly calling for her grandson to wake up. She also said your sister-in-law should be punished severely for killing her granddaughter. Acting pretentiously and putting on airs is disgusting." When Su-mei heard the end, she was so angry she almost slapped Liu Cuifang. She looked at Bai Xiaofang and said, "Mother, Li Shufan only did all this for me. It's really unfair to her. I need to go see her." "But your ankle." Bai Xiaofang looked at Su-mei's leg and clearly disapproved. Even now, injured, Su-mei still wanted to find a way to go. She looked at Su Xingxue and said, "Fifth brother, I don't think you'll mind carrying me there." "I mind. They're all there. Why should I carry you? Are you going to carry or not?" "No, I won't." Su Xingxue was very firm. Su-mei looked pitifully at Su Yongsong and said, "Dad, look at my fifth brother. It's just a small matter, and he's still hesitating." Suddenly, Su Yongsong's loud voice boomed like thunder inside the house. "Su Xingxue, I'll carry her. Isn't that okay?" Su Xingxue was very afraid of Su Yongsong. His shout made him feel a strong pressure, and he almost instantly rushed in front of Su-mei and squatted down. After Su-mei got on Su Yongsong's back, she turned her head and spoke seriously to her other brothers. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. You all go with us to the Huo family." "Why so many people going? Are they planning something?" Su Xingxue suddenly became very excited. Su-mei sharply tapped him on the head. "Nothing good. I'm afraid they're planning something. My dear granddaughter, you died so tragically. It's all because of your mother. She's heartless, the most poisonous woman. She caused my innocent granddaughter to lose her life. How could she be so cruel? How could she be so ruthless? How could she do such evil to her own children? You died so unfairly, so pitifully. It's all my fault, I didn't protect you well. I am also to blame, I deserve to die. When the Su family arrived at the Ho family's gate, they heard the old lady of the Ho family crying loudly, as if her heart was breaking, crying as if she was suffering immensely. When Su Xingxue carried Su Mei into the yard, he saw inside the main hall of the Ho family, the eldest Ho family member with red eyes comforting Lu Xun. Mother, people can't come back to life. You need to grieve and accept it. Li Shufan is extremely vicious. Once Qiuqiu is buried, I will divorce her, kick her out of the Ho family. As he spoke, Huo Jianguo wiped his tears and gently touched Qiuqiu's small face. Little Qiu's small body was placed on a broken mat. She was covered with a tattered blanket, her face very pale, and her lips bluish. Other members of the Huo family were also present. Second sister Cheng held a handkerchief and said, "Why bother burying her? She's just a girl. Once she's gone, just bury her in the back mountain with a torn mat. There's no need for a proper funeral." While speaking, she peeled a large white rabbit candy for Huigang in her arms. That candy was bought by Su Mei for Qiu, but it ended up in Huigang's mouth. "Put me down," Su Mei said coldly. Only then did the people in the Hua house realize someone was in the yard. Seeing it was Su Mei, Huo Jianguo's face turned fierce. He suddenly looked like he found an enemy and rushed out of the house. "Poisonous woman, didn't you leave? Why are you back? Your mother was so upset she got seriously ill, and now you've caused Qiu to fall into the well and lose her life. Today, I will beat you to death." He grabbed a flat stick from the corner. At this moment, Su Mei's other 4 brothers also followed into the yard. They were tall and strong, with a commanding presence. Su Mei thought that, given the situation, Huo Jianguo would definitely get beaten up. But in fact, Huo Jianguo only glanced at her brothers and lowered the stick he was holding. Seeing this cowardly behavior made Su Mei even more angry, thinking he deserved a good beating. But right now, Qiu was the most important. Although the local doctor had already arranged the funeral, Su Mei hadn't personally checked Qiu's condition and was reluctant to give up. She grabbed Su Xingxue's hand and limped toward the main hall. Soon, she reached Qiu's side. She reached out to check her breath, but just as her hand was about to touch Qiu's face, Lu Tsuayin slapped her back. "What are you trying to do to Qiu? Move aside. I want to save her." "Save her? You, Su Mei?" Second sister Cheng laughed. "The village doctor said she can't be saved. Why do you think you can save her? Just because you learned a few tricks in those few days? Stop showing off. You're embarrassing yourself. Whether she can be saved, I'll find out. Everyone, get out." Su Mei said firmly, looking at the people inside the house. She only wanted to see Qiu's condition and didn't want to argue. There was no one else in the house to go out, and Lu Tsuayin did not want to give Su Mei the chance to see Qiu. "My granddaughter is gone, and you shouldn't come to dirty her reincarnation path anymore. You're so proud, going to university and becoming a doctor, so impressive. Qiu shouldn't associate with someone like you. She was born a girl to grow up well, marry, teach her children, and live a good life. She can't learn bad habits from you. My poor Qiu. I don't know how I can go on without her." As she spoke, Lu Tsuyin burst into tears again. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and her sadness seemed genuine, not just acting. The person who didn't want Qiu to see the scar on her forehead was her, and the one crying desperately over Qiu's loss was also her, a complicated person. Su Mei didn't want to know what Lu Tsuyin truly thought or felt. Since talking nicely didn't work, she could only force everyone out. "Brothers, please send all the chaotic people from the Huo family outside the yard. Those who listen, leave on their own. Those who don't, be tied out." With Su Mei's command, her brothers immediately rushed into the main hall. Elder second brother Cheng saw the intruders and quickly took his child and retreated. He went to the door and saw that Huo Jianguo hadn't left, so he urged him. "What are you standing there for? This is Su Mei's matter, her and her sister-in-law's business. Why are you involved? Wait, mother hasn't left yet. No matter what, I'm Qiuqiu's second uncle. I can't just stand by and watch Su Mei mess around with her body. She's gone, and that's enough tragedy. Huo Jianguo refused to leave. So Chung Erxi returned and pulled Huo Jianguo by the ear, leading him outside. Shameless second uncle, if the 5 brothers of the Su family cause you any trouble, they're too poor to pay. You won't be able to work if you're hurt. Who will support our 3 sons? Mind your own business. Although Huo Jianguo didn't want to leave, he was afraid of his wife. Being pulled by Chung Erxi, he didn't dare make a sound. Thus, 3 people left the main hall. Only Huo Janjun and Liu Suiyun remained by Qiuqiu's side, unwilling to step back. Su Mei didn't want to waste words. She nodded to her brothers. Pull them out. Let go of me. Let go. You bandits and thugs, what are you doing? Let go. Liu Suiyun cried and made a scene, throwing a tantrum. Huo Jianguo also wanted to act tough and cause trouble, but after being beaten up by Su Mei's other brothers, he obediently left the house. However, Liu Suiyun is an elder, and Su Mei's brothers couldn't hit her. She caused a fuss, and the brothers didn't know how to handle her at first. Fortunately, her Fugui came back just in time. When Li Shufan and her son were rescued, her Fugui had already taken the old lady of the Huojia family to his brother's house, without letting her know about the incident, as she couldn't handle such shocks. After entering, her Fugui immediately hugged Liu Suiyun. He fought back tears and said to her, Enough, stop making a scene. When will you stop? I'm not causing trouble. It's Su Mei who started it. If she hadn't thrown a fit and run out, Shufan wouldn't have sent her a message. I wouldn't have argued with Shufan. And she wouldn't have jumped into the well. She's just a wicked woman, Liu Suiyun said with a red neck, as if she was right and was arguing her case. Even her Fugui couldn't bear to listen. Isn't it true that you didn't let her study first, which made her upset and run away? The news about Su Mei going to college even reached the village chief. The village chief said the town would send a banner of praise. That's a good thing. Why can't you understand? You're just crying. As she cried, Huo Fugui's heart softened. Her tears had spoiled her over the years. If this family continued like this, it would really fall apart. Listen to me this time, go outside, he said. Without caring how much Liu Suiyun was crying or shouting, her Fugui forcefully carried her out. Meanwhile, Su Mei had already placed her finger on Qiuqiu's pulse for almost a minute. The noise behind her didn't affect her. She closed her eyes, trying hard to feel Qiuqiu's pulse. But after a minute, she felt nothing. Perhaps the doctor saw that Qiuqiu had no pulse and concluded she couldn't be saved. But Su Mei didn't think so. Although Qiuqiu had no pulse, she was still breathing faintly. Her pulse might have been very weak before, and only now was it disappearing. This was caused by blood loss leading to cardiac arrest. With external chest compressions and artificial respiration, there was still a chance to save her. Although the chances of rescue looked slim based on Qiuqiu's condition, Su Mei had to try her best. She gently lifted the small body from the wooden bed and placed her on the ground, then knelt down to start chest compressions. This way of saving a person is almost unheard of in remote mountain villages. Some people came to watch the excitement and saw Su Mei's actions in the yard, and they couldn't help but frown. Rumor has it that this Su girl studied medicine under a master, but she's pressing down So Chi-Chi's body. Is she saving a life, or just punishing the dead? Punishing the dead? What kind of nonsense is that? If it weren't for the poor lighting inside the house, Su Xingxue really wanted to help Su Mei close the door. Although he wasn't very skilled in medicine, he had learned some from Su Xuanhu. He knew there was a big difference between traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Although he had never seen Su Mei use such a method to save someone, his grandfather said Su Mei was very talented, so her actions must have a reason. Apart from Su Xingxue, the other brothers in the family hadn't studied medicine. The eldest and second brothers chose to go to school, missing the chance to learn medicine. The third and fourth brothers were at the right age to study medicine at home, but during those years, Su Xuanhu was criticized, so he didn't dare teach the children in the family. As a result, although the Su family had many brothers, they all missed the opportunity to become doctors because of the times. Su Xingxue had some talent for medicine, but he was careless and lazy. Su Xuanhu thought that such a personality would make it easy for him to get into trouble as a doctor. Plus, he wasn't interested in studying medicine, so he only learned a little before giving up. Of course, these are just side notes. Since they came up, I'll explain a bit. The noisy surroundings didn't disturb Su Mei. Her full attention was on Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's face was almost transparent white, her eyes tightly closed, and her chest barely moved. Su Mei knew the situation was very serious. She took a deep breath, increased the pressure and speed of her pressing, using all her strength with each push. The noise around gradually faded away. The villagers watching were stunned, unable to understand Su Mei's actions, but they were also moved by her focus and determination. Time seemed to freeze, with only the sound of Su Mei's pressing echoing in the room. She pressed again and again, getting exhausted, almost giving up several times. After another failed attempt, Su Mei couldn't help but say, "One last round. Chi-Chi, give some response to Aunt San. If you don't wake up now, Aunt San will be hopeless too." Su Mei desperately hoped for a miracle. After performing another round of CPR, Chi-Chi still showed no response. Seeing Chi-Chi's pale face, Su Mei finally held her in her arms and cried, "Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. Auntie shouldn't have left. If I had known it would be like this, I would never have gone. I'm sorry." Seeing Su Mei crying, the people around shook their heads and sighed. They began to loudly discuss what had happened to the Huo family. Just said she can't be saved. Such a poor girl. Her mother is so harsh, dying and taking her child with her. There's nothing we can do. Did you see the white cloth on Chi-Chi's head? I heard it was very long, with a big cut. The girl was disfigured, and her grandmother wouldn't allow treatment. Can she accept this? Li Shufan really causes trouble. A few years ago, she asked for a divorce, and now she's trying to end her life. How many women go through this? Why can't she just endure it? She needs hope to endure. Look at her husband. How can he endure? We can bear it, but she can't. Her mother-in-law isn't a kind person? Why can't she get through this?
Kind? Come on.
The softest knives hurt the most. The noisy chatter sounded like flies buzzing around Su Mei's ears. She held the tiny body, feeling heartbroken. She silently whispered in her heart, "Goodbye, Chi-Chi." At that moment, Chi-Chi's chest suddenly moved faintly. Su Mei caught this subtle change immediately. Her body stiffened sharply. "Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi." Su Mei called out hurriedly. Could it be that the CPR was working? Chi-Chi's heart was starting to beat again. Su Mei thought as she checked her pulse. She actually felt the heartbeat. For a moment, a wave of excitement flooded Su Mei's chest, making her gasp for breath. Cough, cough. Although the child in her arms hadn't fully woken, she coughed twice. These two coughs sounded like music in the gloomy atmosphere. Huo Jianguo, at that moment, no longer cared about being afraid of Su Mei's brothers. He quickly rushed from the yard to the main room door and shouted at the faintly breathing child in Su Mei's arms, "Chi-Chi, are you awake? Daddy's here. Daddy's here."
You.
Su Mei, please don't make any noise. The child was finally showing signs of waking. Hearing this disgusting sound again, wouldn't it scare her into fainting again? Su Mei picked up a blanket to cover Qiu. Gently, she held Qiu in her arms and stood up, walking toward Li Shufan's room. When she arrived, she noticed that the door was locked from the outside, so she assumed Li Shufan was trapped inside. People around were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. This person, once considered useless by everyone, had actually saved Qiu's life.
Wow.
This is amazing. Su Mei really did save Qiu. Someone exclaimed. Su's family has such skilled doctors. No wonder she's the granddaughter of Su Xuanhu. People say the Su family is declining, but look, there's still someone to carry on the family name. Some disagreed. What good is a girl? Once married, she's gone. She's not really part of the Su family. In the end, The person was hit by Su Xingshua's fist and could only swallow their anger. Everyone knew that Su's 4 brothers were honest men, but the 5th was different, quick to fight and reckless outside the family. Su Mei didn't care what others outside thought. She reached Li Shufin's door and looked at the lock, then said to her older brother, "Break the lock open." As soon as she finished speaking, her brother took an axe from the firewood pile and quickly smashed the door open. When the door opened, everyone saw Li Shufin tied to the bed with ropes. Her eyes were blank, staring at the ceiling as if she had already disappeared from this world. "Janjun, you're really useless. Someone is trying to die, and you still dare to tie her up." Someone finally spoke up for Li Shufin. Hearing this, Lu Tsueyun, who had been silent, started crying again. "Why are you scolding my son? That wicked woman wanted to die, and she took my granddaughter with her. She almost took my granddaughter's life. She's crazy. She lost her mind. That's why I told my son to tie her up. I've always been kind, but if I didn't care about my granddaughter, why would I tie her up? It's all because she's so confused and did something too terrible." Hearing her words, the people around sighed. Some believed her, thinking she was just worried about her granddaughter and lost her mind, which is why she made her son tie Li Shufin up inside the house. But the person who believed her, Ho Fugue, who shared a bed with Lu Tsueyun, didn't trust her at all. He looked at her in silence for a long time, feeling that this woman he had lived with for many years was both familiar and strange at the same time.
Bang!
Ho Fugue didn't know what he was thinking in that moment. All he knew was that his hand suddenly moved on its own and harshly slapped Lu Tsueyun. Many years ago, on their wedding night, he had only seen Lu Tsueyun shed a single tear, and it broke his heart. Since then, he couldn't bear to see her cry again. He never thought he would hit Lu Tsueyun. When he did, Lu Tsueyun was stunned, and even Ho Fugue, with his rough hands used for farming, froze in place. The onlookers also fell silent. The whole yard seemed to fall into complete quiet instantly. Su Mei carefully stepped into Li Shufin's house, holding Qiuqiu. Li Shufin looked at Qiuqiu in Su Mei's arms. Her eyes had no light at all. She only glanced lightly, then looked blankly at the ceiling again. She probably heard the sound of Qiuqiu being saved. But it seemed she still didn't want to live anymore. If a person, after experiencing life and death, is still not afraid of death, then she must have given up all hope. Because, logically, humans are born with a survival instinct. But Li Shufin had even abandoned this instinct, which only shows she no longer lives like a normal person. After entering the house, Su Mei looked back and said, "Unfasten her ropes." Hearing this, Su Xingxue immediately went inside and used a knife to cut the ropes binding Li Shufin.
Su Mei placed Yu beside Li Skuthen.
The small body still lacked vitality. Li Shufin looked at Qiuqiu, then reached out and gently pulled her into her arms, holding her tightly. Although her heartbeat has returned, she's still bleeding and could die at any moment. I will give her an injection and administer medicine to keep her alive. Then I will think of a way to give her a blood transfusion. You must hold her tightly and keep her warm, Su Mei said as she gave Qiuqiu an injection. Li Shufin, lying on the bed, still had vacant eyes. She looked at Su Mei's needle, then at Qiuqiu in her arms, and her voice was hoarse as she spoke. "Maybe. Don't save her. This on earth. Why suffer like this? Big sister-in-law, Qiuqiu can hear you. Don't say that. Encourage her. She's so young. She hasn't been to school, hasn't studied, and hasn't made friends. She should grow up happily, see the outside world, and experience its beauty. Can you bear to take away her chance to live?" While speaking, Su Mei had already inserted all the necessary needles into the right places. Listening to Su Mei's advice, Li Shufin forced a smile and shook her head. "Su Mei, not every girl has the chance to go to school. I just want Qiuqiu to grow up well, but you see, just growing up well is already a luxury. Sending Qiuqiu to school?" Li Shufin didn't dare to have such a thought at all. This made Su Mei fall silent for a moment. She knew that talking empty words of comfort to Li Shufin was pointless. The reason Li Shufin couldn't go on living was because of her ignorant family, her hypocritical mother-in-law, and her weak, foolish husband. Too many restrictions trapped Li Shufan, leaving her no chance to keep going. The only way to break this situation was for Huo Jianguo to voluntarily divorce Li Shufan. But clearly, Huo Jianguo wouldn't easily agree to a divorce. He was honest but weak, married Li Shufan, who was 7 years younger, only at age 34. Now, at 40, he was approaching old age. If he divorced Li Shufan, he would likely spend the rest of his life single. That was also why Li Shufan had no children, yet Huo Jianguo still stayed with her. How could she make Huo Jianguo willingly propose divorce and secretly get the two of them to sign the papers before Li's family had time to react? Su-mei had no answer for this question at the moment. She felt a bit frustrated. Although she sympathized with Li Shufan's situation, heaven had only given her a compassionate heart, but not the power to save others from suffering. At least not now, even though she was a chosen time-traveling girl. But now is not the time to think about this. She could only try to stabilize Li Shufan with other words. Big sister-in-law, no matter what plans you have for the future, we must save Qiuqiu first. People have souls. If you let her leave in such a distressed way, how will you face her in the afterlife? Aren't you afraid she will hate you, her mother, and even harm you? Qiuqiu. Li Shufan felt guilty and buried her head, kissing Qiuqiu on the forehead. As soon as she mentioned the child, her attitude softened. Su-mei patted Li Shufan's shoulder. Big sister-in-law, save the child first. We can discuss everything else later. Rest assured, I will never give up halfway. I fought hard to save Qiuqiu, and I won't abandon her after bringing her back. While speaking, Su-mei called her older brother to bring her medical kit into the room. It was something her brother had brought from the Su family when they left. A small box was a gift from Qin Jingting to Su-mei, containing needles, syringes, anti-inflammatory medicine, and 4 bottles. These items are useful in emergencies, so Su-mei packed them in her backpack to bring along. After receiving the medical kit, Su-mei asked Su Xingxue to fetch 6 bowls from the kitchen. She needed to perform a blood compatibility test to see if anyone could donate blood to Qiuqiu. The test was simple. Put the patient's blood into each bowl, then add blood from potential donors. After some time, if no hemolysis occurs, it means the blood types are compatible. However, there is an exception. Type O blood does not show a compatibility reaction. After taking Qiuqiu's blood, Su-mei also took blood from her 5 brothers and Li Shufan. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she confirmed that Su Xingxue had the same blood type as Qiuqiu. Why is it me again? Su Xingxue asked with a Gulan, sour face. Holding a syringe, Su-mei said, because Brother Wu looks the best. I agree with that.
Su Xingxue nodded seriously.
After drawing 400 cubic centimeters of blood, Su-mei hung the 4 bottle and began transfusing blood to Qiuqiu. She removed the needle from Qiuqiu and watched her face gradually improve. Only then did Su-mei finally relax. However, 400 cubic centimeters was not enough. The blood loss had caused Qiuqiu to go into shock and lose consciousness. She needed at least 1,200 cubic centimeters of blood. Therefore, she needed more than 1,000 cubic centimeters. Su Xingxue's blood had already been used once, and the blood types of the other brothers and Li Shufan were not compatible. Seeing the blood bag half empty, Su-mei carried a bowl out of the room and addressed the people in the yard. Qiuqiu is out of danger now, but she is very weak and severely anemic. Brother Wu just donated blood to her. She still needs more. Father, mother, second brother and sister-in-law, eldest brother, please see if anyone can donate blood for Qiuqiu. The people in the yard looked at each other, and finally only Huo Fugue stepped forward. Huo Jiandang wanted to step up, but was pulled back by Cheng Erxi by his ear. Finding the right blood type for just one person is very unlikely. Su-mei looked at Lu Tsueyun, who immediately covered her head and pretended to be sick when she saw Su-mei looking at her. I also want to save my precious granddaughter. I wish I could give her all my blood, but my heart isn't good, and my blood isn't healthy. If she uses it, it might not be good. Better to use someone else's blood. If I were healthier, I would really give all my blood to my granddaughter. It's all my fault that I have so many health problems. This old lady's acting is really over the top. Su Mei couldn't help but roll her eyes. But why isn't Liu Kai coming? And why isn't the biological father, Huo Jianguo, doing anything? Seeing Su Mei look at him again, Huo Jianguo hesitated and said, I also have a health problem. You have a health problem too? Su Mei raised an eyebrow. What kind of illness? A hereditary guilt complex that's been eaten by dogs? No, it's not that, Huo Jianguo stammered. He didn't realize there was a hidden meaning in Su Mei's words, but his face looked bad, which made Su Mei suspect that he was telling the truth. Could it be that he has some shameful illness? Su Mei didn't want to investigate further. If Huo Jianguo didn't want to, she wasn't interested. It's also not good for close relatives to donate blood. Liu Kai, however, sensed there was more to Su Mei's words and looked at her thoughtfully. You, from the third family, don't think I'm uneducated or illiterate. Don't speak so harshly. Honest words are often harsh, Su Mei replied, then didn't give Liu Kai a chance to speak further. She turned her attention to the people outside in the yard watching the scene. Dear neighbors, as the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close friends. Qiu is facing a life-threatening situation. This blood loss won't harm your health, but it could save her life. Look at my fifth brother, he's healthy. As long as someone's blood type matches, I'll pay 10 yuan to buy your blood. Even if it doesn't match, I'll give each participant 50 cents as a thank you gift. Is that okay? When the neighbors heard there was money involved, they became eager to try. Huo Jianguo was pushed to the front by Zexy. He turned around in confusion and asked, You said donating blood can harm health and affect work?
10 yuan.
How much work do you need to do to earn 10 yuan? What harm can it do? Look at old Wu from Su's family. He's perfectly fine, Zexy said, pouting. After thinking for a moment, she decided to join the blood testing group. Huo Jianguo was already willing to donate blood. Now that he knew there was money to be made, he didn't say anything more. Apart from the two people from the Huo family, a few more villagers came to donate blood. In the end, Huo Jianguo and a village woman with matching blood types to Qiu could each donate 800 cubic centimeters. Su Mei decided to keep both donations. After collecting the blood, Zexy immediately asked Su Mei for money. Where's the money? 10 yuan, give it to me quickly. This is my husband's blood donation money. No, it's 10 yuan and 5 cents. She didn't know that city hospitals charge more than this. Since it was her niece being treated, she didn't mind the amount. Su Mei didn't really know the prices at city hospitals. She just gave a random amount because she wasn't paying herself. She pointed at Huo Jianguo and said, Ask your older brother for the money. It's for his daughter, not mine.
There's no need to ask me.
Outside, Huo Jianguo was stunned. I don't have that much money. Huo Gan was sent money for Qiu's treatment and recovery, directly in Li Shufen's name, so he had no chance to use it himself.
Give the money.
You must give it. Brothers should settle accounts honestly. Huo Jianguo, don't try to avoid paying. Zexy, seeing her plan might fail, was upset. She shot a sharp look at Su Mei, thinking, it's all Su Mei's fault for saying she would give money. I thought she would actually pay. If she had known Huo Jianguo was so poor, she wouldn't have let Huo Jianguo step forward. Seeing Zexy pressuring him, Huo Jianguo had no choice but to go inside and ask Li Shufen, Where's the money? Where is our family's money? Li Shufen, lying silently on the bed with her eyes closed, couldn't even bear to look at him now. Seeing she didn't answer, Huo Jianguo got angry. Did I ask you about the money? Are you mute? A weak man, timid outside but aggressive inside. Su Mei only asked Huo Jianguo for money to cause trouble for him. She didn't expect that at this moment, he would still be bothering Li Shufen. Helpless, Su Mei took out 30 yuan and gave 10 yuan each to Zexy and another woman who donated blood. She gave the remaining money to Su Xingxue, telling him to share it with others involved in the blood test. Su Xingxue looked at the money and scolded Su Mei. I thought I also had 10 yuan. Turns out my blood donation is free. So, my own sister doesn't want to pay. How cold-hearted. More disappointments will come in the future. You'd better get used to it, Su Mei said as she helped Qiu improve her blood flow, casually arguing with Su Xingxue. Sometimes, her natural way of interacting with Su Xingxue makes her feel like she is truly Su Xingxue's younger sister. As blood slowly flowed into Qiuqiu's body, her pulse and breathing stabilized, and her face gradually regained color. Su Mei stayed by the bed until Qiuqiu, with her small eyes full of confusion, woke up. Third aunt, why are you here? Qiuqiu is so cold, so cold. I saw myself stuck in the water well and couldn't get out. Mother doesn't want me anymore. When she said this, Qiuqiu carefully looked at Li Shufan, clearly haunted by the memory of Li Shufan jumping into the well with her. Li Shufan, who had been numb and expressionless, couldn't help but cry when she heard Qiuqiu speak. She held Qiuqiu's hair and gently stroked it, repeatedly saying sorry. Although Qiuqiu was scared, she still reached out her small hand to hug Li Shufan and softly comforted her. Mother, don't be afraid. Qiuqiu will grow up quickly. When I grow up, I will be the top scholar girl and take Mother away from here. I know Mother doesn't like it here. As soon as she said this, Li Shufan burst into loud tears again. Taking this chance, Su Mei advised older sister-in-law, did you hear that? Qiuqiu wants to grow up. She wants to be the top scholar girl. She is very curious about the outside world. Just hold on a little longer. Do you really want to let such an obedient and sensible Qiuqiu never see the sun again? Su Mei wanted to help Li Shufan, but she didn't say it out loud because she wasn't sure if she could think of a solution. If she wasn't sure, she shouldn't say anything. Sometimes, having no hope is worse than having hope that gets shattered. Fortunately, seeing Qiuqiu crying and feeling hesitant about death, Li Shufan comforted her. All right, Qiuqiu wants to grow up, so just grow up well. Mother will stay with you. I won't do foolish things anymore, I promise. That's right. What's the point of seeking death? You almost caused Qiuqiu to die. Let's live a good life and stop causing trouble every now and then.
Can you do that?
I'm really tired of you, said He Janjun, ruining the moment when everyone is trying to relax. Su Mei had never met someone as irritating as He Janjun. She whispered to Su Xingxue, are you serious about wanting to hit someone? Tonight, find a sack and let's do it again.
Su Xingxue looked at Su Mei uncertainly. Su Mei nodded slightly.
Of course. Hearing this answer, Su Xingxue immediately smiled. All right, I'll definitely beat that kid so his father won't recognize him. Next time there's a good opportunity like this, remember to call me. Su Mei was speechless for a moment. What kind of good thing is this? Although Qiuqiu was awake for a while, she was not yet out of danger. She had only been awake for a few minutes, muttered a few words confusedly, then fell back asleep in Li Shufan's arms. Given the situation, Su Mei knew she couldn't leave. She had to stay at the Huo family for the night to watch over Qiuqiu in case she developed a fever during the night. So she told her brothers, Brothers, there's nothing urgent at the Huo house. You can go back first. I'll stay here for one more night. Once Qiuqiu's condition stabilizes tomorrow, I'll go back. Can you manage alone here? The eldest brother, Su Xingtang, frowned worriedly. He had already seen how dangerous the Huo family was. No wonder his sister preferred to go to the frontier to serve in the army rather than stay in her in-laws' house. The Huo family was no place for a person. Even normally, Su Xingtang wouldn't want Su Mei to stay, especially now that she still had a serious ankle injury. He was worried, and Su Mei understood. But at the moment, she really couldn't leave. It's okay. My ankle still hurts, but I can manage to move a few steps with a stick. As long as I don't walk far, I won't be in danger. It's almost sunset, and it's getting dark. I'll rest for a while. The night will pass quickly. Tomorrow morning, fifth brother can come to pick me up. Su Xingtang wanted Su Xingxue to stay and take care of Su Mei, but she didn't agree. The Huo house had no extra rooms, not even a place to sleep. There was no need for her to stay. Seeing that Su Mei insisted, Su Xingtang could only give up. After instructing his other brothers and saying goodbye to Su Mei, he left the Huo house. After her brothers left, Su Mei returned to her and Huo Jianguo's room. Not long after she got back, she heard the clattering sounds from the Huo family kitchen. Someone was cooking. When it was time to eat, Huo Fugui came to call Su Mei for dinner. It seemed only Huo would bother to call her. They didn't want to call her, and Sume didn't want to sit at the same table with those unappetizing people, so she refused. Dad, you go eat. I'm not hungry. I don't need to eat tonight. Hearing Sume's response, Huo outside the door replied with a sound, then turned and left. Not long after, he returned to the doorway and said to Sume, I brought a stool and placed your food outside your door. You can hold your stick and slowly get out of bed to eat inside. After speaking, Huo left again. Although Sume felt that whether she ate dinner tonight didn't matter much, since Huo had brought it to the door, she didn't feel right just leaving the food there. So after Huo left, she got out of bed, picked up her stick, opened the door, and saw a cup of water and a lunchbox on the stool. She took both the lunchbox and the water back to her room. The lunchbox contained a few sweet potatoes and some greens. These foods might seem plain to others, but for Sume, who was always trying to lose weight, they were just right. Thinking about her diet, Sume sighed. Recently, her weight loss progress had slowed down, mainly because Huo Jianguo kept feeding her and often caused her to overeat. Why did she think of Huo Jianguo again?
Sume slapped her forehead.
She didn't know what was wrong with her today. Huo Jianguo's face kept appearing in her mind, always smiling and flickering in front of her. She shook her head, pushing Huo Jianguo out of her thoughts, and then began to deal with her dinner. After finishing her meal, Sume lay on the bed, staring at the dark ceiling, lost in thought. Later, Sume forgot how she fell asleep. When she woke up in the middle of the night, she reached out in the dark and muttered, Jianguo, turn on the light. I need to go to the bathroom. Get up and come with me. In her hazy state, Sume's hand groped on the empty bed for several seconds before she suddenly snapped awake. She looked at her hand, feeling a bittersweet emptiness filling her heart. Memories flashed like a movie. Those nights when Huo Jianguo accompanied her to the bathroom. No matter how tired he was during the day, whenever she got up at night, he would turn on the light first and then wait outside the toilet for her. She was initially a little afraid of the desolate night in the borderlands, but just thinking of him made her feel full and safe. Now, in the quiet of the night, she opened her eyes alone in the dark and suddenly felt that a part of her heart had become empty without her realizing. It turned out that he had unknowingly slipped into her heart and become an irreplaceable part of her life. Realizing this, Sume let out a long sigh in the darkness. Her mind told her she shouldn't suffer even a little for so-called love, but the human heart is too complex to be fully controlled by reason. Although Sume was afraid inside, she knew that a living person can't be suffocated by. Even though she was scared, she still groped in the dark to get up. She found a box of matches from the drawer by the bed, lit one, and then lit the candle on the cabinet. After lighting the candle, Sume checked the time. It's already 4 a.m. and dawn is approaching. It seems that Qiuqiu is safe now, and she has passed the crisis. That century-old ginseng really worked. If Qiuqiu had been in her previous year's condition, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape death like this. After lighting the candle, Sume got off the bed. She held the candle in one hand and a wooden stick in the other, walking toward the door. When she just opened the door slightly, a cold wind blew in, extinguishing the candle in her hand. Looking out at the dark yard, although she could barely see, Sume didn't have the courage to step outside. Just as she was about to relight the candle, she suddenly heard the door opposite, belonging to Li Shufan and Huo Janjun, creak open with a squeak. Then Huo Janjun slipped out from inside. He looked around cautiously, sneaked a few steps toward the yard gate, and slipped out. It was only 4 a.m., and he was sneaking around instead of sleeping. Where could he be going? Before Sume could think much, Huo Jianjun quietly closed the yard gate from outside.
Confused, Sume relocked her door.
She still didn't dare to go to the dirty, unwalkable toilet alone. She retreated to her room and looked at the corner of the house. Silently, she whispered a thank you to the original owner in her heart. Thank you for being used to the bucket. Mom, sob, I almost got beaten to death. Early in the morning, Sume was awakened by Huo Jianjun's loud crying and wailing. She looked at the time. It's already 6:30 a.m. As Huo Jianjun's crying subsided, Lu Sueyun's voice soon sounded in the yard. She asked with concern, Janjun, why did you get yourself all bruised and swollen so early in the morning? What happened?
He was beaten.
Huo Jianguo, missing a tooth, said with a broken mouth, speaking unclearly and sounding funny. Su Mei got up and looked out through a hole in the window at Huo Jianguo. She saw that both his left and right eyes were black and swollen, and his face was red and puffy, with no good flesh left. Did he sneak out to get beaten? Seeing how miserable Huo Jianguo looked, Lu Sueyun scolded sharply. Who beat you? Is there no law anymore? Tell Mom. I'll go to the big team and get justice for you. I don't know who beat me, Huo Jianguo sobbed with tears and snot. It hurts so much. It's killing me. I don't know who did it. Someone from a long time ago took a bag, covered my head, and hit me while I wasn't looking. If I catch you, I swear I'll tear you to pieces. You, Mom, go quickly and buy medicine from the doctor, or I'll really die from the pain. As he spoke, Huo Jianguo cried again. The man, over 40, sobbed like a big baby under Lu Sueyun's comfort. Su Mei, inside the house, heard the conversation between mother and son, and her eyelids twitched involuntarily. He covered him with a bag and beat him? Could it be her fifth brother, Su Xingxue? Had he already taken action so quickly? In the yard, Huo Jianguo wailed as he returned to his room. Lu Sueyun wiped her hands on her apron and then hurried outside. It seemed she went to the doctor's house to buy medicine. This dramatic scene was just watched by Su Mei with a smile. Her fifth brother, holding a bowl of rice, came into the yard. Su Xingxue carried the rice directly into Su Mei's room. He held a lunchbox and said, Mom was worried you wouldn't have dinner at her family, so she asked me to bring you some. Hurry and eat. After you're done, we'll go home. Huoqiu should be fine now, right? Nothing's wrong. Su Mei got off the bed, about to ask if it was her fifth brother who beat Huo Jianguo. She saw Su Xingxue sneakily take out a bag from his chest and whispered with a mischievous smile, See this bag? It's big and thick. Later, after I take you back, I'll wait at the door of the Hor family. As soon as that dog is alone, I'll beat him without hesitation, knock him down, make him spill his teeth all over the ground. What do you mean? Su Mei was a little confused by his words. Are you saying that Huo Jianguo was beaten this morning, but it wasn't you? Beaten? Who did it? I didn't. I just got here, planning to do something tonight. Do you mean someone beat him first? Su Xingxue was very surprised. Su Mei nodded and recounted how Huo Jianguo sneaked out at night and looked miserable when he returned in the morning, to Su Xingxue. Su Xingxue was immediately angry and said, Who took my fifth brother's job? You can't fight anymore. He's already been beaten up once, and will be more careful now. It's okay to sneak around and hit him secretly, but if you're caught, he will blame you for what happened this morning. If he reports it to the police, you'll end up in jail. Seeing the eager look in Su Xingxue's eyes, Su Mei quickly reminded him. Hearing this, Su Xingxue nodded quickly. I know, I'm not stupid. I understand. You're just like a reckless young guy. It's no wonder you're not smart. I'll go check on Qiuqiu. If everything's fine, we'll go home. Have you eaten breakfast yet? It's too early, and it's so hot. I can't eat right now. When leaving, Su Mei handed the lunchbox back to Su Xingxue and told him to return to the kitchen. She herself awkwardly carried the bucket. She felt shy asking her brother to do such things, but after placing the lunchbox, Su Xingxue hurried out again, took the bucket from Su Mei, and went to the toilet. When Su Mei entered the room, Huo Jianguo was kneeling by the bed, crying out in pain. His was badly beaten, with torn skin and flesh, so he dared not lie down and could only hold his waist, crying out painfully. On the bed, Li Shufan remained expressionless. She held Qiuqiu in her arms, eyes half closed, showing no concern for Huo Jianguo. How is the child? Is he okay now? Su Mei asked Li Shufan. Li Shufan opened her eyes only after hearing Su Mei's voice. Since taking care of Qiuqiu for a long time, she knew her daughter's condition well. She replied, He's fine now, thank you, Su Mei. Sorry for the trouble. You should go back and rest. Sorry you got hurt and had to come here. Big sister-in-law, There's no need to be so polite. Qiu is so well-behaved. I care about her, and I'd do this 100 times if needed. While speaking, Sume stepped forward to look at Qiu. The child's face was pale, lips colorless, sleeping deeply. She was small and pitiful, making people feel distressed. Sume reached out and gently touched Qiu's head, then softly said, Qiu, wait a moment. Third aunt promises she won't let the child she fought so hard to save live like this forever. Her voice was very soft, so soft that Huo Jianguo, who was crying out in pain, didn't notice. Li Shufan, however, heard the implied meaning and quickly looked up at Sume. But Sume had already shifted her gaze and looked at Huo Jianguo on the ground. Brother, how could you be beaten so early in the morning? When did you go out? It couldn't have been last night. You weren't at home to sleep, right? Sume wanted to test and find out what Luo Janjun did last night. To her surprise, Luo Janjun directly denied going out at 4 o'clock. I went out at dawn, wanted to see the fields, and see if I could work today. I was beaten just after leaving the house. How could I not be at home all night? Denying it? Sume raised an eyebrow. What secret did this Luo boss have? Just as Sume wanted to ask more questions indirectly, Su Xingxue came in from outside. He called out, Mimi, let's go back. It's morning, and I can go to the fields to earn some work points.
Oh, okay.
Since it seemed difficult to find out the secret, Sume decided to put this matter aside for now. She waved to Su Xingxue, saying, my foot hurts. Help me out, then carry me.
Okay.
Su Xingxue said as he moved towards Sume. After just a few steps, something dropped onto the ground. That thing happened to land in Luo Jianjun's line of sight. He looked at it with a shocked expression and widened his eyes. Bag.
Bag. Hit me. Bag.
Hey, don't falsely accuse me. I was planning to hit you, but I hadn't even started, and you already look like this. It has nothing to do with me, Su Xingxue said quickly as he picked up the cloth bag. Hearing Su Xingxue's explanation, Sume couldn't help but shake her head. This simple-minded guy, using a bag to hit people is just to prevent the other person from recognizing him. Why did he admit that the bag was meant for hitting? This gave Luo Jianjun a reason to accuse him. He pointed his finger at Su Xingxue and said, admit it, it's you. Just wait until my mother comes back. I'll report you to the village committee. You beat me like this. If I don't die, you'll be skinned. If you dare to lie again, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Su Xingxue, wrongly accused, was furious. He just raised his fist, and Luo Jianjun covered his head, shouting, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Don't hit me.
And buried his head in his arm. At this moment, Lu Tsueyun, who had gone out to call the doctor, returned. She saw Luo Jianjun holding his head and hurried forward to hold his hand, ready to ask him questions. Luo Jianjun, still holding his head, didn't realize Lu Tsueyun had entered. When she pulled him, he thought Su Xingxue was about to attack him again and immediately started shouting, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't hit me. What do you mean you're wrong? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Tsueyun frowned and helped Huo Jianguo lift his head. The doctor brought me some herbal medicine and wine for the wounds. Hurry and go to the main room. I will apply the medicine. Mother. When Lu Tsueyun appeared, Huo Jianguo suddenly cried out loudly, gaining some courage. You have to stand up for me. It was Su Xingxue who hit me this morning.
He was holding a sack.
Quickly go to the village committee and tell them. Say one more word, and I will kill you. Seeing Huo Jianguo keep shouting and accusing, Su Xingxue's neck turned red with anger. Lu Tsueyun was present, and Huo Jianguo, at this moment, seemed to realize he was afraid. He looked at Lu Tsueyun with tears in his eyes. Mother, look at him. He still wants to hit me.
He dares.
Lu Tsueyun's eyes widened like big bells. She turned to look at Su Xingxue and stepped closer to him, approaching him steadily. Want to fight, huh?
Come on, hit me.
If you don't kill me today, it means your Su family is not worth it. Thinking your family is so powerful, bullying others, huh? Do you really think our Hu family is so easy to bully, just letting you do as you please? No, I swear I didn't hit him. Su Xingxue truly felt like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If he really had hit him, he would admit it, but he hadn't done anything wrong. An unjust disaster. He couldn't accept it. Su Mei was worried that Su Xingxue might get angry and cause more trouble. She couldn't bear to see him falsely accused, so she quickly stepped forward to speak for him. My second brother really didn't hit anyone. The story about him being tied with a sack was told by me. He brought the sack to help me carry some clothes back to the Su family. He was just joking when he said he wanted to use the sack on my eldest brother. My eldest brother couldn't take the beating, so he wanted to falsely accuse someone to vent his anger. It was him, Su Xingxue, who hit me. When the sack covered me, I vaguely saw it was him. Later, when I saw the sack drop to the ground, I was even more sure. Mother, don't listen to his nonsense. Go to the village committee and tell them. To pin the blame on Su Xingxue, Huo Jianguo even started to lie. But arguing with such a person seemed pointless to Su Mei. She nodded slightly at Li Shufan on the bed and then called out to Su Xingxue, preparing to leave the Huojia household. However, as soon as Su Mei shouted, Huo Jianguo became even more convinced that Su Xingxue was guilty and trying to escape. He immediately lost his temper. Mother, don't let Su Xingxue leave. There's no reason for someone to hit others and just walk away. He must give me an explanation today. Su Mei muttered angrily, telling Su Xingxue not to pay attention to Huo Jianguo anymore, then tiptoed and supported his hand as they walked outside. Seeing the two leave, Liu Suiyun's eyes darkened with suspicion. Suddenly, she rushed out of the house into the yard, then from the yard to the gate, where she sat on the threshold crying, "Brothers of the Huo family, come and see. The Su family, relying on their numbers, beat up our eldest brother until he's unrecognizable. They're bullying us because the Huo family has no one to stand up for us. Brothers of the family, if you're here, come take a look. Our eldest brother's life is at risk." Su Mei didn't expect Liu Suiyun to play such a sneaky trick, and her eyes darkened further. "Fifth brother, you should run quickly. If they come now, you won't escape and will get beaten," she said. Although the head of the Huo family was not well liked at this moment, the unity among people with the same surname was strong. If Liu Suiyun really called for help, those people might attack Su Xingxue without knowing the full story. Su Xingxue understood this, but he refused to run. "If I run, it'll look like I'm guilty. I won't run. I don't care how many people they have.
I want to argue with them."
Argue? That's useless. A brave man doesn't suffer losses right in front of him. You should run now. They probably won't hit me. A weak woman, Su Mei said, tapping Su Xingxue's back. Behind them, Huo Jianguo sneered coldly. "You want to run? There's no way out. The Huo family yard is so big, he'll be caught if he tries to leave. Su Xingxue, you must pay for your recklessness. I'll beat you to death first." Su Xingxue couldn't hold back and tried to push past Huo Jianguo. Su Mei quickly pretended to be in pain to stop him. "Oh, ouch. It hurts so much. What's wrong?" Hearing Su Mei say it hurt, Su Xingxue stopped his rush. Su Mei said, "My foot hurts, and you know I need you to support me. When you move like that, it really hurts me." "Sorry, I got carried away." "Sit on the bench for a bit," Su Xingxue said with a pout, looking very wronged but also worried. He slowly helped Su Mei sit under the eaves. He rolled up his sleeves and stood in the middle of the yard, ready to argue with everyone. Su Xingxue thought that since everyone was civilized, there should be a chance to avoid violence. In just a moment, loud noises came from outside the yard. Because it had just rained, and it had been drizzling for days, the fields couldn't be worked. So many people stayed at home, making the yard quite lively. With Liu Suiyun's sudden shout, everyone around quickly gathered around the Huo family. Then Liu Suiyun entered the yard, looking upset as she looked at Su Xingxue. "Su Xingxue, even if you're mad at me, just take it out on me. Why do you have to hit people randomly? Are you bullying us because no one in the Huo family can stand up for themselves?" Everyone had already gathered, so Liu Suiyun saw no need to say more nonsense. She just waited for others to come and settle things. So, what is she doing now? Intuition told Su Mei that something was wrong, but she realized too late. Because in the next second, a dramatic scene from a soap opera unfolded with Liu Sueyun. She suddenly reached out to grab Su Xingshua's hand. Su Xingxue instinctively raised his hand to dodge, and Liu Sueyun was pushed back as if he had pushed her. She sat down the ground. Xingxue, I treat you as a younger person and speak nicely to you.
Why do you even hit me?
Do you think your Su family is big enough to bully our older family? Liu Sueyun saw the people outside fall into the yard as they entered. At that moment, Su Mei knew everything was over for today. The people rushing in didn't ask anything and directly punched Su Xingxue in the forehead, giving him no chance to explain.
You.
Su Xingxue, who was quick-tempered, was naturally angry after being hit for no reason and fought back immediately. His retaliation was just right to fall into Liu Sueyun's trap. Soon, everyone in the Hui yard surrounded him and joined in the group beating on Su Xingxue. At this moment, Su Mei ignored her injured foot and, despite the pain, gritted her teeth and tried to stop the fight. Brothers, uncles, please don't be impulsive. There must be a misunderstanding here. But at such a moment, trying to stop the fight was useless. No one listened to Su Mei, and in the chaos, she was pushed and fell to the ground. Seeing Su Mei fall, Su Xingxue was worried she might get hurt. He no longer resisted and immediately crouched down to protect her. As a result, punches and kicks rained down on Su Xingxue like a storm. At this time, Li Shufan also rushed out of the house. She had swallowed a lot of water when she fell into the well and looked pale, clearly having been seriously ill. She didn't speak but used her thin, weak body to block in front of Su Mei and Su Xingxue. Liu Sueyun's complicated tricks were too much for Li Shufan to handle. She could only do her best to protect Su Mei, who had returned to this family for her and Qiuqiu. Under Li Shufan's protection, the yard gradually calmed down. Everyone knew that Li Shufan had just attempted to take her own life. She stood in the yard looking pale, like a water ghost, and no one dared to speak harshly to her. Although Li Shufan stopped the fight, the Huo family still sued Xingxue and demanded that he apologize to Huo Jianjun and Liu Sueyun. They said if he didn't apologize, they would continue to beat him. As a stubborn person, Su Xingxue refused to give in. He straightened his chest and said, "If I did it, I did it. If I didn't, I didn't. I, Su Xingxue, will never admit to something I didn't do, even if my head is cut off." The Huo family members didn't really want to kill him. Seeing Su Xingxue's stubbornness, they decided to send him to the village team. But before they could do that, someone came to rescue Su Xingxue. The person said that they saw Huo Janjun being beaten when they went out to fetch water in the morning. They could prove that Su Xingxue didn't do it. However, they refused to say who actually beat Huo Jianjun. The person speaking was an older man from the Huo family with a higher status. Since he testified for Su Xingxue, the others in the Huo family could only choose to believe him. Even though Su Xingxue's innocence was proven, he still got beaten. In the Huo family, Su Mei pretended to accept the apologies from the Huo family members. But once she and Su Xingxue left, she immediately returned to the Su family and asked her older brother to go to the town police station to report the incident. The police followed Su Xingxue's older brother but only gave the Huo family members a verbal warning and asked them to pay some medical expenses for Su Xingxue. At that time, the legal system was not very developed and justice was often ignored when many people were involved. Since almost all the men in the Huo yard took part, the final result was not what Su Mei hoped for. Su Xingxue, however, remained optimistic. When he received the money, he smiled in front of Su Mei and said, "Just a few minor injuries, and I earned this much money. It's worth it." Although Su Xingxue looked confident when he smiled, Su Mei felt he was pretending. In fact, Su Mei was right. Su Xingxue couldn't swallow his anger either. The words he spoke to Su Mei were just to reassure her. The next day, after Su Xingxue went to bed at night, he secretly took a sack and went to Dagong village to watch for Huo Jianjun. He thought that since Huo Jianjun falsely accused him of beating someone, he had to teach him a lesson. When leaving, Su Xingxue didn't tell anyone and sneaked away quietly in the middle of the night. It wasn't until early the next morning, when Su Yongsong went to Su Xingxue's house to wake him up, that he found Su Xingxue was not there. Knowing her well, her father immediately guessed that Su Xingxue had gone to Dagong village to seek revenge. Worried that Su Xingxue might cause trouble, Su Yongsong hurriedly followed him to Dagong village. However, halfway there, he met Su Xingxue happily returning home. Su Yongsong asked what made him so excited, but he refused to say. Only when they reached the Su family did Su Yongsong secretly tell Su Mei, "You wanted to help sister-in-law who get a divorce, right? I think there's progress now."
What?
Did Huo Jianguo agree to divorce after you beat him? Su Mei immediately thought of this possibility. But Su Xingxue shook his head. "It's not me. I didn't hit him. I went to their house at midnight to keep watch, planning to confront him in the morning. But he left the house in the middle of the night. Didn't you wonder where he went? I followed him without making a sound. He went to the house of Liu, a widow in the same village. She's quite famous, and a matchmaker wanted to introduce her to me. He stayed inside for about an hour. During that time, they talked. Liu said she was pregnant and asked when Huo Jianguo would marry her. Huo Jianguo said, 'You have many men, and once the baby is born and blood tests confirm it's mine, I'll marry you.' TSK, quite explosive. Liu denied it, saying she hadn't been with any other man since she met Huo Jianguo. But he replied, 'You have no other men? Then how come I have?'
'What?'
Su Mei asked casually. Noticing Su Xingxue suddenly fell silent, but she was actually thinking, how did Huo Jianguo cheat? It's unbelievable. How could such a cowardly man have someone willing to be with him? Although Su Xingxue felt it was not good to tell his sister everything, this matter was too important, so he told the truth. Huo Jianguo said he has a venereal disease. Venereal disease? That's a sexually transmitted disease. No wonder he said he was sick and couldn't donate blood. That makes sense. After thinking for a while, Su Mei nodded. In that case, it's much easier for Huo Jianguo and Li Shufan to get a divorce. As long as we catch him cheating and having the disease, he'll have to agree to divorce willingly. With this, Li Shufan's dead-end situation is broken. But Su Xingxue didn't think this was a complete solution. He was a bit worried. Divorcing is easy, but what about her life after divorce? She's a woman with a child. How will she manage? She will be better than anyone else. Su Mei said this, and her mind floated with a vivid image of a pair of mandarin ducks on the pillowcase. With Li Shufan's skills, once individual business licensing was allowed, her craftsmanship would be highly sought after by many clothing shops. There was no need to worry about making a living. However, Su Mei had no intention of letting Li Shufan work for others. She remembered many popular clothing styles from modern times, and Li Shufan happened to have that kind of skill. When the time was right, she planned to open China's first exclusive custom clothing store. Initially, Su Mei didn't have this idea. She only thought of it after seeing Li Shufan's sewing skills. It was a kind of fate between her and Li Shufan. This way, Li Shufan could have a chance to survive, and Su Mei could also start her own business. The clothing shop was just the first step. Later, there would be a clothing factory, even her own clothing brand. After all, with her knowledge from the future, Su Mei was quite ambitious about her future development. But that was a matter for later. The country only allowed individual businesses in 1979, and it was only 1978 now. There was still a year to go. Right now, the most important thing was to help sister-in-law get a divorce and solve her housing and living issues after the divorce. Living arrangements were easy to handle, but the key question was, where would she live after the divorce? Su Mei didn't have an answer, but she remembered Li Shufan had mentioned divorce before, so she guessed Li Shufan probably had a place to go. After all, divorce was Li Shufan's own matter. Su Mei decided to visit the Huo family to discuss things with Li Shufan in detail and then decide what to do next. With this plan in mind, the next day, Su Mei asked Su Xingxue to help her go to the Huo family. Although her ankle still wasn't fully healed, she insisted on walking slowly on tiptoe. After all, she only had her fifth brother, and she didn't want to tire him out with her 140-pound frame. That day, when she took Qiuqiu to see a doctor, Su Xingxue and a few brothers took turns carrying her to the Huo family. Today, only Su Xingxue accompanied Su Mei. Her foot injury was no longer as serious as it had been a few days ago, so she supported herself and walked slowly. Fortunately, the weather had become much clearer in the past 2 days. When the siblings arrived at the Huo family, there were 4 people. The old lady of the Huo family, Huo Gang, led by her, and Li Shufan with her son. In the past, the children of the Huo family were all taken care of by Lu Xun. Since the 2 children went to stay at a school in the city, fewer children needed to be looked after at home. Lu Zuoyin had started working on the farm again. Huo Gang and Qiuqiu were left at home, staying with their great-grandmother. Li Shufan had not gone to work these days because she had just experienced a near-death situation. Lu Zuoyin was worried that if Li Shufan went to work, others might think she was mistreating her daughter-in-law, so she kept her at home. Without those annoying people around, Su Mei felt the air was much fresher. When they arrived at the Huo family, the grandmother was sitting in the yard, enjoying the sun. Su Mei greeted her and then went straight to the side room to find Li Shufan. She called Li Shufan back to her room to talk privately with Qiuqiu. Su Mei thought that since Janjun often went out late at night, Li Shufan probably knew he was having an affair. To her surprise, the eldest sister-in-law did not seem to know. She said, "The team arranged for him to guard the night shift. Sometimes he goes to check the crops in the fields, or to guard the grain depot at the commune, or to watch the cattle and pigs. I never suspected why he went out at night, but it turns out he was doing such shameful things outside." When talking about Huo Jianjun's infidelity, Li Shufan only showed disgust, with no sign of sadness on her face. Su Mei felt relieved and then said to Li Shufan, "Elder sister-in-law, Big Brother's affair and his secret illness are solid proof to control him. You can find a way to create an opportunity. When your family doesn't notice, use these to pressure him into divorcing you." "Really?" Li Shufan's eyes suddenly widened. At that moment, Su Mei finally saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Can I really divorce him?" When she mentioned divorce, Li Shufan's voice trembled terribly. It was hard to tell if she was excited or simply scared because of past experiences. "Of course you can," Su Mei nodded confidently. "Divorcing is easy, but after that, what will you do? Where will you live? Where will your income come from? Have you thought about it? I heard the eldest sister-in-law mention divorce before. Does she have a plan? There is a place to go. The town supply and marketing cooperative's clothing factory has wanted me to work there, but Qiuqiu's grandmother said the child is still young and needs her mother, so she won't let me go. If I divorce, she won't be able to interfere anymore," Li Shufan said. She paused before mentioning Qiuqiu's grandmother. She originally wanted to say mother, but as she spoke, that word somehow got stuck in her throat. Regarding Lu Zuoyin, her mother-in-law, Li Shufan now found it hard to even say mother. Su Mei was surprised when she heard Li Shufan's words. "The town's clothing shop? That's a state-owned place. It's a government job. Many people are eager to get it, but they can't. And they're actually blocking you from going?" When she talked about me, she used the same reasoning as she did with you, saying women should stay at home and take care of the family, not go out and show themselves. "Unlike you, I have family support and confidence," Li Shufan said, lowering her head with a sad look. It was supposed to be a happy moment, but Su Mei didn't want Li Shufan to feel down. She patted her hand and said, "It's all in the past now. After the divorce, we can go to his place and take care of the family. Big sister-in-law managed to do it. She even got the state-owned shop to want to hire you. I know many kinds of embroidery." Li Shufan suddenly became confident. "When I was at the market, I wore a dress I embroidered myself, and the manager of the clothing shop noticed me. My embroidery skills were learned from my grandmother. She used to be a skilled embroiderer for a wealthy family. According to my grandmother, her mother used to embroider for the palace. There are many types of embroidery. I'm good at both Hunan embroidery and shoe embroidery. The shop in town wants me to help make wedding dresses and items for the bridal bed. As long as I want to go, I can go anytime. With the status of the tailor master in the shop, I could rent a house in town. As long as no one stops me, I have no reason to be afraid of leaving this marriage." Wow, Su Mei only thought Li Shufin's embroidery was pretty, but she didn't realize how talented she was. Her skills had been passed down through generations of embroidery artisans. Such an embroidery artist would be extremely valuable in the future. If she took the job at the state-owned shop now, Su Mei might miss out on a rare talent. Because state-owned industries usually require employees to sign long-term contracts. And now, since Li Shufin is working at the clothing factory in the supply and marketing cooperative, that means the factory has helped her. Given her personality, she probably wouldn't quit easily later. She must not let her go to work at the state-owned clothing shop. Su Mei immediately thought this. She believed that in the future, she could enjoy a better life with Li Shufin. After glancing at Li Shufin, Su Mei said, "Sister-in-law, as long as you choose the right time to divorce, you will definitely succeed. After all, if you're caught cheating, you could be severely punished. However, I don't recommend you go to the tailor shop in town."
Why?
Li Shufin was full of dreams about working in town, but when Su Mei suddenly gave a negative answer, her face looked unhappy. Su Mei replied, "Your family doesn't agree with your divorce. If you secretly go through with it, they will find out sooner or later. If they come looking for you and try to bring you back, what will you do? I think you should finish the divorce and then leave immediately. Go far away and disappear from everyone's sight. As long as you don't want to be found, they will never find you. Disappear from everyone's sight? That's impossible." Li Shufin thought about Su Mei's words and felt it made sense. Her hope was suddenly crushed, and she looked very sad, like a withered eggplant.
"I have nowhere else to go," she said. "Come with me to Yanjing."
Su Mei said firmly. "Go to Yanjing?"
Li Shufin frowned.
"What would I do in Yanjing with you?" "Sister-in-law, come with me to Yanjing. I plan to buy a house there. After I get into a university in Yanjing, I can transfer my household registration there. Then I can buy a house in Yanjing. You and Qiu can live with me. You can take care of my daily life, and you can also help me look after the house." Su Mei thought that if she took Li Shufin there and left her, once she got a business license next year, she could make good use of her. Li Shufin didn't know Su Mei's real intentions and only thought she was trying to help her. She quickly refused. "I can't trouble you like that. Qiu, and I don't have household registration. If we go to Yanjing, we'll be illegal residents and can't find jobs. We'd have to rely on you entirely. That's not right. Big sister-in-law, even if you don't go, I need someone else to help me look at houses. I live at school and plan to buy several yards in Yanjing. I don't have time to manage them myself, so they might fall into disrepair. Instead of paying someone else, I'd rather you go. And don't worry about the food supplies. Qiu is weak, and it's best if she can go to Yanjing for medical treatment. You can get the team leader to write a certificate saying you're going to Yanjing for medical care. Then your and Qiu's food supplies will still be provided," Su Mei said honestly. "Doing business requires good timing, and the earlier you buy a house, the cheaper it is. Buying a house in Yanjing now means it will be worth money in the future." Su Mei didn't plan to buy a courtyard house for now. She only had 10,000 yuan, which was enough to buy one more house. But when buying ordinary houses, regardless of quality or size, she can buy several. The quality of the house doesn't matter. The land is the most important. She plans to buy some now, and when she makes money later, she'll buy a courtyard house. By then, she wants to become the woman with the most real estate in all of Yanjing. She can't leave all these houses empty. She can tidy them up and rent them out at lower prices. Since she is going to school, she doesn't have time to manage the houses, so she really needs someone to help her manage them. Li Shufin thinks anyone suitable for this task will do. Hearing this explanation from Su Mei, Li Shufin suddenly feels a bit tempted. But the team leader might not give me the paperwork for this? It will be done. I will ask my grandfather to write a note for Qiu, saying her illness requires treatment in Yanjing. My grandfather saved the team leader's life, so he will agree to this. Also, everyone in the village knows that Qiu is in poor health, and there's no falsehood in that. I only have 4 days before I leave. Sister-in-law, you should hurry. Once you get the divorce certificate, I'll take you away. We will go far, far away, and no one will interfere with your life. As she spoke, Su Mei smiled sincerely, happy that Li Shufan could escape such a terrible situation. Okay, Li Shufan nodded, but her eyes flickered as if she remembered something. If I go with you, it means that your older brother, Janjun, and Qiuqiu's grandparents will know I encouraged the divorce. Wouldn't that make it harder for you to get along with them in the future? Don't worry. Su Mei shook her head. Even without your help, I probably wouldn't get along well with them. That's true. Even if it's not perfect, it's okay. Jianguo is a good person. He will protect you, Li Shufan said, unable to help but advise Su Mei about Jianguo. This family is like this. Jianguo can't do anything about it. Don't be angry with him, and don't run away from home all the time. If there are problems, solve them. Otherwise, you'll regret missing the chance. I didn't want to run away from home. I left because I didn't want to argue, and I didn't want to fight with his mother over something that is already right. It's unnecessary. If he wants to be with me, he should balance these relationships himself, not make me face these storms every time I come back. If every time I return, I have to deal with these messes and feel exhausted physically and mentally, is it worth it? Su Mei grew up in an orphanage. She was alone and didn't have much capital, so she always considered whether something was worth doing. If it wasn't worth it, she would quickly give up and cut losses. However, today Li Shufan gave Su Mei a different answer. In love, sometimes there's no worth it or not worth it. Instead, there's only whether you're willing or not. If you're willing, then it's worth it. Also, when you ask if it's worth it, are you asking if this thing is worth it, or if this person is worth it? In the end, Li Shufan looked at Su Mei with deep meaning. Her words hit Su Mei like a splash of cold water, waking her up instantly. Only then did she realize why she had been so restless these past few days. Because when she was making decisions, she only thought about the matter itself, not about Huo Jianguo, who had already become very important to her. Is Huo Jianguo worth it? For Su Mei, the answer was clear. Of course he's worth it. Then that's settled, Li Shufan smiled at Su Mei. Marriage is about facing many small things together. As long as that person is right, you can overcome all difficulties and stay together. Marriage is full of small things. Su Mei silently repeated this in her heart. She had never experienced family life, so she didn't understand the little details. Her knowledge about marriage came from TikTok and some social media platforms. Those media told her that women in marriage should always stay clear-headed. So she chose to stay rational based on those ideas. But the results were not good. Her rationality and emotions constantly clashed, exhausting her and making her look worn out. At this moment, Su Mei found a new answer in her heart, and her chest felt open and free. She didn't expect this answer to come from Li Shufan. She thought Li Shufan was truly brave to propose divorce in such an era. She was very thoughtful and clear-minded. Unfortunately, she hadn't met a good man. But that was okay. She believed she would meet someone in the future. Seeing that it was almost noon, Su Mei didn't want to run into the others from the He family. She stood up to say goodbye to Li Shufan. Big sister-in-law, I've said everything I need to. I'm going back now. Take your time planning, and once you have a result, come find me. We don't have to wait until the right time to leave. As soon as you get the divorce papers, I will take you away. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I will do it as soon as possible. Thank you. Your great kindness and grace. I really don't know how to repay you. Don't worry, there will be opportunities to repay everyone. The future developments are uncertain, but Su Mei is sure that Li Shufan will be a helpful person to her. Li Shufan has good character and personality. Su Mei plans to develop in many ways and needs someone she can trust and understand well. After explaining everything to Li Shufan, Su Mei returned home with Su Xingxue. When they arrived, Bai Xiaofang had already prepared the meal. After lunch, Su Mei went back to her room to rest. In a few days, she will leave for school. Her ankle is not fully healed, so she needs to be careful. However, 3 days passed, and there was no good news from Li Shufan. Su Mei was a bit anxious. She couldn't be late for school registration. If Li Shufan couldn't finish her work quickly, she wouldn't be able to wait for her. Fortunately, on the 4th morning, Li Shufan brought good news. She had obtained her divorce certificate and proof of treatment for Chi. To keep Li Shufan's whereabouts secret from the Huo family, Su Mei and Li Shufan agreed to meet in town and then leave together by car. On the morning of departure, Su Mei got up early. Su Xingxue helped her carry her luggage and saw her off to the town. After saying goodbye to her family at the door, they headed to the village entrance. Just as they reached the village gate, a string of firecrackers fell from the old locust tree. Suddenly, loud firecracker sounds exploded in Su Mei's ears, startling her. Then, the town mayor, holding a banner, along with people, came out beating drums and gongs. Behind the Education Bureau, a long line of villagers came to see Su Mei off. The banner was held by 2 children, and it read, "Congratulations to Comrade Su Mei for being admitted to university." Seeing the banner, Su Mei's eyes filled with tears. A few days ago, she heard someone from the town might come to congratulate her, but then there was no news. She thought they wouldn't come. It turned out they had planned to appear together on the last day. The town mayor came forward to shake hands with Su Mei. After shaking hands, he took out a red envelope and handed it to her, saying, "Comrade Su Mei, you got into university and are the top scorer in the country. This is not only an honor for your village, but also for the entire town and county. This red envelope is from the town and county officials. Please accept it and study well in Yanjing."
Thank you.
"I will study hard. When I succeed, I will return to give back to my hometown," Su Mei said sincerely, not just out of politeness. Anyone would be moved when they see such lively and kind farewell scenes. Returning to her hometown is something Su Mei genuinely feels because of the warmth she senses. After the village chief gave her red envelopes, the villagers gathered around. Su Mei thought that since life was hard, they would just offer simple blessings. To her surprise, each villager held money, some with a 1 yuan note, others with 3 or 5 yuan, and without hesitation, they pushed the money into Su Mei's hands. Most villagers were grateful for Su Xuanhu's help, and some genuinely wanted Su Mei to succeed and make the village proud. They gave her money because they worried her family might not have enough, or that she would suffer in the city. The money was old and crumpled, some bills torn, but Su Mei knew these were hard-earned savings from the villagers, who had carefully saved every penny. She had earned her salary for a year and also had assets from Huo Jianguo, so she felt she shouldn't accept this sweat and tears money. She kept refusing, but it was useless. Often, she didn't even realize whose money it was before it was already in her hands. Finally, Su Xuanhu stepped forward and said to Su Mei, "Child, take the money. Grandpa knows you don't need it now, but it's the villagers' kindness and hope placed on you. Keep it, and if you succeed in the future, don't forget the villagers who care about you. Don't let down their pure and simple good intentions." With her grandfather speaking, Su Mei could only hold the scattered money tightly in her hand. The scene was so touching that it brought tears to her eyes without her noticing. Soon, Su Mei was holding a thick stack of money. It might not be more than her 2-month salary, but holding it made her feel heavy, as if it carried the hope of the entire village. She silently vowed that she would not let the money given today go to waste. In the days to come, she would surely repay the village's kindness with success. These simple feelings are impossible to refuse. Growing up in an orphanage, Su Mei had never felt so much love before. She increasingly believed that her crossing over was perhaps heaven's way of pitying her loneliness, blessing her with pure and beautiful kindness. Under the villagers' heartfelt farewell, Su Mei left the village with the town's leaders. Once in the town, after meeting Li Shufan, Su Mei took a train to the county seat. Originally, the family wanted Su Sheng to send Su Mei to Yanjing for school, but Su Mei refused. She is an adult, and with Li Shufan accompanying her on the way, there was no need to trouble Su Sheng to make the trip. Although the 2 siblings often argued and teased each other when together, Su Sheng still felt very reluctant when they parted. He thought about Su Mei going to an unfamiliar place and, turning away, tears welled up in his eyes. "Fifth brother, what's wrong? Are you crying?" Su Mei asked knowingly. Su Sheng naturally denied it. "I'm not crying. I just got sand in my eyes." All right, I know you don't want me to go, Su Mei said, wiping her eyes. Wait for me at home. In a couple of years, I'll bring you to Yanjing too. The country is developing better and better, so there will be more opportunities. Don't rush to get married. Let's build our careers first, then think about marriage. Remember what I said. Don't tell me not to get married, or Mom will scold you to death. Su Sheng shot a sharp look at Su Mei, but secretly kept her words in his heart. He waved his hand and pretended to leave casually. In fact, Su Mei knew he hadn't really left. After the car drove away, she watched Su Sheng come out of the window. The car slowly drove off, and Su Sheng stood alone in place for a long time. Chiu, her first time riding in a car, kept asking questions like a little chatterbox, as if she had 100,000 questions. Li Shufan, who had never traveled far before, didn't know the answers to many of her questions. Su Mei kept her company, describing the outside world to her imagination. The three of them first took a bus to the county town, then transferred at the county bus station to go to the provincial capital. By the time they arrived in the provincial capital, it was already 3 p.m. Su Mei took Li Shufan and Chiu to a guest house and rented a room to stay. Su Mei wasn't used to sharing a bed with others, but she still only booked one room with one bed. She knew that if she asked for separate beds for Li Shufan and Chiu, it would put pressure on Li Shufan. Although Su Mei had plans for Li Shufan's future, Li Shufan didn't know this. She was worried and still saw herself as a burden to Su Mei. If she had other options, Li Shufan wouldn't have chosen to follow Su Mei out. That night, lying on the bed, Su Mei listened as Li Shufan talked about her divorce process. Li Shufan didn't cheat or threaten Huo Jianguo to divorce her. Instead, she quietly told Liu Suiyun about Liu's pregnancy, asking Liu Suiyun to help her make the decision. On the surface, Li Shufan was asking Liu Suiyun to take charge and teach Huo Jianguo a lesson. In reality, Li Shufan understood Liu Suiyun's feelings very well. She knew Liu Suiyun liked boys, and if Liu Suiyun found out that the widow Niu was pregnant, she would probably hope that the widow would give the Huo family a grandson.
Li Shufan akurateli gasa Liu Kuyun's talks.
When Liu Suiyun first heard that the widow Niu was pregnant, she scolded her, calling her a flirtatious woman and accusing her of tempting men. But after a night, Liu Suiyun changed her attitude. Early the next morning, she called Huo Jianguo into the rented house and advised him to divorce Li Shufan and marry someone else. At that time, Huo Jianguo was reluctant. He told Liu Suiyun, "Mother, I don't think we can do this. Shufan hasn't given me a son, but she did give me Chiu. We've been married for so many years, and we have feelings. I can't just kick her out. Her family doesn't like her, and if they find out she's divorced, they might beat her to death. She'll have nowhere to go. She's so pitiful. And that widow Niu, I've been casually seeing her. Her husband is many, and who knows whose child is in her belly. Marrying her would be like raising someone else's child. What a shame." When Li Shufan heard Huo Jianguo's words, she felt a pang of worry, thinking the divorce might fall through. But then things took a turn. She overheard Liu Suiyun telling Huo Jianguo, "Who cares whose child it is? As long as it's a boy, it will be my grandson in the Huo family. If she gives birth to a son, you can hold your head up high, and the future will look bright. Whether it's biological or not, as long as he's raised well and grows up to be successful, he might even be better than a biological son." Li Shufan, who thought she was emotionally unaffected by the Huo family affairs, was still shocked for a long time after hearing Liu Suiyun's words. Initially, Huo Jianguo did not agree with Liu Suiyun's opinion. He was worried that the widow Niu would be unruly after marrying in and felt she couldn't compare to Li Shufan's kindness. He didn't want to divorce Li Shufan. But Huo Jianguo was a naive, obedient son who depended heavily on his mother. After 2 days of Liu Suiyun crying and pleading, he finally agreed to the divorce. After the mother and son discussed the divorce, they called Li Shufan into the room and brought up the subject of ending their marriage. Li Shufan cried and begged Liu Suiyun and Huo Jianguo not to drive her away, saying she would rather die in the Huo family than divorce. To persuade Li Shufan to agree, Lu Zuiyan gave her 200 yuan and also handed over an old thatched hut in the Huo family that had been abandoned for decades. After receiving the divorce certificate, Li Shufan truly took Qiuqiu to live in a thatched hut that let the wind in for a day. When morning came, Li Shufan went to the village team to get a certificate for Qiuqiu to see a doctor outside. She left quietly from the hut without anyone noticing. Li Shufan also explained to the village head that if anyone asked about her whereabouts, she said she had taken Qiuqiu out of town for medical treatment. As for her exact plans, Li Shufan begged the village head not to tell anyone. The village head, knowing her situation, agreed to keep her secret. After hearing about Li Shufan's divorce process, Su Mei praised her highly. Li Shufan is truly a clever and resourceful woman. She not only ended her marriage cleanly, but also gained the most benefit when she left. Li Shufan said, with these 200 yuan, I can at least support ourselves and Qiuqiu in Yanjing for half a year. I won't be a burden to you. When the year ends and widow Liu joins the Huo family, I'll go back to the town to find work at the clothing shop. Once everything settles down, my family won't be able to do anything to me. Even now, Li Shufan still believes Su Mei only called her to Yanjing out of kindness. The excuse about needing to take care of the yard was just a polite way to make her feel at ease. She planned to return someday. Su Mei didn't explain much. She had a way to prevent Li Shufan from coming back. Even if she wanted to return, she would have to do so with great honor, dressed well, and as someone important in her family and far from the reach of the troublemaker Huo Jianguo. Only then could she come back. Su Mei said, older sister-in-law, you won't regret coming to Yanjing with me. Li Shufan thought Su Mei was just comforting her, but in fact, Su Mei was making a promise. The three of them squeezed onto a small bed. The youngest was innocent and unaware. The oldest was full of uncertainty about the future. Su Mei was leading them toward hope and a brighter future. The next day, the three of them boarded a train to Yanjing. Like Qiuqiu, Li Shufan was curious about this new, strange world. They didn't want to sleep on the train. Instead, they kept looking out the window at the outside world. At noon, Su Mei took Li Shufan to the dining car for a meal. She spent 5 yuan and ordered 3 plates of rice, a small stir-fried meat dish, and a large bowl of tomato and egg soup. The dining car was crowded with people. In this era, being able to eat in the dining car on a train meant the family was quite well off. Most of the people in the train car, like Su Mei, are dressed very nicely. Li Shufan is wearing a modest blue cloth dress and sitting inside. For the first time, she feels out of place in the outside world. Her hands keep fidgeting as she tries to hide a noticeable patch on her sleeve. Because of the embarrassing experience during lunch, Li Shufan refuses to go to dinner that evening. She thinks the food on the train is too expensive, and since she is dressed plainly, she doesn't want to embarrass Su Mei again. Su Mei sees through her thoughts and takes out a piece of clothing to give to Li Shufan. I told you to change your clothes a long time ago. I have many clothes. Wearing one more won't matter. It's too valuable. I've never worn such nice clothes before. Thank you. When I get to Yanjing, I will buy you one to return the favor. Li Shufan touches the clothes Su Mei handed her, unsure. Her words lack confidence. Although she received 200 yuan after her divorce, she still needs to live on that money. Today's hardships and humility will make Li Shufan brave and strong in facing future difficulties and storms. The train has been moving for 3 days and finally arrives in Yanjing. Before getting off the train, Su Mei tells Li Shufan, big sister-in-law, you must hold Qiuqiu's hand tightly, not let go for even a minute, and stay right behind me without moving. The outside world is complicated. Human traffickers are always watching children and young women. You need to treat everyone you don't know as a potential threat. Whether they seem kind or evil, don't trust them. Remember what I said. I believe you won't get lost. But if you do get lost by accident, remember, only the police can be trusted.
Got it? Got it. Li Shufan nods carefully, watching Su Mei.
I will stay close to you and hold Qiuqiu's hand tightly. This thoughtful, clever rural woman, facing an unknown world, behaves obediently in front of Su Mei, like a child. Su Mei is so cautious because the city is full of tricks. She just wants to eliminate all dangers as much as possible. As she finishes speaking, the train has already arrived at the station and is slowly stopping. A sweet voice comes from the loudspeaker. Dear passengers, your journey has arrived at our great capital, Yanjing, amid beautiful and joyful music. Please take your luggage and line up to get off. The train announced, next stop, Train 12. We look forward to your next visit. We hope you are satisfied with the service of all the staff on this train.
Goodbye.
As the announcement ended, the passengers in the carriage gradually got off one by one. Su Mei was not in a hurry. She waited until there were few people left in the carriage before calling Li Shufan and Qiu to go outside. The train station was crowded. Li Shufan remembered Su Mei's words and held Qiu's hand, closely following Su Mei. Outside the station, Su Mei went straight to a nearby newspaper stand and bought a map of Yanjing. After buying the map, she took the subway with Li Shufan and Qiu, heading directly to Yanjing University. She didn't expect to find a subway in this era. Before buying the map, she had planned to rent a pedal bike near the train station. But after seeing the subway line on the map, she changed her mind. Soon, the three of them got off near Yanjing University. It was only 8 a.m. at this time. Su Mei took Li Shufan and Qiu to a guest house near the school to stay. After dropping off their luggage, she took them out for breakfast. Su Mei arrived in Yanjing a day before school started. She planned to register the next day. After breakfast, thinking it was still early, Su Mei decided to explore around Yanjing University. Her plan was to buy a small yard nearby to live in, making it easier to go to and from school. She also wanted to provide a place for Li Shufan and her son to stay. Housing in Beijing at this time was still quite affordable. Since outsiders couldn't afford to buy homes, locals with stable jobs would sell their old courtyards after getting assigned housing through their work units. Most people didn't realize that the land in Yanjing would become extremely valuable in the future. Yanjing was a bustling big city in this era, but from Su Mei's future perspective, it still looked old and worn out. The main colors on the streets were black, white, and red. As she wandered into the narrow alleys filled with crowds, the scene became even messier. She turned around and around in the small alleys. She saw many houses marked for sale. But those houses were too large, and Su Mei didn't want to buy them. Large courtyards would quickly deplete her money if she bought one. She needed to find a small house with an open space in front that she could buy together with the land. Most buyers only considered the price of the house, not realizing that in the future, land would be the most valuable. She spent the whole morning searching but couldn't find a suitable house. Buying a house is not a small matter, and Su Mei didn't expect to succeed immediately. When they had been shopping until 12:30 and still hadn't found what she liked, she decided to invite Li Shufan to have lunch. Breakfast and lunch were both paid for by Li Shufan insistently, but she didn't have a ticket. The ticket was Su Mei's. The three of them ate at a cafeteria outside a textile factory. The cafeteria was open to the public. After getting their food, Su Mei and Li Shufan sat in a corner with Qiu. While eating, Su Mei discussed finding a house with Li Shufan. She said, "People here love to build Sihiyuan courtyards. Houses with just one building and a piece of open land are very hard to find. It's a pity I don't have much money. If I did, I would buy several Sihiyuan houses directly, so I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of searching. If we can't find a suitable one, we shouldn't buy right away. Buying a house is a big deal, and there's no need to rush. When we looked at houses earlier, I saw quite a few for rent. If nothing else, we can rent one first and look around slowly." Big sister-in-law, aren't you illiterate? Su Mei looked at Li Shufan with surprise. When they stayed at the guest house, Li Shufan and Qiu's writing were signed by her. "How come you can't tell that there are houses for rent?" "I'm not completely illiterate. I recognize some characters, but I can't write," Li Shufan said shyly with a smile. Before, the village's educated youth held literacy classes. Other women didn't want to learn, but I attended many classes. Qiu's grandma probably wouldn't let Qiu go to school. At that time, I thought learning a few more words would be good, so I could teach Qiu. If she can recognize some characters, that's better than being illiterate her whole life. They say scholars are superior to others. Chiu can't be a scholar, but I want to help her improve and move upward. Big sister-in-law, you are truly born in the wrong place. I can't imagine how amazing you would be if you were born into a wealthy family, such a smart and insightful woman. Of course, you're already impressive now. You're right, reading is very important. In the future, we want Chiu to read many books. The more Su Mei talked with Li Shufan, the more she felt she had not made a mistake in choosing her. Li Shufan had never been praised so straightforwardly before. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt so uncomfortable she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. I don't think I'm anything special, Su Mei.
Don't keep praising me.
I'm so ordinary and plain. I don't deserve such lofty words of praise from you. Let's talk about the house. If we can't find a suitable one to buy, how about renting a place first? Just as Su Mei was about to return to Li Shufan, a middle-aged, chubby woman at the nearby dining table approached her. She looked at Su Mei and Li Shufan and asked, "Are you two really planning to buy a house? Two young ladies?" Li Shufan looked back at the chubby woman and smiled, saying, "Big sister, she's a young lady. I'm not as young as you think." "Didn't see clearly with my back turned," the woman said with a smile.
You just said you want to buy a house.
"I overheard. Since I haven't found a suitable one yet, what kind of house are you planning to buy? Do you have a house to sell?"
Su Mei asked.
"We just want a small house, preferably with some open space in front." Su Mei thought that since the middle-aged woman approached her, she probably had a house to sell. Sure enough, when the woman heard Su Mei, she sat down at Su Mei's table with a metal lunchbox. She looked at Su Mei and said, "I happen to have an old house to sell. It's a little old and has been unsold for a few years. If you're interested, you can come take a look." "Does the house have a yard in front?"
Su Mei asked, concerned about that.
The woman nodded, saying, "Yes, a big yard. You could grow some vegetables for daily use. If it weren't for my husband getting a house at the factory, I wouldn't want to sell it. Having a vegetable garden saves a lot of money." "Where is your house?" Su Mei asked, not feeling fully convinced yet. She wanted to buy a house near the school, and if it was too far out, she wasn't interested in seeing it now. The woman replied, "It's in the old alley behind Yanjing University, close to the school, lively and popular. If you're interested, I can take you to see it after dinner." "All right, after dinner, take me to see it. May I ask your surname?" Su Mei finally became somewhat interested in viewing the house. She thought that since this woman's house hadn't sold for years, it probably wasn't very good, so she didn't hold much hope. The woman loosened her grip on her rice and replied vaguely, "My surname is Hu. Just call me Sister Hu." After speaking, Sister Hu asked for Su Mei and Li Shufan's names. After finishing their meal, Sister Hu took Su Mei toward the back of Yanjing University. When they reached the area behind a university, Su Mei realized that the old alley Sister Hu mentioned was truly old. Many of the houses looked dilapidated. However, there were still many elderly people living there. Everywhere at the yard gates, old folks were sunbathing, so it wasn't too quiet. Adding that the school's back gate also has a large entrance and that some college students rent rooms in the alley makes this place seem lively. This point is true. Sister Hu is not lying. After walking for half an hour, Sister Hu finally led Su Mei to a courtyard. She looked around carefully, then reached through in the wall of the gate and took out a key to open the door. When Su Mei saw the courtyard, she was surprised and opened her mouth wide. It was a very large yard, bigger than those traditional courtyard houses. In the future, it would be worth at least 100 million. She seemed to see a lot of money and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Seeing Su Mei's exaggerated expression, Sister Hu smiled awkwardly. "Su girl, even though my house is a bit old and small, it doesn't let in wind or rain, so it's comfortable to live in. If you buy it, you definitely won't regret it. Isn't it what you want, a small house with a big yard?" Sister Wang spoke with a guilty tone. She thought Su Mei's exaggerated expression was because she disliked the house's old condition. But actually, Su Mei hadn't paid attention to the size of the house at all. Her full attention was on the yard. Only after Sister Hu spoke did Su Mei notice the house. She finally understood how old the house was that Sister Hu mentioned. It was a house you'd see in a remote rural area, a mud house with stone walls. The mud had already crumbled into pieces, and the walls showed signs of falling apart, exposing the blue stones inside. The roof tiles were broken and ragged, with some grass mixed in. Although Sister Hu said it was a house, Sume thought it could just as well be a pigsty. She swallowed again and asked, "Are you sure this house doesn't let in wind or rain?" "That's necessary. If you don't believe me, I'll take you inside to see," Sister Hu said, then stepped forward. Li Shufan looked at the house and felt a bit disappointed. She whispered, "This house probably isn't very practical. It's too old, like the hut that Grandma Chio gave me." Su didn't speak and followed Sister Hu inside. As long as the price was right, she would buy this house. When she came, she had asked her master about the housing prices in Yanjing. She knew that a small yard could usually be bought for 2,000 or 3,000. What she cared about was the land. Such a large piece of land, Su had no reason to give up. The interior of the house was actually quite good. Some old furniture hadn't been moved out, and the inside was tightly sealed, clean, bright, and not drafty. The mud house is like this. Although it looks rough outside, it stays warm inside, making it practical for winter and summer. After seeing it, Su quickly made a decision. She left the house and directly asked Sister Hu in the yard, "How much are you selling this house for?" "I originally wanted at least 4,000 yuan, but my family urgently needs money, so I'll sell it to you for 3,000 yuan. I'm honest and not making false claims. Is that okay with a fixed price?" "Sister, that's a bit expensive. The house is small. If you lower the price a little, I'll buy it." "It's already very low. It can't go lower." "Just a little lower," Su insisted. Sister Hu looked regretful. "Then I'll lower it by 100. If you want less, then don't say anything more. I won't sell it." Su argued with Sister Hu for a while, but she wouldn't agree to lower the price further. Seeing that Sister Hu wouldn't budge, Su had to accept the 2,900 yuan offer. She was willing to buy it at that price. After all, the price was close to what she had heard elsewhere, and she was happy with the land. She decided not to argue anymore. Just as she was about to confirm with Sister Hu, Li Shufan suddenly spoke. "Then, if you won't sell, forget it. We'll look at other places. This price is too high for us to afford. Sorry for bothering you." After saying that, Li Shufan pulled Su and started to leave. Su was stunned, not understanding why Li Shufan suddenly did this. At that moment, Sister Hu's voice suddenly rang out behind them. "Oh, why are you leaving just because of a small disagreement? The price. We can still negotiate it." Hearing this, Li Shufan turned around and gave Su a sly smile. "Offer 2,300 yuan. If she doesn't agree, then 2,500. You say no to anything more," Li Shufan whispered softly into Sume's ear. Sume looked at Li Shufan, then turned back and started to walk away. "Oh, this price can be negotiated slowly. You're so impatient." "Well, Sister Su, I see you're serious about buying the house. I'll take a small loss and give you a little less, 2,800 yuan. That's 200 less. Any less and I can't do it." Sister Hu saw Su turning back and immediately took a few steps forward. Although the price was 200 less, Su felt satisfied with this offer. However, thinking of Li Shufan's words, she remained calm and said in a steady voice, 2,300, a fixed price. If you agree to sell, I will buy it immediately. Girl, you're not just bargaining, you're risking my life. Aunt Hu exclaimed, looking distressed. 2,300 is too high. I have such a big yard. At this moment, Li Shufan stepped forward. Auntie, we are buying a house, meant for people to live in. The house is more important than the yard. We need a lot of money to renovate this house. If you really don't want to sell, we'll look at other options. You see, you keep wanting to leave quickly. The price was negotiated, but 2,300 is too much. How about 2,600? Or less, and I can't explain it to my family. 2,500 and we can sign the contract, pay the money, and get the keys. If not, forget it. Sume explained the lowest price Li Shufan mentioned. Aunt Hu hesitated after hearing this, but Li Shufan took Sume's arm and said, Let's go look at other houses. This one isn't that great. As Li Shufan turned around, Aunt Hu slapped her thigh and said with a cool, all right, I'll sell it to you. Your bargaining skills are really tough. Anyway, we've moved to the housing provided by our work unit. The house is empty, so it doesn't matter. After agreeing on the price, Su Mei followed Aunt Hu out to find a print shop to draft the contract. It was only their first day in Yanjing, and they had already found a house, a big yard. Su Mei thought her luck was pretty good. They walked along the alley to the street outside and found a state-run photo studio to start drafting the house purchase contract. After drafting the contract, Su Mei and Aunt Hu signed it. Then Su Mei took Aunt Hu to the bank, withdrew 2,000 yuan, and handed it to her, receiving the house keys. The remaining 500 yuan would be paid after Su Mei transferred her household registration to Yanjing, and Aunt Hu transferred the property to Su Mei's name. Once everything was settled, it was getting dark. The new yard was empty, with nothing set up yet. Su Mei took Li Shufan and her daughter back to the guest house. At the small restaurant downstairs, the three had dinner. During the meal, Su Mei asked Li Shufan, "Big sister, I bargained for that house for a long time, but Aunt Hu wouldn't lower the price even a little. How did you know she'd call us back after we left?" That house was too broken to sell easily. Li Shi spoke very confidently, saying, "If she can help, she will. You've been bargaining with her, and she saw that you wanted it. Naturally, she will stick to her price. But once you leave, she'll worry you won't buy it and she won't be able to sell it again soon. When bargaining, if she doesn't agree, she'll pretend to walk away. If she's sincere about selling, she'll call you back. Big sister-in-law, you are amazing. Bringing you along was the best decision I ever made. Since you came, I saved 400 yuan. Su Mei, who usually shops online and has no experience bargaining in person, mainly because she has no time to go shopping, was very happy. If Li Shufan hadn't been there today, she would have paid 2,900 yuan. Li Shufan was always praised by Su Mei, and she blushed from the compliments. I'm not that impressive. It's just some basic life knowledge. You used to have little experience living alone. Once you learn, you'll do even better than me. After eating, the three of them returned to the guest house. They had been on the train for a few days, and then went out to find a house. They were very tired, and once inside the room, they didn't talk much and just lay on the bed. Chiu, who was chattering happily, was also very tired. She fell asleep shortly after getting on the bed. The next morning, early, Su Mei took Li Shufan and Chiu to the courtyard again. She asked Li Shufan to start tidying up there while she went to register at the school. Since she didn't plan to live on campus, Su Mei didn't bring much luggage, just a bag with her admission letter. She went straight to the school. Following her major, Su Mei found the registration office. After waiting in line for a while, she handed her admission letter to a middle-aged mentor wearing glasses. The mentor was dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, looking modest and strict. The mentor calmly opened Su Mei's admission letter, glanced at her name, and suddenly widened his eyes, standing up from his seat. "Student, you are Gaokao champion Su Mei." "It's me. What's wrong, teacher?" Su Mei looked at the mentor in surprise. The students behind, hearing that the girl at the front was the national top scorer, started to look her over. The line caused a little bit of a stir. The middle-aged mentor looked at Su Mei's admission letter again, sighed, and said, "What a pity." "What's a pity?" Su Mei's heart suddenly jumped. She wondered if there was any mistake at the university. The middle-aged mentor looked at Su Mei and then at her admission notice, with a somewhat regretful expression. "Su Mei, I'm glad you chose to study management at our school, but unfortunately, you probably can't stay in our program." "What do you mean? Does the school not want me anymore? Did I do something wrong?" Su Mei felt her heart almost jump out of her chest. Then the mentor explained, "Well, it's like this. The school reviewed your grades, and the leaders believe that because your physics and chemistry scores are excellent, you should study physics, chemistry, or math. It said you didn't even attend high school, but you self-studied and became top of the college entrance exam. With your talent, you should aim for a higher path, like scientific research. Studying management is a bit of a waste for you. The leaders plan to transfer you to a different major. I don't have any special talent, Su-mei said, feeling confused.
I just got lucky with the exam.
I want to learn management and some management skills. I'm okay with physics and chemistry questions, but I can't do research.
That's not for me.
This decision was made by the principal. Because the time from the results announcement to the start of school was too short, the school didn't know how to contact you, so they didn't inform you in advance. Principal Lin asked me to watch out for you and to tell you to come to the school office to meet him and discuss the transfer. Do I have to go?
Su-mei asked stubbornly.
Her admission notice was returned to her, and a serious voice said, Yes, you have to go. Helpless, Su-mei could only hold her admission notice again and leave the mentor's office, thinking to herself, Ugh, I wasted half an hour in line. Holding her notice, she went to find the office building. After asking several people for directions, she finally saw the big sign that said office building. Just as she was about to walk towards it, a very flashy man with shiny, styled hair blocked her way. He circled around her and said with interest, TSK, a little chubby, but still so charming and pretty. This is the first time I've seen a girl so well-dressed and eye-catching. Tell your brother your name. Get out of my way, good dog. Su-mei said without hesitation to this flirtatious man. Not wanting to offend him, the man didn't get angry. Instead, he seemed to be seriously ill and even smiled. He said in a reckless tone, Remember my name, Lin Wang. Crazy person. Su-mei shook her head, sidestepped the man, and walked toward the office building. The man behind her whistled at her curvaceous back, making flirtatious sounds. This kind of teasing made Su-mei feel very uncomfortable. She thought, these days, if hooligans aren't strictly punished, why aren't they taken away and shot? Holding her notice, she went up to the third floor as instructed by her management professor. At the very top of the third floor, she found the principal's office. Just as she was about to knock, she heard the sound of a cup being smashed inside, followed by someone shouting, Stop bothering me, you rebellious kid. Don't come to school just to annoy me. You dress so flashy, you don't look like a normal person. All you do is show off and race cars. You'll die outside sooner or later. Rebellious kid? Lin Wang? After hearing the person inside describe someone, Su-mei immediately thought of the careless, arrogant person she had just met. She thought, no wonder he's so angry. With a son like that, any father would be furious enough to die from stress. While she was thinking, she heard the sound of a phone falling inside the office. Su-mei stood at the door for a while, waiting until she felt the anger inside had calmed down a bit, then she knocked. If you knock again, I'll cut off your hand. I told you I wouldn't let you use the school's mechanical design lab. If I say no, it's no. You dropped out after high school, and you're just pretending to design stuff? Modifying motorcycles? I suggest you go to the hospital and study your brain. Principal Lin. Su-mei watched as the person inside got angry again, then slowly pushed open the office door. The person inside immediately snapped. Are you done?
Yet?
No, ma'am. Who are you looking for? The person inside was dressed in a traditional Chinese-style jacket with frog buttons, looking like a typical old man practicing Tai Chi in a modern park. Seeing Su-mei enter, his face gradually changed from anger to confusion. Su-mei awkwardly smiled. Principal Lin, hello. I'm Su-mei, the management major advisor. I came to talk to you about some professional adjustment matters. Oh. Principal Lin paused, then nodded 3 times, forcing a smile. He stood up cheerfully, called Su-mei to sit on the sofa, poured her a cup of tea, handed it to her, and then said with a look of apology, Sorry, Su-mei, I scared you just now, didn't I? No, it's okay. Su-mei shook her head and took the initiative to talk to Principal Lin about changing majors. Principal Lin, the mentors from the management school have already told me that the school plans to transfer me to another program. But I am inexperienced and lack talent. My success in the college entrance exam was just luck. I really don't think I need to change my major. I'm worried I might let you down and break your trust. You're the top science student in the country, and you tell me you have no talent? That's not something we can discuss. Chemistry, physics, and math majors all specifically want you. Honestly, I feel a bit embarrassed to transfer you to another program because I don't want to offend anyone. You can choose any one of these 3 majors. Many students are eager to get in, and they're willing to compete for a spot. But I really can't do it. Su-mei almost cried. Her good grades were mainly due to intensive practice from her previous life. If she had known it was this difficult, she might not have been the top student. She was willing to contribute to her country. After all, she was raised by the state in her previous life. Without the country's support, she wouldn't be anything. But she needed to understand her own abilities. She belonged to the type of person who succeeds through persistence and hard work. Research requires thinking and creativity. Hard work alone isn't enough. Natural talent matters more. She was willing to serve her country by helping its economy, donating to build schools and hospitals, and developing medicine. Medicine? Suddenly, Su-mei remembered that the drugs used in clinical practice are made through chemical synthesis. Pharmaceuticals are a major career path for chemistry graduates. If she studied chemistry, she could potentially develop many medicines years earlier. She hadn't thought of this before because she planned to start her own pharmaceutical company and do research herself. But that would take a lot of time and money. She needed to first build her clothing and restaurant businesses to gather funds before starting research. That process was too slow. If she studied chemistry directly and joined a chemistry lab, she would have free space for research. Once she developed new medicines, she could apply for patents and collaborate with the government to bring beneficial drugs to patients sooner. Life has many paths, and this was a direction Su-mei hadn't considered before. If the school hadn't forced her to change majors, she might never have thought of this. Su-mei, why not change your major? Young people should dare to fight for their dreams, Principal Lin said, noticing Su-mei's silence. He thought she was unwilling to change her major and had prepared a speech to discuss it with her again. Unexpectedly, before he finished his speech, Su-mei agreed herself. Okay, I'll change my major. I choose chemistry.
But
Can I study chemistry and management together? Double major? Double major? Principal Lin frowned. That's a new term. We don't have that precedent in our country. Well, from now on, we will have that precedent, Su-mei replied confidently. Principal Lin was speechless. Principal Lin didn't agree or refuse Su-mei's idea of double majoring. He said he would discuss it with the school and, if the leaders had no objections, report it to higher authorities for a decision. Su-mei understood that the principal couldn't make the decision alone for such a big matter. She didn't hold much hope, as she felt it would be hard to get an exception without precedent. She brought up the idea of double majoring mainly as a last effort to fight for herself. Since she wasn't sure if she could double major, she didn't sign up that day and went straight back to the yard behind the university. When she entered the yard, she saw it had been cleaned. Li Shufin was holding water, wiping the furniture inside the house, making everything spotless. Su-mei didn't help. Since there wasn't much to do at home, she let Li Shufin handle everything herself. She stayed there only because she had things to do and didn't want to be bored. After Li Shufin finished cleaning, Su-mei called her and Chi-Chi to go shopping for food and daily necessities. Near the school, there was a farmer's market. Su-mei bought rice, flour, meat, potatoes, and vegetables. She also bought a new basin, pots, bowls, utensils, and toiletries, as well as bedding. After buying everything, Li Shufin noticed Su-mei had spent nearly 200 yuan. Seeing all those things, Li Shufin clenched her own 200-plus yuan tightly. She thought she had over 200 yuan, which should last at least half a year in Yanjing. But after coming to Yanjing, she realized everything had to be bought, and that 200 yuan was barely enough. Su-mei saw the burden in Li Shufin's heart and comforted her. Every beginning is hard. We just arrived and we need many things. Of course, it will cost a lot. There is no need to spend so much money later on. Don't forget, you helped me save 400 yuan yesterday. These things were all bought with the money saved by my sister-in-law. Since I came here, I won't think about these things anymore, said Lin Shufin, noticing Su-mei was watching her emotions and trying to be considerate. She took a deep breath and silently decided to focus on living well for now. Since they bought many things and couldn't carry everything back at once, Su-mei called 2 hand-pulled tricycles, one to carry the items and the other to carry people. After arriving home and putting everything down, Su-mei went to buy a gas canister. The gas was at the alley entrance, not far away, so Su Mei and Li Shufan carried it back together. It wasn't tiring for the two adults to run back and forth, but poor Chi-Chi, the little girl, was tired from running around with her auntie and mother and didn't want to speak. After bringing the gas canister home, Su Mei showed Li Shufan how to use it. She demonstrated by turning a switch, and a flame suddenly burst out. Li Shufan found it very interesting. This thing is good. It doesn't produce smoke when cooking, and you just turn a switch to get a flame. I will buy one to use back home later. Back home? Su Mei smiled and said, Big sister, if you dare to carry this thing to the train station, I think the police might stop you right there.
Why is that?
Li Shufan asked, confused. This thing is dangerous. You must never forget to turn off the valve. Otherwise, if it encounters a flame, it could explode. It relies on gas inside the tank to ignite. If you don't turn off the valve and leave it open, gas will leak out. This gas isn't endless. It will run out eventually. Then we'll have to carry it outside and pay to refill it. But with such a big tank, it should last a month or two. Still need to refill and pay? That's not as good as burning firewood in the countryside, Li Shufan said, taking a basin Su Mei bought and fetching a bucket of water from the well in the yard. She started boiling water to wash her feet. After putting the water on the stove, Li Shufan began making the bed. She first tidied up the main bedroom for Su Mei, then cleaned and prepared the bed in the side room for herself and Chi-Chi. Once the beds were made and the water boiled, the three of them washed their faces and feet, then each went back to their own rooms. Looking at the dim yellow light in the house, Li Shufan's eyes softened with a tenderness she hadn't felt in years. She never imagined she would come to such a big city and live in a house with electric lights. In the master bedroom, Su Mei lay on the bed, tossing and turning and struggling to sleep. During the day, she didn't feel it, but when it was late at night and everything was quiet, Huo Jianguo would come to her mind with a smile. It had only been about 20 days since they parted, but to Su Mei, it felt like several months had passed. She used to be unsure about her feelings, but after they separated, she saw how empty her heart was without any attachment. She realized that during that year, her heart had already been taken by Huo Jianguo. Under the light, she took out her usual medical diary from her bag and flipped to a note tucked inside. Staring blankly at the 5 words that only the note revealed, I will love you forever. Just glancing at the note made a smile appear on Su Mei's face. She carefully put the note back and hugged her diary close to her chest. She missed Huo Jianguo. That night, Huo Jianguo gently entered Su Mei's dreams. The school did not agree to Su Mei's request for a 2-day weekend, but they allowed her free time to attend classes at the management college and provided her with textbooks from the college. Nowadays, universities could choose a major and a minor, but it's unclear when this policy started. Su Mei was already satisfied with this result. She wasn't studying management for a degree just to learn some skills. After choosing her major, Su Mei took her admission notice to the chemistry college to register. She was the latest student to arrive at the chemistry department. While other students gathered in the classroom for a meeting, Su Mei knocked on the door with her notice. Inside, the instructor on stage and the students looked over. Are you Professor Janjun?
Em Su Mei.
Principal Lin asked me to report to you. The professor's eyes lit up, and he stood up from his seat. He said, Su Mei, you finally arrived. Thank you for choosing chemistry. On behalf of Class 101 of the chemistry department, I welcome you. Thank you, Professor Qin. I went to confirm some things with Principal Lin, so I was a bit late, Su Mei said as she entered the classroom and handed her leave note to Professor Qin Jingfeng. He held the roster carefully and wrote her name down with seriousness. After finishing writing her name and registering Su Mei's information, Qin Jingfeng said, Our class has 72 students in total, with 9 girls and 63 boys. 1 girl doesn't stay on campus. Her dorm is an 8-person room, and there's 1 bed empty. I don't know which bed is free, but just choose the empty one and move in. Teacher, I also don't stay on campus, Su Mei said. She bought her own house outside so she wouldn't squeeze into the school dorm. I rent a place nearby. Thank you, Teacher Qin. She didn't mention that she bought the house herself. She kept her wealth private. When needed, She stayed low-key. Even though she rents, it costs a lot each month. As soon as she spoke, the students in the classroom looked at Su Mei with envy. She is smart, a top scorer nationally, good-looking, slightly chubby but with clear, white skin. Her family is wealthy, and she can afford to rent a house. She seems like someone born lucky. Since crossing over, Su Mei has received many envious looks. She calmly walked to her seat. As soon as she sat down, she felt a gaze from the crowd staring at her. She slightly turned her head and found the person behind that gaze, Mulan. Seeing Su Mei look at her, Mulan slightly curled her lips and gave a seemingly harmless smile. She has a pure face and an innocent smile, as if she and Su Mei haven't had conflicts in the borderlands, but are long-lost friends.
Su Mei squinted but ignored Mulan.
After class, Qin Jingfeng left the door, and curious students gathered around Su Mei, asking about her study tips or her family background.
Su Mei didn't say much.
She only told two things. 1. She is married. 2. She lives outside because her child came to Beijing for treatment, so she rented a place nearby. As for her study method, she only said 4 words. Diligence can make up for lack. When the students heard Su Mei was married, the young men in the class silently lamented. Among the 9 girls, 2 are already in relationships, which seemed a bit unfortunate. When the classmates had no more questions, Mulan squeezed through the crowd and greeted Su Mei. "Su classmate, long time no see." "Not long, just a month. And I guess we're not close enough to greet each other with a smile when we meet?" Su Mei didn't want to guess what Mulan's pretending was for, nor did she feel like playing along with her. Mulan's face immediately turned red, and her voice sounded very wronged. "Su classmate, I'm sorry. I know there was some misunderstanding between you and my friend, and you've been insulted and wronged unfairly. I want to apologize on her behalf again. We both came from the same place for the exam, and I believe we could become friends. Can you please not blame me because of my friend?" Mulan's tone was very sincere, and combined with her soft, delicate voice, it easily stirred some boys' protective feelings. At first, Su Mei didn't understand Mulan's intention. When she saw Mulan acting this way, she immediately realized that Mulan was just trying to use her innocent and pitiful appearance to gain favor and maybe even undermine her a little. She made herself look so weak and innocent that if Su Mei refused her now, she would definitely face the disapproval of some superficial fans who only care about appearances. This kind of young student trying to isolate classmates and steal the spotlight was something Su Mei usually ignored. But since Mulan was playing her game on her, she refused to go along with it. So, Su Mei also smiled and stood up, walking toward Mulan. "Oh, I see. Mu classmate feels guilty about teasing me for being fat and plain before. Fine, since you've apologized, I accept. It's okay." After several interactions with Su Mei, Mulan thought Su Mei would definitely get angry. She didn't expect Su Mei to stand up and accept her apology, which made her face turn awkward and uncomfortable. "I'm glad you don't blame my friend anymore." "Yes, I don't blame you anymore." Seeing Mulan's expression look as miserable as if she had eaten something bitter, Su Mei smirked slightly, feeling a bit amused. Su Mei raised her eyebrows slightly, then turned and sat back in her seat. Someone nearby defended Su Mei. "You have a good figure, slim waist, nice legs. Where are you fat? Why are people gossiping about you?" "Yeah." Su Mei is quite curvy, but her figure has nothing to do with being fat. She's clearly a beautiful, full-figured girl. She has a baby face. Just looking at her face, she has a bit of baby fat, but since she's so fair, her face doesn't make her look fat. In fact, it makes her look cute. Hearing these defending comments, Su Mei touched her waist. The soft flesh around her waist had disappeared somehow, leaving only a slim, curved waist. She couldn't help but frown. In a month, without being fed by Huo Jianguo, she had lost weight without even trying to slim down. However, this discovery did not make Su Mei happy. She remembered what Huo Jianguo had said to her while buried in her chest, in a gentle and loving tone. "Su Mei, I like the soft flesh on your body." While Su Mei was imagining Huo Jianguo's appearance in her mind, the school bell rang, and the classroom instantly became quiet. The first class was organic chemistry. Because she carried high expectations, Su-mei dared not lose focus. As soon as class started, she pushed aside her messy thoughts and listened carefully. Although in her previous life, Su-mei studied clinical medicine, she also had to learn chemistry, so she was not unfamiliar with this subject. She could understand most of it. For new knowledge she hadn't encountered before, she could follow the teacher's explanations. Gradually, Su-mei realized something. Her brain was much more active than in her previous life. In her past life, after class, she still needed to digest difficult concepts on her own. But today, after a few lessons in the classroom, Su-mei found her understanding and memory abilities had improved several levels compared to her past life. She gradually concluded that her current body carried genes that made her smarter than her previous body. With this understanding, her afternoon classes became much easier and more relaxed. She actually felt a little resistant to her chosen major because she worried she wouldn't do well. But after a full day of classes, she gradually became interested in this field. At noon, because she didn't want to return to the courtyard late, Su-mei ate at the school cafeteria. When evening classes ended, she picked up her bag and walked back to the courtyard. She was surprised to see the entire yard had been dug up. After entering, she asked, "Big sister-in-law, you dug up all this land? Are you planning to plant vegetables?" "Yes, otherwise it would be a waste to leave it idle. With vegetables, we can save a lot of expenses." "You bought such an old house. Isn't it just to have more land for planting?" Exactly, just for planting vegetables." Su-mei didn't explain further, because she couldn't. "Big sister-in-law, plant more vegetables. I look forward to eating the organic vegetables you grow." "Vegetables with chickens? Su-mei, are you planning to buy chickens?" "Chickens can't be let into the vegetable fields. They peck at seeds if they have them, and peck at vegetables if they don't. That won't work." Su-mei was amused by Li Shufan. She explained the meaning of vegetables to Li Shufan, who also started laughing. During this period, the school and other units only had one day off each week on Sunday. During busy study times, a week passes quickly. On Saturday, Su-mei bought some fruit, cigarettes, and alcohol. She found a note left by Qin Jingting and took a tricycle to the address written on it. She always knew her master was someone important, but when she arrived at Qin Jingting's house, she was stunned for a long time by the grand gate. Qin Jingting's house is near the Forbidden City. Both of his adjoining courtyards are his homes. The courtyard houses are much larger than Su-mei's yard. On the bright red gate, there are 2 copper rings painted black. Su-mei stepped onto the stairs, held the rings, and gently knocked 3 times. Soon, someone opened the door from inside the yard. Standing there was a slender woman with gentle features, looking kind and noble. She looked at Su-mei, and seeing she was unfamiliar, she asked, "Girl, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I am looking for Dr. Qin. My name is Su-mei, and I am his apprentice." Su-mei replied while guessing in her mind that the woman in front of her was her master's wife. But since she had never met Qin Jingting's wife before, she didn't want to guess too quickly and reveal her thoughts. The noble lady, upon hearing that Su-mei was her guest, immediately smiled. "So, it's Su-mei. Hello, I am Dai-in, your master's wife.
Qin told me about you.
He said you would come to the capital to visit, so I should treat you well. Come in quickly and sit. I am alone at home and almost bored to death. You came just like that and you bought so many things? This is my first visit, so I couldn't come empty-handed. Mistress, are you alone? Isn't your master and brother-in-law here?" Su-mei asked as she followed Dai-in into the yard, inquiring about Qin Jingting and Qin Fong. Dai-in led Su-mei to the living room, poured her a cup of tea, and then replied, "Qin Fong has started working. He's an assistant at Yanjing University. Have you not met him? Your master told me you applied to Yanjing University." "I study at Yanjing University. Maybe because the school is big and has many departments. I haven't met my senior brother yet." Su-mei answered Dai-in's question first, then asked, "But today is Sunday. Both students and teachers are off. Why is my senior brother still working? It was supposed to be a day off, but he just returned to Yanjing. His studio is not familiar yet, and he wants to get promoted quickly, so He went to the school over the weekend to research topics. When he was in the border region, he was already a professor at the university. When he returned, his eldest uncle wanted to arrange for him to become a professor directly. His uncle is the dean of the chemistry department at Yanjing University, and it would have been easy to place someone in that position. But your senior brother is stubborn and afraid others will say he got the position through favoritism, so he insisted on earning it himself step by step. To do it himself, he would need to put in much more effort. Dai-in was saying that Qin Fong was stubborn, but her eyes and smile showed she was quite pleased with her son. However, when she mentioned that Qin Wang's eldest uncle was the dean of the chemistry department, Su-mei suddenly seemed to remember something. Master's wife, is his eldest uncle Professor Qin Jingfeng? How do you know him? Dai-in asked, glancing at Su-mei. Su-mei nodded. Yes, Professor Qin Jingfeng is my current homeroom teacher.
Oh?
Dai-in looked surprised. He is a chemistry professor. You, a girl, why are you studying chemistry? It's a very difficult subject, and the work afterward will be hard too. I originally studied management, Su-mei said, explaining how she was forced to change her major by the school. I see. Dai nodded after hearing about Su-mei's major change. That makes sense. These years, with the abolition of the college entrance exam, universities now mainly admit students through recommendations. Only students with good backgrounds and proper connections get recommended. Truly excellent students are often rejected. Your senior brother's school in the border region is like that. Many students there have very poor grades. The country is in dire need of talent, so restoring the college entrance exam was necessary because they realized there was a gap in young talent. With your good grades, you naturally become a favorite among professors once you enter school. You wouldn't have had the chance to study those less popular majors otherwise. That's why I was forced to choose chemistry, Su-mei said with a helpless smile. Thinking about how they had talked for a long time but hadn't yet discussed where Master was, Su-mei brought the topic back. By the way, Master's wife, you haven't told me where Master is? I don't even want to mention him. He's still in the border region and hasn't come back yet. Why not back yet? Su-mei thought that since a month had passed, Qin Jingting would have arrived in Yanjing before her. Dai-in explained, because the clinic still hasn't found enough doctors. He has been supporting the clinic alone for many years. Now that they've hired 3 people, he still feels it's not enough. They said they needed to hire 5 people before returning, but I don't know how much longer it will take. I was too lazy to ask him, so I let him stay by himself. My senior brother and I went back to Yanjing first. We haven't hired enough people yet. Su-mei was not surprised. I should have guessed. He is very strict about hiring. Let's not worry about her. Su-mei, sit here for a while. If you're bored, read the newspaper or watch TV. I'll check the kitchen and make some lunch for you. Dai-in said as she stood up. Su-mei quickly stood up too. Madam, I'll help you. Just a simple meal is fine. When I came, my sister-in-law made some steamed buns, and I only ate a little, so I'm not very hungry. Since it was her first visit, she knew she should eat. It was polite, and she couldn't refuse or delay. Her ability to get this far was thanks to her master's help. It was proper for her to join her master's wife for a meal on her first visit. But as a junior, she shouldn't sit here and let her master's wife cook and serve her. Dai-in was probably also very bored alone, so she didn't refuse Su-mei. After taking her to the kitchen, she assigned her some tasks like washing and peeling vegetables. While cooking and chatting, they finished 2 dishes and a soup quickly. Dai-in wanted to make more, but Su-mei stopped her. Madam, this is enough. The 2 of us won't eat much. Leftovers taste bad, and throwing them away is wasteful. All right, you can come over any time in the future. I'll cook for you then, Dai-in said as she carried the plates to the dining room. During the meal, Dai-in asked Su-mei about Li Shufan again. By the way, Su-mei, before cooking, I heard you say that when you arrived, you ate the buns made by your sister-in-law? As I know, you're from the south. How come there is a sister-in-law in the north? I'm talking about my husband's older sister. I brought her here, Su-mei replied, then told Dai-in about Li Shufan, how she brought her away and bought a house in Yanjing for her to stay. Dai-in sighed softly. Women are often unfortunate. Many spend their whole lives without salvation. Your sister-in-law is lucky she met you. Su Mei smiled at her words. She didn't deny that her appearance gave Li Shufan a chance. But she believed that Li Shufan's true salvation depended on herself. If she hadn't seen her value, she probably wouldn't have come this far. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Su Mei said goodbye to Dai Yin and left the Qin family. When leaving, the sky was still early. Su Mei went to a nearby department store to browse. She bought some daily necessities, some paper and pens, and a few yards of fabric. Then she called a car and headed home. A few days passed, and vegetables were planted in the empty yard, arranged neatly in rows. The walls inside the house were covered with old newspapers brought back by Li Shufan and Su Mei from school. The house was tidied up everywhere. At home, Su Mei took out the paper and pens, called Qiuqiu over, and said, "From today, Auntie will teach you to read and write." Hearing this, Qiuqiu was so happy she started dancing in place. She knew that her 2 older brothers at Uncle's house were learning to read, but she was too weak to go to school. She didn't expect Annie to teach her to read and write. Qiuqiu quickly dragged a small stool to sit beside Su Mei, sitting up straight like a serious little adult. Su Mei had no teaching experience, so she could only teach Qiuqiu based on what she remembered, starting with numbers and pinyin, and also helping her memorize the 300 Tang poems. Li Shufan watched her daughter's innocent and eager learning, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Li Shufan didn't thank Su Mei aloud because she knew that at this point, words of politeness wouldn't make much difference. When she saw Qiuqiu studying, Li Shufan initially watched from afar. Later, she moved closer and stood beside Qiuqiu, secretly remembering the knowledge Su Mei was teaching her. Su Mei noticed this and handed Li Shufan a pen. "Big sister-in-law, I will teach Qiuqiu from now on. You can learn with us." At first, Li Shufan felt a little shy. With Su Mei's encouragement, she also started reading pinyin loudly with Qiuqiu. The first tone is flat, the second is rising, the third is bending, and the fourth is falling. On the first day, Su Mei only taught the 4 tones of A. After teaching Li Shufan, she asked her to practice at home with Qiuqiu whenever she had time. After finishing pinyin, Su Mei took out a pencil and drew some modern-style dresses. In her modern life as a doctor, she had studied sketching to draw proportionate skeletons, so her drawing skills were good. The modern dresses she drew looked very realistic under her pen. After finishing the dress, Su Mei handed the drawing, fabric, needle and thread, ruler, and scissors to Li Shufan. She also discussed the main details of the dress with Li Shufan. She asked Li Shufan to try to recreate the modern dresses based on the drawing. For Li Shufan, sewing was easier than reading. She held the fabric and the pattern, thought for a while, and quickly formed a rough idea of the dress. "Su Mei, I haven't made this kind of dress before, but I think sewing is similar to other needlework, mainly cutting and sewing. I'll start with the simplest style. If you're happy with it, I can make others. I want to avoid wasting your fabric."
Trust you, sister-in-law.
"The cloth shoes and the pillowcases you've made are so beautiful. I believe in your skills."
Just do your best.
Since Su Mei was willing to spend money on expensive fabric, she wasn't worried about it being wasted. In the following days, Li Shufan kept busy. During the day, she made clothes at home and took care of Chi-Chi. In the evening, when Su Mei returned home, she studied and read with Chi-Chi. This made Li Shufan's life full and meaningful. As she was busy, half a month passed quickly. Finally, Li Shufan's dress was finished. When Su Mei picked up the finished product after work, she was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. Su Mei had only drawn a rough outline of the dress. But Li Shufan's finished dress was decorated with patterns made from fabric and embroidered with delicate designs. Every detail was so beautiful that Su Mei was amazed. "Sister-in-law, your dress is now a perfect example of handmade high fashion. I'm so impressed." Recently, Li Shufan received many compliments from Su Mei about her cooking, her quick learning of reading, and her skills. Li Shufan had grown used to these praises and felt more confident because of them. The next day, Su Mei wore the dress Li Shufan made and went to school. From leaving home to arriving at school, She turned heads everywhere. With light makeup and the dress that perfectly highlighted her best features, she became a stunning woman who caught the attention of passers-by for the first time since her crossing. On the street, people kept staring at her dress. At school, a few girls gathered around her, asking where she bought the dress. A girl from the neighboring class even ran over, wanting to buy clothes like Sumei's. Sumei directly told her that the skirt was her own design, handmade by her sister-in-law. The classmates listened, feeling envious, but could only look on with red eyes. At this time, private transactions are not allowed openly, so even if they liked Sumei's skirt, they couldn't pay her sister-in-law to buy one. Originally, Sumei asked Li Shufin to make the skirt just to give her something to do, so she wouldn't overthink all day. But unexpectedly, when she wore it, she received attention and praise, which boosted Sumei's confidence in her plan to open a high-end custom clothing store. That day, Sumei spent most of her time under the watchful eyes of the students. Finally, after school, Sumei tidied up her things beautifully and prepared to go home. Since her crossing, this was the first time she was noticed as a beautiful girl. It made her feel that all the hardships she endured during her weight loss over the past year were worth it. She stepped out the door, holding her head high, confidently accepting the gazes of passers-by. She walked all the way to the school gate when suddenly, a pair of scorching, intense eyes locked onto her. Those fiery eyes, through layers of people, scanned her from top to bottom. Finally, with a deep gaze and a husky voice, they said, "You've lost weight." The intense, infatuated, possessive, and domineering gaze fixed tightly on Sumei. That bold and commanding look seemed to want to swallow her whole. Sumei felt a shiver in her heart, sensing this strong gaze sharply. She raised her head, trying to find the source of that look in the crowded sea of people. But when she looked toward the area where she felt the strongest, she found no one there. Could it be a hallucination? A wave of inexplicable disappointment suddenly flooded her heart. She frowned, lowered her head to straighten the wrinkles on her skirt, and continued walking out of campus with her textbooks. Just as she took her first step with her head lowered, a tall and powerful figure suddenly pushed through the crowd in front of her, blocking her path. Sumei was caught off guard and almost bumped into him. She angrily looked up to remind him to watch where he was going, but her eyes met those deep, passionate eyes of Huo Jianguo. "You've lost quite a bit of weight," Huo Jianguo said, his eyes fixed on her noticeably smaller waist, full of concern and affection. Seeing the familiar-looking man in front of her, Sumei was so shocked she couldn't speak. She stared at Huo Jianguo for a long time, opening her mouth several times but unable to say anything. Her mind began to wonder if this scene was just another beautiful dream she had in the middle of the night. Isn't this man supposed to be on the frontier? How could he suddenly appear on the campus of Yanjing University? Seeing Sumei's stunned expression, Huo Jianguo couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Or are you so surprised to see me that you can't speak?" It was only after hearing Huo Jianguo's teasing that Sumei regained her composure. She looked into his fiery eyes and asked in surprise, "How are you here? Aren't you supposed to be on the frontier?" Huo Jianguo took Sumei's hand and pulled her along as he explained, "I finished my mission, and the army gave me a few days off. I missed you so much and was worried you might still be angry with me, so I hurried here to see you. Last time, I was in such a rush that I didn't have time to say goodbye." "I'm sorry." Huo Jianguo looked at Sumei with regret. "Have you been doing well these days? Have you missed me?" Sumei nodded softly. "I've been doing pretty well." She paused and added, "Actually, I was wrong about what happened that day. I didn't want to be in a complicated marriage, but I forgot that marriage can be full of problems. I didn't want to face those problems with you, and always wanted to run away. I was wrong, and I should apologize to you." Now, she was no longer a helpless orphan like in her past life. Since she decided to live well with Huo Jianguo, she couldn't think only of her own interests anymore, unlike in her later years. Realizing her way of thinking was flawed, Sumei felt she should also apologize. "It's not your fault. I understand how you feel. Getting into university is such a happy thing that it shouldn't be spoiled," Huo Jianguo said, stopping and turning to look at Sumei. Forget about those things. They don't matter. What's important is, you haven't answered my question. Do you miss me? Mississippi. I guess I do, she replied. I think about it every day. I look at that note, wake up in the middle of the night, and stare at the empty space beside me. Of course I miss you. His words made Huo Jianguo happy, but he wasn't completely satisfied. What do you mean? I guess? Don't ask anymore. But I want to ask. There are many people watching us. Let them look if they want. Are you really not afraid of being seen? No, let them watch if they like. I'm not afraid.
Good.
Sume nodded, suddenly taking a step forward and blocking Huo Jianguo in front of her. She reached out and hugged his firm, toned waist, burying her face in his chest. Huo Jianguo, I miss you. Sume's hug seemed to make everyone passing by stop in their tracks. Their gazes, like spotlights, focused on Sume and Huo Jianguo. Cough, cough, cough. What are you doing? Huo Jianguo reached out to hug Sume back, but noticing the eyes on them, he awkwardly lowered his hand. I miss you, Sume said with a smile, holding him tighter.
Got it.
Can you loosen up now? In public, hugging like this isn't proper. Someone might report you if they see, Huo Jianguo said, swallowing hard. Sume continued to smile. You said you weren't afraid of being watched? I asked if you missed me, not if you wanted to hug me. Because I miss you. That's why I hugged you. Sume didn't hold back and kept hugging Huo Jianguo tightly. Since the first time she saw him, she had wanted to hug him. This man, secretly a bit flirtatious, but in public, he sometimes revealed a little of a serious, old-fashioned side. He never thought Sume would ignore social norms and, in front of everyone, hug his waist and bury her face in his chest. His honest face, usually full of integrity, turned red under the watchful eyes of passers-by. But in the end, he reached out and hugged Sume even tighter, greedily smelling her hair. These days, I've been thinking about you non-stop. Thinking about you so obsessively. What kind of thinking is that? Sume tiptoed and whispered hot breath into his ear, asking, Does it make you hard? Sume. Huo Jianguo's voice was full of fire. If not for the crowd around them, he really wanted to lower his head and kiss her bold little mouth. He only dared to think that way, but Sume did it directly. While Huo Jianguo hesitated whether to continue holding her in front of everyone or push her away and find a private place to be with her, the person in his arms suddenly looked up and kissed his lips. The kiss was gentle, fleeting, and Huo Jianguo hadn't even had time to enjoy it when the person in his arms pulled away from his embrace. Sume took several steps back, turned her back to the hurried crowd, and showed a bright, genuine smile to Huo Jianguo. I'll let you go. After speaking, she turned around and walked forward, her smile growing wider, feeling incredibly happy inside. Because she finally faced her feelings for Huo Jianguo. Time apart felt like being newlyweds again. After accepting her true emotions, Sume finally felt the sweetness of love. She didn't know exactly when she started to like Huo Jianguo. Maybe the day she crossed over and saw his sharp, bright face. Maybe when Huo Jianguo wrapped her in his military coat and tore it into a cloak to block the wind. Maybe when she was afraid to go to the bathroom alone and he got up to guard outside the outhouse. Maybe during countless days on the frontier when he, not busy, washed all her clothes, including her underwear. Maybe when he took her brothers up the mountain to hunt to improve her family's life. Maybe when he held a stone and said, Wife, why aren't you softening up? Maybe when he sincerely brought home a handful of blood-stained dirt and kept it. Maybe when he unhesitatingly handed her all his savings. Maybe when he ate her leftovers without hesitation, just saying it was to avoid waste. Maybe when he said the dumplings should be hot and that his wife should marry a chubby man. There were countless moments that touched Sume's heart. These days, the beautiful memories of the year played repeatedly in her mind like a looping movie. She always considered things from her own benefit, so she wasn't sure when she fell in love with Huo Jianguo. But she realized one thing, Huo Jianguo was definitely worth it. Worth facing all storms together with him. From now on, she would never run away when problems arose. Watching that light, slender figure, Huo Jianguo suddenly smiled silently. He also felt that today, he was embracing Su Mei with his soul. He caught up and took her hand as they walked outside together. How many days do you have for this holiday?
Su Mei asked.
Huo Jianguo rubbed his forehead. 3 days. Only 3 days, such a short time, and traveling isn't enough. Why did you come? I missed you, and I was afraid you were still angry, so I had to come even for just a day. Huo Jianguo gently held Su Mei's hand tighter. I flew from the provincial city. It took 3 hours by car and 2 hours by plane. It's not too long. From now on, whenever I have a day off, I will come to see you by plane. You're already busy, and traveling back and forth during your rest must be tiring, Su Mei said, but she still looked forward to seeing Huo Jianguo. She thought she would only see him during the new year. Huo Jianguo rubbed Su Mei's head. Seeing you makes me feel less tired. By the way, your master came back with me this time. After we got off the train, Qin Fong picked him up. I promised to find you and take you to see him, so my luggage is still in Qin Fong's car. Let's go directly. It's a good chance for you to visit Dr. Qin.
First, I need to go home with me.
I bought a house here. My sister-in-law lives there. She will wait for me to have dinner tonight. If I don't go back, she'll worry. I need to tell her first, Su Mei said as she led Huo Jianguo toward the back gate of the school. Huo Jianguo asked behind her, Your sister-in-law? That's Li Shufan. Su Mei guessed that Huo Jianguo probably didn't know about her brother and sister-in-law's divorce. After you left, a lot happened at home. I persuaded my sister-in-law to divorce my brother. I also brought her to Yanjing. No one in the village knows where she is now.
Divorced?
Huo Jianguo looked surprised. Would the Li family agree? No need for their approval. It was a secret divorce. It's a long story, Su Mei explained, recounting everything that happened to Huo Jianguo after he left the Huo family. Huo Jianguo's face darkened. The family made him headache. Sorry to trouble you having to deal with all that mess at my house. As long as you're not angry that I broke up my brother and sister-in-law's marriage, Su Mei said. She thought Huo Jianguo wouldn't blame her, but in that era, many people believed it was better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. She wasn't sure how Huo Jianguo really felt. Do you think I'm so old-fashioned and clueless? Huo Jianguo saw fewer people around and suddenly pulled Su Mei into his arms. Your brother and sister-in-law's marriage was already almost over. Their divorce is a good thing for Qiuqiu's sake too. I've even thought about letting my sister-in-law divorce my brother, but I had no good place to send her, so I couldn't do anything. Fortunately, you brought my sister-in-law out. You gave Qiuqiu a way to survive and helped my brother avoid more sins. I should thank you. It's not that I blame you. Truly, I feel guilty for causing you trouble. It's not too troublesome. Big sister-in-law is very capable. Su Mei said, pointing at her dress. Did you see? I sketched the design myself, and my sister-in-law made it for me. Her skills are so good, I'm amazed. I don't see her as a bother at all. She came over to take care of the yard and tidy up the house so I can enjoy hot meals every day. I think that's great. This dress is actually a design you drew yourself. No wonder I've never seen it before. It's very beautiful. When Huo Jianguo heard that Su Mei designed the dress, he looked her over again from head to toe. But the dress story reminded Su Mei of something about Huo Jianguo's face blindness. Oh, right. You're not actually face blind, right? You can't see faces clearly. I'm wearing a new dress and have lost a bit of weight. How did you find me in such a crowded place? Because you have a round face, almond-shaped eyes, a high nose bridge, and a small cherry-like mouth. Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, Huo Jianguo admitted openly. He had seen Su Mei's face clearly. Su Mei was amazed after hearing this. How did you do it? Face blindness is a difficult problem that medicine can't solve. Why can you see and remember my face? I don't know. When we were in the cave, I was very excited to be with you. That moment made a deep impression on me, and it stayed in my mind. Oh, I see. Could it be related to sound stimulation? Su Mei pondered and then said, Let's try an experiment later. We'll see if loud sounds can stimulate your ears, and then you look at other people's faces. Can you remember them? No need. I only need to remember your face. As for others, I can recognize them by other details. I have my own way of recognizing people. If I've met someone a few times, I can find their unique features. Only if someone changes a lot, like losing 60 pounds in a year, would I have trouble. Give it a try. If it really works, maybe it's a lucky guess, and we might find a cure for face blindness. If this method works, it could help others. You've had special training in the military, but ordinary people don't get that chance. Just give it a shot. Alright, let's try. Huo Jianguo looked seriously at Su Mei. He thought, even if he recognized other faces, he would still think Su Mei's face is the most bright and lively in the world. The two of them talked while walking hand in hand, quickly returning to the yard. Li Shufan had already prepared the meal and was waiting for Su Mei. As they entered the yard, Chiu was practicing writing in the yard. She saw Huo Jianguo and Su Mei first, dropped her pencil, and ran over to Su Mei. "Third aunt, you're back." After calling her third aunt, Chiu shyly glanced at Huo Jianguo and softly called out, "Third uncle." Huo Jianguo had been away from home for many years, and when he was home, he often had a stern face. Chiu thought he looked serious. Although her mother and third uncle liked her very much, she still felt a bit nervous when she saw him. Li Shufan, who was boiling soup inside, heard Chiu's words. She quickly wiped her hands, stood up, and came out. Seeing that Huo Jianguo had really returned with Su Mei, she was surprised and asked, "Oh, it really is old third. I wondered why Chiu called him third uncle. Did you get a day off from the team to come to Yanjing?" "Yes," Huo Jianguo nodded as he spoke. "I took a 3-day leave, flew here, and will stay one night. Tomorrow, I leave again. Is sister-in-law still doing well?" "Very well." Li Shufan knew he was asking about her divorce. She thought for a moment and added, "Very good." "That's good." Huo Jianguo felt a bit awkward. Besides asking if she was doing well, he didn't know what else to say to Li Shufan. Li Shufan didn't want to dwell on past matters either. She smiled at Su Mei and Huo Jianguo. "Are you all hungry? The food is ready. Hurry inside and eat. I only cooked rice for the 3 of you, so it might not be enough. You two can eat, and I'll make some steamed buns to dip in soup." Hearing this, Su Mei replied, "Big sister-in-law, we won't eat. You and Chiu eat. My master has returned to Yanjing, and tonight I'll go visit Huo Jianguo. We won't be eating at home. We came back just to let you know so you don't wait at home." "Oh, all right then. Go ahead." Li Shufan nodded after hearing Su Mei. She added, "I didn't cook anything special tonight. I'll buy more vegetables tomorrow and cook a good meal for Jianguo. Big sister-in-law, no need to make it too complicated. Just eat casually." "I'm not a guest," Huo Jianguo said as he took out a small roll of money from his clothes, pulled out a 5-yuan note, and handed it to Chiu. Usually, whenever he saw the child, he would bring something for her, food or supplies. This time, he was here to see Su Mei, and he wasn't sure if Chiu was around. But children tend to react instinctively whenever they see something. Li Shufan naturally wouldn't let Chi keep the money. She took the money from Chi-Chi's hand and tried to return it to Huo Jianguo. "Jianguo, Su Mei, you have already helped me a lot. I can't repay your kindness, so how can I take your money?"
"The money is for Chi to buy snacks. It's only 5 yuan.
"Sister-in-law, please keep it. Su Mei is busy with her studies and probably doesn't have time to take care of herself, so I need to ask sister-in-law to help take care of her more," Huo Jianguo said, then pushed the money into Chi-Chi's hand. Li Shufan wanted to return it, but Su Mei quickly held her hand. "Sister-in-law, there's no need to keep insisting. We have things to do. It's just 5 yuan. Please take it and buy some meat to help Chi. All right, don't be polite. Our master told us to wait for dinner, so we should go now." After speaking, Su Mei pulled Huo Jianguo and left the yard. Outside, Huo Jianguo looked back and asked Su Mei, "Why did you buy such a bad house to live in? The money I gave you should be enough to buy a better one. Buying a better house would mean only one. This yard is so big and only cost over 2,000 yuan. If I bought similar ones, I could buy at least 4. What I care about is the land. Once I have land and money, I can build whatever kind of house I want. First, I need to buy the land. This is the capital city. Every inch of land is precious. For houses, Wouldn't that use up all our savings? Huo Jianguo was slightly surprised to hear Su Mei still planning to buy a house. Su Mei nodded directly, confirming her plan. I'm planning to use all the money to buy houses. I'll keep about 1,000 yuan as a safety reserve. Once I own the property, I'll feel very secure. If I hadn't been unable to find a suitable place recently, I might have spent all the money you gave me already. If I spend it all, would you mind?
Just buy what you like.
The money is yours to use, Huo Jianguo said. He didn't think buying old houses was useful. The older the house, the less it was worth. As long as Su Mei didn't break any laws or rules, he had no objections to whatever she wanted to do. Thinking about it, he took out a roll of money, counted the airfare money, and then handed the rest to Su Mei. This is my salary for this month, plus the bonus from this mission. After subtracting the airfare, the rest is yours. The rolled-up money was quite thick. Su Mei held it in her hand and felt it was heavy. She asked Huo Jianguo, was this mission difficult? She remembered soldiers saying that the more dangerous and tough the task, the higher the bonus they received after success. Not too bad. Huo Jianguo shook his head and smiled brightly at Su Mei. Seeing his eyes, Su Mei knew he was avoiding the truth. He wasn't being honest. She pushed the money back to him. Since we are in different places and you might need money urgently, I can't always give you some. Keep this money for yourself. All right, I'll keep it for now. Plane tickets are expensive, and I worry I won't get paid the next time I visit you. Huo Jianguo hesitated a moment before putting the money back into his pocket. In the future, I'll still save my salary. When I have enough, I'll give it all to you so you can buy more land. Sounds good. By then, Manhwa will be my land in the capital. I'll rent out the houses and become a landlord, Su Mei said with a smile when thinking about her future life. In her past life, she was just a worker. Now, she wanted to become a capitalist. Thinking about it made her happy. Seeing Su Mei's eyes squint with happiness, Huo Jianguo affectionately flicked her nose. As the sun set, they held hands and strolled through the long alley. The sunset stretched their shadows long and long. When they left the alley and reached the street, they finally found 2 rickshaws. The rickshaws traveled through the busy streets for nearly 40 minutes before reaching Ting's courtyard gate. Perhaps because they knew Su Mei and Huo Jianguo were coming, the courtyard gate was wide open, not closed. Out of politeness, Su Mei knocked on the doorbell and called out, Master, Madam, I'm here with Huo Jianguo. Since they had visited a few days ago, Su Mei didn't bring anything valuable this time, just some fruit bought at the alley entrance. Bringing expensive items every time would seem distant. When Su Mei and Huo Jianguo arrived, the Qin family was already seated. Besides Qin Jingting, Dai Yin, and Qin Feng's family of 3, Qin Jingfeng had brought his wife, daughter, son, and grandson. The whole family was gathered, with food on the table, but no one had started eating. They were all waiting for Su Mei and Huo Jianguo to join. Qin Feng and Dai Yin stood up to welcome the young couple into the house. Dai Yin said, We've been waiting for you too. Waiting for us to do what? Su Mei felt a bit embarrassed. She entered the room, looked around at the people inside, and didn't dare to sit down. Instead, she greeted the elders she knew. Master, Mistress, Professor Qin. Su Mei, I really didn't expect you to be Jingting's disciple. It wasn't until today, when I met you at Qin Jingting's house, that Qin Jingfeng realized that the disciple Qin Jingting took in is his most satisfied student this year. No wonder my brother, who has a strange temper, suddenly took on a disciple. With your status as the top student nationwide, I wasn't surprised. I wonder why he suddenly decided to accept a disciple. He then teased, You, who have become my brother's student, and I am your mentor. Are you now my disciple or your master's disciple? Of course, I am your disciple. You are her teacher, and she is your student. What does that have to do with being a disciple? Su Mei was unsure how to answer this question when Qin Jingting interrupted. Su Mei, come sit with me. Don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing that her master was protecting her, Su Mei smiled and obediently took Huo Jianguo and sat beside Qin Jingting. Qin Jingfeng also made a joke. Seeing Su Mei sit down, he didn't say anything more. Once everyone was seated, Diane started to serve food to everyone in the room. The meal lasted half an hour. Su Mei was so full she kept burping, and Huo Jianguo was still adding dishes to her bowl. Whenever she wasn't paying attention, a few pieces of meat or vegetables would end up in her bowl. I really can't eat anymore, Huo Jianguo. If you put any more food in my bowl, I'll lose my temper, Su Mei said, patting her bloated stomach. Huo Jianguo glanced at her and replied calmly, "Are you even half full, Su Mei?
Can you still eat?"
No more dieting. The cold winter in the north is tough. Being too thin makes it hard to stay warm. I'm not thin. I still weigh 140 pounds. I used to be heavier, so losing weight was easier. Now I hardly weigh anything. You think I look thin because of this dress. It makes me look slimmer, she said, then threw away her chopsticks and pushed the remaining dishes in her bowl toward Huo Jianguo. Save resources, avoid waste. The dishes you picked, you eat them yourself. After saying that, Su Mei let out a big burp, showing she really couldn't eat anything more. Seeing this, Huo Jianguo happily took the leftover food from her plate and placed it in front of himself. With so many people around, he felt a bit shy to say anything. It wasn't that he thought Su Mei was thin, but he felt that she no longer had the soft, tender feelings she used to have. After finishing their meal, Qin Jingting and his son Qin Fong went to clean the dishes, leaving Dai Yin in the living room to chat with others. Su Mei looked around and felt curious. She quietly said to Huo Jianguo, "I thought in traditional families like this, the wife would wash the dishes. I didn't expect him to go to the kitchen and wash dishes on his first day back. That's quite surprising."
What's so surprising about that?
Men need to be active, and that's what your master taught me. Otherwise, As he spoke, Huo Jianguo suddenly stopped. Next to them, Su Mei turned around and looked at him suspiciously.
You said my master taught you something.
When did he teach you these things? I didn't know. It's nothing special, just some ways for couples to get along, Huo Jianguo said cautiously, afraid he might slip and reveal some tricks he once played. After sitting and resting for a while, Dai Yin called Su Mei over to sit with a few other women. Dai Yin introduced Su Mei to the women in the house again. Qin Jingfeng's wife is Liang Jing, who works as a principal at a primary school. She has long black hair and a slim figure. She is Qin Jingfeng's daughter-in-law, Yang Yuzhu. The youngest girl, who works as a reporter for the People's Daily, is Qin Jingfeng's daughter, Qin Xiuyu. Su Mei was unfamiliar with Beijing and wanted to develop her career there, so she needed to make more friends. When Dai Yin introduced these women, Su Mei greeted them warmly. With Dai Yin acting as a mediator, the women quickly started chatting. Women sitting together often talk about topics like cosmetics, clothes, delicious food, and family. As they talked, the women's conversation turned to Su Mei's dress. Everyone in the room, including Dai Yin, was very interested in Su Mei's dress because it was very unique and stylish, something they had never seen before. I designed this dress myself, and my sister-in-law handmade it, Su Mei honestly explained. Hearing that her dress was made by Su Mei's sister-in-law, Dai Yin was surprised. She carefully examined the dress from top to bottom and said seriously, "You're so creative, Su Mei. You're good at everything, and your sister-in-law's craftsmanship is amazing too. I've never seen such skillful sewing in Yanjing. Would you be willing to have your sister-in-law make me a dress? I'll buy the fabric myself and pay her for her work at market price. Is that okay?" Su Mei felt a bit awkward. Didn't we agree that private trade isn't allowed? If Madam wants, I can design something for you, and the eldest sister-in-law can make it and give you a set. We don't do business here, Dai Yin said with a shrug. I'm paying for your clothing design and your sister-in-law's craftsmanship. The fabric is my own. The rule is just that buying and selling goods isn't allowed. But earning money through skilled work is fine. It's like you riding a tricycle on the street. You're earning some extra money without trading goods, so it's not considered speculation or illegal activity. Since your sister-in-law isn't working, isn't it good for her to make clothes and earn some extra income? If I wear the clothes and they fit well, I can also recommend other customers to her in the future. Several other women in the room, hearing Dai Yin, also spoke up, saying they wanted Su Mei's sister-in-law to help make clothes. Su Mei hadn't thought things could be flexible like this. She's an outsider and isn't as quick to use local rules as the native people. This approach is good. It can help her find some work for her sister-in-law, giving her something to do and some income. After thinking for a moment, Sume nodded to everyone in the room. All right, since you all like the idea, I'll bring my sister-in-law over this Sunday to take measurements. Women talked about clothes, makeup, marriage, and children. Men discussed social development, work, and the pace of the times. Initially, these topics seemed unrelated. But when the TV was turned on, everyone in the room watched the evening news, and the conversation gradually merged. The news was about this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine awarded to Albert. Albert works at Johns University in the United States. He received the Nobel for discovering and purifying type 2 restriction enzymes of nucleic acids. Sume thought that if she could access a laboratory right after crossing over, she could definitely steal this patent. Though it would be rude for her to take someone else's work as a person from the future, she believed that for the health of patients, the development of her country, and human progress, it was okay to bring some beneficial inventions to the world early. Right now, she was only a freshman. Her professor had only taken her into basic labs, doing simple, unimportant scientific experiments. If Sume wanted to make quick progress in research, she needed to find ways to access advanced labs, or even the top labs at her school, as soon as possible. When the professor took students into the regular laboratory, he mentioned that only students in their senior year with excellent abilities had the chance to enter top-tier laboratories. Only 1 or 2 students each year received this honor. Sume wanted to enter early, so she had to use some unconventional methods. Fortunately, Qin Jingfeng, the dean of the chemistry college, was present. She directly asked him what she needed to do to quickly gain access to a top-level lab for medical drug research. Qin Jingfeng was momentarily surprised and then replied, "Getting into a top-level lab requires passing assessments. You're only a freshman now, and you haven't completed many basic experiments, so it's not possible yet. To join a top lab, you need to complete 60 experiments from freshman to senior year. During the assessment, 10 experiments are randomly chosen, and each is worth 10 points, totaling 100 points. Only those who score full marks can have the chance to enter the top lab. Even with full marks, you still need to pass a final confidential experiment. Because of these strict requirements, only a few students each year manage to get into top labs. If you wanna, you'll need to study hard for several more years." "Why bother studying?" Qin Jingting said unhappily. "You're just calling Sume your apprentice. It's just a lab. If she wants to get in, let her. That's the rule," Qin Jingfeng said with a wry smile. "Academic matters can't have special treatment. Otherwise, how can we earn respect? Isn't that what you're most concerned about?" Hearing this, Qin Jingting had nothing to say. He loved his apprentice very much, but rules are rules. He had spoken impulsively, saying that Sume could get in if she wanted. Since it's a rule, Sume would have to follow it. She didn't mind. During this period, the teaching conditions were poor, and students rarely had opportunities to practice experiments. Sume was different. She spent all her university time in the lab. She was already very skilled at those experiments and played them like a pro. She wasn't afraid of assessments. She told Qin Jingfeng, "Professor Qin, I am very interested in experiments. I have no problem with the assessment. I just think 3 years is too long a cycle. If I teach myself and pass the school's tests early, could I enter the best laboratory at the university ahead of schedule? Of course, if your abilities are truly outstanding, the school won't overlook a genius. There have been similar cases in the past," Qin Jingfeng said with a meaningful smile at Sume. This smile made Sume suspicious and wondered, "Are you talking about that case?
Could it be you?"
"It's me." Qin Jingfeng smiled warmly and nodded. Seeing Qin Jingfeng's face full of wrinkles from smiling, Qin Jingting pouted. "Still a genius? Like the saying goes, the seller of melons claims to be a genius. How come I don't know where you're so talented? Anyway, I'm smarter than you. Otherwise, how come I'm a university professor and you're sent to the frontier for decades?"
"Sent?"
"That was my choice." The 2 old men started arguing. Even though they were over 100 years old combined, their quarrel sounded like playful children. Sume felt confident and didn't ask further. It was just about completing 10 perfect experiments. Fine, since business couldn't be done now, she decided to focus on this. Once she entered a top laboratory, she would change the history of human medicine. A group of people talked late into the night before leaving. Dai-in and Su-mei and Huo Jianguo stayed at home, but both felt it was inconvenient to stay overnight, so they didn't. Dai-in was worried they would walk home too far, so he lent his bicycle to Huo Jianguo. After leaving the house, Huo Jianguo rode his bike out of the alley. After turning the corner, Su-mei noticed he was going the wrong way and called out, "Turn left." "Why are you turning right?" "This afternoon, I saw that there's a guest house not far from the right. Should we stay there? Aren't we going home?" "No, the house is noisy, and it's not convenient if there's a lot of noise." "What noise?" Su-mei was momentarily confused. Huo Jianguo's relaxed voice, with a hint of a smile, came from the air. "I'm worried you'll shout too loudly. P.S. Is the guest house soundproof enough?"
Su-mei's first thought was about that.
Huo Jianguo. He was speechless. He thought Su-mei would be shy, but her thinking was so lively. After a few seconds of silence, Huo Jianguo said, "If you're worried about being heard, just control yourself a bit." "Whether I can control myself depends on you," Su-mei said, hugging Huo Jianguo's waist. Seeing him shiver, she couldn't help but smile secretly. She was used to walking on the beach in a bikini in modern times. Teasing her wasn't that easy. The bicycle ride was about 400 or 500 meters to the guest house. "Your eyes are really sharp. You noticed this hidden place with a guest house, meeting across mountains and rivers. How could I not be alert?"
Su-mei was speechless.
This man dared to say anything in private but acted serious in front of others. Before entering the guest house, he joked with Su-mei. When asking for a room, his face showed no emotion. "One room, please." Huo Jianguo placed his ID on the counter. His serious expression didn't look like he was here for a room, but more like he was on a business trip taking a quick rest. After receiving the key, they went upstairs. When they entered the room, Su-mei turned on the light, but Huo Jianguo closed it again. Then, Huo Jianguo became excited, and they embraced intimately. "I miss you so much, Su-mei." Afterward, Huo Jianguo sniffed her scent greedily, his hand habitually resting on her waist. "You're too thin. All the flesh is gone." "Not thin, I've always weighed around 140 pounds, just tighter skin." "I've lost weight. Last time I was 144 and my waist was soft then." "It's because I spoil you. Don't touch me if you don't want to. If I don't lose weight, I'll stay at 200 pounds, but my temper will improve. Will you still stay with me?" "Yes." "When you were 180, we almost Huo Jianguo didn't think weight was a problem. It's just that you keep bringing up the past. I always feel like it's a second marriage." "You're crazy," Su-mei shivered inside. "Losing weight is losing weight. Where do two people come from?" "It's mainly because of the big change," Huo Jianguo casually said. He looked at Su-mei, who had slimmed down, knowing she was still the same person. "Let's not talk about this. Let's sleep." In the morning, sunlight shone through the thin curtains onto Su-mei's face. She opened her eyes and saw Huo Jianguo's strong side profile. Su-mei reached out to touch his nose, but Huo Jianguo grabbed her finger and kissed it. They cuddled for a while longer until Su-mei's stomach growled, and Huo Jianguo let her go. They dressed and went downstairs to a nearby restaurant for steamed buns and porridge. After eating, Huo Jianguo rode his bike to take Su-mei to school. At the school gate, he reluctantly said, "I really don't want you to go to class. I fly tomorrow noon, and I don't know when we'll meet again. The time is so short, and you still have to go to school." "I have to go. The chemistry professor expects a lot from me. Today's class is important, and I'm worried I won't keep up if I don't listen." "Go ahead. Your studies are important. I'll wait for you at home." Although he said this, his expression was quite sad. Su-mei couldn't bear to see him leave just like that. After thinking for a moment, she softly said, "How about this? Why don't you come to class with me? Just sit in the last row. There are empty seats, and you can spend one more day with me." Huo Jianguo hesitated and asked, Is that really possible?" Su-mei nodded without hesitation and confidently replied, "Of course. No problem at all." After receiving her positive response, Huo Jianguo, who had been a bit worried earlier, finally relaxed. A happy smile naturally appeared on his face. Then, he efficiently locked his old bicycle and happily followed Sume into the school gate, feeling excited and full of energy. Sume's classmates already knew she was married, so when she brought her husband to listen in on the classroom, it didn't cause much fuss. Only a few curious students glanced secretly at Huo Jianguo during break time. This made everyone think Sume was truly a winner in life. Wealthy, good-looking, talented, and married to an outstanding man. Sume couldn't miss any of her morning classes, so she listened carefully to every lesson. Huo Jianguo, who had been out of school for many years, wasn't interested in complex formulas, but to show respect for the teacher, he sat upright and paid attention during all the classes, just like Sume. The first class in the afternoon was the most important and the second was also important. However, Sume had already mastered the material from the previous life, so she chose to take a leave for the second class. They went to the cafeteria together for lunch and returned home by 3 in the afternoon. When they arrived, her sister-in-law was preparing dinner. She bought some meat and plenty of side dishes. Although she was frugal with her spending, since she had promised to treat Huo Jianguo to a meal, she spared no expense. Sume planned to help her sister-in-law in the kitchen, but as soon as she entered, her sister-in-law gently pushed her out. You two haven't seen each other in a while, so you probably have a lot to talk about. Just stay in your room. I've finished the dinner. Seeing her sister-in-law's kindness, Sume didn't refuse and confidently followed Huo Jianguo back to their room, enjoying some private time together. Back in the room, Huo Jianguo took out his luggage. Inside were delicious foods he had brought, along with a scarf and clothes he bought for Sume. He had very few personal belongings. Seeing what Huo Jianguo had brought, Sume felt a bit guilty. She had also wanted to give him a gift, but hadn't yet taken action after much thought. She thought that tomorrow morning she must go out with Huo Jianguo. She also wanted to give him a gift so that when they parted, he would at least have a thought of her nearby. After handing the gift to Sume, Huo Jianguo took out a potted plant carefully wrapped in heavy newspaper from a side bag. The pot held a small pink succulent. Huo Jianguo placed the succulent on Sume's desk and said, "Just water it a little less every now and then. These succulents don't need much water and are easy to keep alive. Take good care of it and don't let it die. Even if it accidentally does, don't throw away the pot and soil. Leave the succulent inside. Even if it dies, I can't throw it away."
Why?
"Why did you bring it all this way for me?" "Because." Huo Jianguo looked at Sume and then at the plant. "The soil inside is from the first time we were in that cave after. You know."
Ah.
Sume was completely shocked. "No, there's no need for that, right? You're so obsessed with that soil. What is it? Some kind of sentimental thing?" "Not at all. I just think it's meaningful. I believe everything related to you is meaningful. That's called romance. Do you understand?"
Nope.
Sume felt that Huo Jianguo probably misunderstood romance, but when her eyes fell on the succulent on the table, she still felt that Huo Jianguo was truly gentle in his own way. After placing the succulent carefully, the two lay on the bed, chatting softly under the covers. Mostly, Sume was talking about her future plans and her life goals. Huo Jianguo listened indulgently, occasionally rubbing her hair. He enjoyed hearing Sume talk about those interesting things. But he didn't have many stories to share himself. Life on the frontier was dull and boring. Interesting things were classified and couldn't be told. Things he could share, he was afraid she would worry if he did. So he rarely spoke, mostly asking Sume about herself. They talked for over an hour. Eventually, Sume yawned and fell asleep. Huo Jianguo watched her sleep peacefully, his hand numb from the pillow, but he didn't want to move. He also didn't want to sleep, so he just quietly looked at Sume. It wasn't until Li Shufan came to call them for dinner that Sume, lost in her dreams, got up from the bed. Huo Jianguo poured water to wipe her face. After washing up, they all went to the dining room and ate around a square wooden table. After dinner, Sume left the kitchen to Li Shufan for cleaning. She and Huo Jianguo held hands and went for a walk. The two of them walked around the alley once and only returned after the rain stopped. Back home, they continued to lie down in the room. They didn't turn on the light or speak. They just lay quietly, enjoying this warm moment together. Li Shufan boiled some water and knocked on the door to ask if they wanted a bath. Since the weather was hot, Sumei felt uncomfortable not washing, and since they had been intimate the day before, she thought of calling Huo Jianguo. Go get some water and wash up before sleeping. Oh, okay. Huo Jianguo quickly fetched water, adjusted the temperature, and then called Sumei over. In front of Huo Jianguo, Sumei took off her clothes and stepped into the basin. She turned back and asked, "Aren't you going to wash too?"
Why?
Want to take a bath with me? Huo Jianguo looked at Sumei with a playful smile but shook his head. Forget it. This basin isn't big enough. You go first. After Sumei finished washing and got into bed, Huo Jianguo stood up to pour out the water and refilled the basin to wash himself. He faced Sumei, standing with his muscles glistening with water droplets under the dim yellow light, looking very attractive. Sumei stared at him without blinking. Hurry up and wash. When you're done, come over and let me touch you. Huo Jianguo. He finished washing quickly, put on his underwear, and then grabbed a vest to put on. Sumei hurriedly waved her hand to stop him. Stop. Don't wear it. It's hot inside my room. No need to wear a vest. Better to wear it. Not wearing it looks bad. Huo Jianguo ignored Sumei and insisted on putting it on. Sumei wasn't happy and ran off the bed to try to grab Huo Jianguo's vest. Huo Jianguo dodged and kept turning his body. Gradually, Sumei seemed to notice something was off. She suddenly asked, "Huo Jianguo, why do I feel like you've been deliberately avoiding me since last night at the hotel?" "No, to be precise, you're preventing me from seeing your back." "What's on your back?" "Nothing, you're overthinking it. Turn around and let me see your back." "I already said there's nothing. If you don't turn around, I'll be mad."
Sigh.
Huo Jianguo looked at Sumei's persistence and sighed faintly, then turned around so she could see his back. His back was covered with bruises in various shades of purple and red marks from being whipped. The moment Sumei saw clearly, she gasped in shock. "Huo Jianguo, this mission was a bit heavy. I was thrown into a water prison, tortured with whips, and almost died inside. When I was close to despair, your image appeared in my mind. I was so afraid I wouldn't see you again. Later, with the help of an undercover agent, I managed to escape. Because I was badly hurt, the army gave me 7 days off. I stayed in bed for 4 days. Once I felt a bit better, I took a plane here. Actually, I'm almost fully recovered. You don't need to worry too much. I didn't want you to know because I was afraid it would upset you." As he spoke, Huo Jianguo picked up a small vest and tried to put it on his back. Sumei grabbed the vest and took it from him. She walked behind him and touched his fierce scars, saying, "That's not nearly fully healed. You're so foolish, silent all along. How can you bear it without ointment? Why only your back? If there are injuries elsewhere, Sumei might have noticed." She turned around to find medicine in the box. Hearing Huo Jianguo say, "Because I was tied face down on a bench, with my face in water. I had to keep my head up to avoid drowning. When I was whipped, only my back was hit. Not just your back, your buttocks too, right?" Sumei hadn't noticed before. Now she remembered that during the day, when Huo Jianguo was listening to her class, he would occasionally lift his hips. Since Sumei had already discovered this, Huo Jianguo no longer hid it. "Yes, a little. I didn't notice anything last night," Sumei said. She finally found the golden wound ointment given by Su Xuanhu. She looked at Huo Jianguo and said, "Lie down on the bed." "Oh, okay." Huo Jianguo obediently lay on the bed. Seeing this, Sumei carefully approached with the ointment, gently applying it to his back. The raised whip marks looked fierce like poisonous insects, and some oozed pus, which seemed very painful. But when Sumei applied the ointment, Huo Jianguo endured it without a sound. After finishing his back, Sumei pulled down his shorts. His buttocks probably only had a few red marks from accidental whip strikes, not too terrible. After applying the ointment, Sumei washed her hands, turned off the light, and went to bed. Huo Jianguo wanted to hold Sumei, but she avoided him. She couldn't bear to touch him now. "Your wounds will hurt if they touch. Don't hold me. Just sleep peacefully. You originally told me that the money you used to buy the yard was earned with your life. When I saw that stack of money, I thought to myself that your bonus must be very high. Don't worry. Actually, in my current position, I rarely face such dangers. The real danger comes from the soldiers on the border. I mostly stay behind the scenes. This time, someone specifically asked for my life, which was an unexpected situation, so you don't need to worry too much, said Huo Jianguo, gently patting Su Mei's shoulder in a comforting way. Su Mei asked him, "If I didn't want you to join the army, would you consider leaving?" "No," Huo Jianguo answered without hesitation. "Everyone comes into this world with a mission. Your mission is to save lives and help the wounded. My mission is to protect this land. Someone has to make sacrifices. The peace on the border now is earned with the blood of many soldiers. I have seen their dedication. I can't abandon my post and run away after they leave. Su Mei, I will try to fulfill everything I can for you. But this matter." "Enough." Su Mei interrupted Huo Jianguo. "I understand now." Actually, she had already guessed that this would be his answer. "I just see how hard you're working, and I feel very sorry for you." Although Huo Jianguo said it was an accident, she clearly remembered the night she first arrived here. Huo Jianguo came back, soaking wet, to the small yard. That night, luckily she was there, boiling hot water for him and warming the bed, helping him recover in time. Otherwise, he would have fallen seriously ill. She really wanted to hug Huo Jianguo, but was afraid of touching his wounds, so she only reached out to gently touch his sharp, strong face. His pointed fingers were caught by Huo Jianguo, who said softly, "It was tough when I was alone before, but now, just thinking of you makes everything feel sweet and not bitter anymore. I'm glad you've gotten better. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted supporting everything alone. Life is full of hardships, but with you, it's all sweet. I haven't been good to you. It's always you taking care of me. During the time we were apart, I realized that many things were done by you. I've become like a big baby, happily relying on you." After they separated, Su Mei realized that when they were together, Huo Jianguo had arranged everything for her, including food, clothing, and shelter. But she hadn't done much in return, not even buying him a proper gift. She also didn't understand the difficulties he faced in the family and even argued with him over her own small interests. But Huo Jianguo didn't think so. He seriously told Su Mei, "You don't need to do anything. As long as you're still here and willing to like me, just thinking of you makes my chest feel warm." "Huo Jianguo, I never thought you could be so good at talking before. It's really hard not to love him." Su Mei felt even more guilty because she hadn't done anything. "I'll treat you well in the future. Double the kindness." "Okay." Huo Jianguo felt that this trip was worth it. At least now, he could feel Su Mei's heart, and it was with him. He couldn't quite explain how he fell in love with Su Mei. Maybe it was every moment she started to change. At first, he was just curious about her transformation. He watched her every day, and gradually, her figure unknowingly entered his heart. "Go to sleep." He still reached out and hugged Su Mei. There was only this one night, and he couldn't resist holding her. As night deepened, the room gradually filled with steady breathing sounds. Both of them slept very peacefully. Because they went to bed early, Su Mei woke up early the next morning. She got up to go to the bathroom, and the distant sky just started to show the first light. The sky was clear, and a gentle breeze floated through the air.
It was a soft and comfortable day.
Su Mei didn't think about her morning classes. She chose to take leave and early on, took Huo Jianguo out the door. She took him to eat breakfast, bought him underwear, took him to get a haircut, and together they took couple photos. She also bought a money clip and put the photos inside. When she took him to the airport, she handed him the money clip and said, "Take it out and look when you miss me."
"Got it."
Huo Jianguo took the money clip, his face full of happiness. He had actually guessed long ago that he would get this money clip, but when he finally held it, he couldn't help but look at it over and over, as if admiring a piece of art. Seeing his expression, Su Mei felt a little shy and scratched her head. I actually didn't know what to give you, so I hurried and bought this. Maybe I didn't put as much thought into it as when you gave me gifts."
You You wouldn't mind, right?
Time was tight, and Sume really hadn't decided what to buy, but she thought it was better to buy something than nothing. Thinking that Huo Jianguo's money was just casually stuffed into his pocket, she wrapped a square cloth around it and gave him the money clip. Hearing Sume's words, Huo Jianguo said softly, "Why say that? As long as it's from you, even a single blade of grass, I can treasure it. Besides, this wallet looks pretty good, and I really need one." He solemnly put the wallet into the inside pocket of his jacket. The two stood at the airport gate. The plane was about to take off, and the moment of parting was near. Huo Jianguo hugged Sume tightly, feeling very reluctant. "I really don't want to leave you," he whispered, full of affection. Feelings arose unexpectedly and deepened quickly. Sume also held him tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes but not falling. She tried to lift her head and speak to Huo Jianguo. "Remember to think of me." Huo Jianguo held Sume's hand tightly. "Don't worry, I will always think of you. I'll come to see you again if I get the chance." Finally, the moment of farewell arrived. Huo Jianguo kissed Sume's forehead deeply, then turned and walked toward the boarding gate. When his tall, strong figure disappeared at the end, tears finally spilled from Sume's eyes. Goodbyes are always cruel. After wiping away her tears, Sume walked outside to the open space. She only sat on the bus back to the city after seeing the plane soar into the clouds. Once back in the city, Sume went straight to school. It was mealtime when she arrived, so she went directly to the cafeteria for lunch. She was just about to sit down with her lunchbox when someone sat across from her. After sitting down, the person looked at her and called out, "Junior sister."
Huh?
Sume looked up. "Senior brother."
It was Qin Fong.
She had been at the School of Chemistry for a long time, but this was the first time she met him during a meal. "Did Huo Jianguo leave?"
Qin Fong asked. Sume nodded.
"I just saw him off at the airport."
Ah.
Qin Fong also nodded to show he understood. Then he changed the subject. "At the dinner the day before yesterday, I heard you say you want to get into the highest level laboratory in our School of Chemistry. Are you serious?" "Yes, I will keep working toward that goal," Sume replied honestly. She then suddenly looked at Qin Fong happily. "You're a teacher. Can you take me inside? I can't even get in myself, and I'm just an assistant. Many full professor level teachers can't get in either. The high-level labs are kept secret, and very few people know their exact location. But since you have this plan, I can let you into a regular lab. You can go practice whenever you have time. The exams are tough, so practice is necessary." "Wow, senior brother, you're really impressive. I give you a thumbs up." Sume feels that having familiar people around is great. She was actually planning to ask a professor in a certain class to allow her to practice in the lab. Now, it seems she doesn't need to do that anymore. "Senior brother, thank you." "Thank me for what? You're my junior sister, so you're my sister. That's just natural," Qin Fong said with a grin at Sume. "Oh wow, isn't that Qin from the Qin family? Why is the beautiful girl sitting with him?" Just as Sume and Qin Fong were talking, a teasing voice reached Sume's ears. Immediately, a fashionable young man with plasma-styled hair sat next to Sume. He looked at her and said, "Sister, what's your relationship with Qin Fong? Are you two dating?" He's from Yanjing too, but unfortunately, his family fell on hard times and was exiled to the borderlands for many years. He just came back recently. He's not a wealthy young master. "Sister, instead of playing with him, you should play with me." "Really?
Who are you?"
Sume looked strangely at the man with long, face-covering hair. She didn't recognize him at all. Seeing her confusion, he lifted his hair to reveal his face, then looked at Sume with his charming eyes and said, "Aren't you supposed to remember your brother's name? Lin Wang?" At this moment, Qin Wang, sitting across, uncertainly called out the man's name. The man nodded proudly at Qin Fong and said, "That's me, young master." "No, you're a guy with curly hair, wearing bright clothes. What are you doing? Trying to show off like a peacock?" Qin Fong found it hard to understand. Lin Wang rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you appreciate it? What curly hair? This is disco style, bell-bottom pants, floral shirt, and a rockabilly hairstyle." While speaking, Lin Wang stood up and showed off to Qin Fong. What's disco? Qin Fong looked confused. Lin Wang disdainfully clicked his tongue and said, You scholars only know how to study. You'll never keep up with the times. Disco, dancing, understand? Old-fashioned. It was only then that Su Mei remembered who this man was. She had seen him at the Principal Lin's office door when she went to find Principal Lin that day. Principal Lin said he was a rebellious son. His avant-garde style and rebellious ideas made him seem like a troublemaker from a parent's point of view. After showing off his clothes, the rebellious son sat down leisurely and looked at Qin Fong, saying, Hey, Qin family kid, you still haven't told me what your relationship is with that beautiful girl? First, my name is Qin Fong, not that kid. Qin Fong emphasized his name first, then introduced Su Mei. Then, he said, she is my father's apprentice in the borderlands. She's not a young beauty. She's married and has a military marriage. Please speak respectfully. Thank you. Married? You say she's married and a young beauty? Lin Wang immediately looked hurt, but then his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Qin Fong. You just said she's someone's apprentice? My father's apprentice. Is there a problem with that?
You.
Father? Lin Wang looked at Su Mei, his tone becoming serious. No, that can't be. Is that really a problem? It's a big issue. If those so-called high officials and nobles found out that Qin Jingting, who always refused to accept the descendants of officials and nobles as apprentices, had actually taken a female apprentice from the borderlands, it would cause a huge storm in the capital. Since getting the key to the laboratory from Qin Wang, Su Mei had been busy. Besides attending classes, she mostly stayed in the lab, sometimes even skipping dinner. She started studying tirelessly, working harder than during the college entrance exams. Her ambition was too big. She knew her talent wasn't enough to meet her future expectations, so she had to work 10 times harder. Su Mei always had this attitude. If she chose to do something, she would do it well and to the extreme. She was busy for several days straight. Finally, on the weekend, she had a chance to rest. But even on her day off, Su Mei didn't stay at home. She took Li Shufan and Qiu Qiu to her master's house. She had promised last time to make clothes for Dai Yin and a few other women from the Qin family with Li Shufan. When the weekend came, Su Mei took Li Shufan directly to the house. By then, Dai Yin and Qin Jingfeng's wife, Liang Jing, were already waiting at the house. Liang Jing's daughter and daughter-in-law weren't there, but she brought the measurements for the clothes for 2 other women. Li Shufan took the measurements for Dai Yin and Liang Jing. After measuring, Su Mei stepped forward to discuss the price of the clothes with Dai Yin and Liang Jing. She said to them, Madams, I've talked to you before about the cost of these clothes. My sister-in-law takes about half a month to make one piece. Based on the wages of workers in our market, it's about 1.50 yuan per day. Over half a month, that totals 22.50 yuan, which we can round to 20 yuan. Let me give you a 20% discount. Each piece of clothing would then cost 16 yuan. How does that sound?
Discount?
I buy a dress at the department store, and it costs dozens, or even over 100 yuan. Only 20 yuan here. Dai Yin really liked the dresses Li Shufan made, and she didn't care much about the price. Liang Jing felt the same and didn't mind the small 3 to 4 yuan discount. As long as the dress looks good, it doesn't matter if there's a discount or not. Actually, they didn't truly not care about money. The dressmaker was Su Mei's sister-in-law, and they had heard about Li Shufan's situation from her. They pretended not to care and gave up on the discount. When Li Shufan heard the prices the 3 women discussed, she was stunned. At home, Su Mei had talked with Li Shufan about the price of the clothes. She initially planned to charge only 3 yuan per dress. Li Shufan thought 3 yuan was already a high price and prepared herself for bargaining. Back home, when her family had just 5 yuan, they could have a good new year. So when Su Mei rejected Li Shufan's idea of 3 yuan and said 20 yuan per dress, Li Shufan was completely shocked. She thought Su Mei might scold her or throw her out if she set such a high price. She even spent 2 hours persuading Su Mei at home, telling her not to set such high prices. But her 2 sisters-in-law not only agreed to 20 yuan but also smiled and said no discounts. Li Shufan then heard Dai-in say she bought a dress at the department store that cost over 100 yuan. It turned out that her carefully saved divorce settlement, which she thought was very generous, could only buy 2 dresses at the department store. Although the sisters-in-law said they didn't want a discount, Sumei decided in her heart to charge them less, or even nothing. However, if they wanted to introduce new customers to her, Sumei would need to charge much more. Her designs and Li Shufan's skills were worth money. But Sumei hadn't said anything about that yet. She wanted to wait until Li Shufan finished the dresses and showed them to the sisters-in-law before getting their opinions. After measuring the clothes, Sumei and Dai-in went to the kitchen to cook. At the dining table, Yanjing asked Chi-Chi, "What grade is the little one in?" "I haven't gone to school, but Annie-san is teaching me to recognize characters." "Girls don't need to go to school." Autumn replied confusedly to Liangjing's question. Liangjing is the principal of an elementary school and focuses on children's education. When she heard Autumn's answer, she immediately looked serious and asked sternly, "Who told you that girls don't need to go to school?"
Why not?
"My grandma said that a woman without talent is virtuous. She said girls don't need to study, just wait until they grow up and marry a good person, then they'll be happy." Autumn repeated Lu Tsueyun's words directly. "What kind of talk is that? A woman without talent is virtuous doesn't mean that." Liangjing said, then looked at Li Shufan. "If your grandma says that, you believe it and then you don't send the children to school?" "No, that's not it." Li Shufan looked a bit embarrassed and shook her head quickly. "Autumn isn't feeling well. She was weak when she was young, so I didn't send her to school. Now that we're in Yanjing, we don't have household registration here. We came to Yanjing claiming to be here for her medical treatment. She still can't go to school, but I will send her in the future." "No household registration?" Liangjing glanced at Li Shufan, then looked at Autumn. After eating a few bites of food, she suddenly said, "I can arrange for the children to go to school. Not having household registration is okay. Adding a desk and a chair is no problem. Do you want to go?"
Huh.
When she said this, not only Li Shufan was surprised, but Sumei also suddenly looked up. "Madam, this might cause you a lot of trouble now." Sumei called Liangjing madam because Liangjing was the wife of Qin Jingting's older brother.
Sumei didn't understand.
She knew Liangjing was the principal of an elementary school and didn't dare to ask her directly for help. Why would Liangjing voluntarily step forward to help such a big thing? "It's not a trouble," Liangjing smiled at Sumei. "Like I said, it's just about adding a desk and a chair. If you want her to go, I will go back and arrange it. In about a week, Autumn will be able to sit in the classroom. But since she doesn't have household registration, she won't have official student status. She can only listen to classes at school. Do you want that?" "Of course, we want her to go," Sumei said excitedly, quickly agreeing on behalf of Li Shufan and Autumn. Li Shufan didn't expect that just coming to take measurements for clothes would lead to such a big gain. She was so excited she couldn't speak clearly, repeatedly trembling as she thanked Liangjing. After a few days, Sumei received news from Qinfang, telling Li Shufan to prepare and start sending Qiuqiu to school. Sumei then took some time to accompany Li Shufan to visit the elementary school. The school was a bit far from the house Sumei bought. When they went to see the school, they took a human-powered tricycle, and it took over 30 minutes to get there. If Li Shufan and Qiuqiu walked, it would take at least an hour and a half. Traveling back and forth every day would take 3 hours. There were no suitable buses, and riding the tricycle every day was too expensive, which felt inconvenient. So, she decided to buy a house at a location between the elementary school and Yanjing University. This way, riding her bike to Yanjing University would only take about 10 minutes, and it would be easier for Li Shufan to take Qiuqiu to school. At first, Li Shufan was unhappy when Sumei said she wanted to buy a house at a midpoint between the two schools. She was worried that Sumei was buying the house for her and Qiuqiu. But Sumei told her sister-in-law, "I told you before that I plan to buy several houses. Even if you and Qiuqiu are not here, I will still buy them. Before Qiuqiu decided to go to school, I looked at many houses, didn't I? I just haven't found the right one yet, so I haven't bought it. Let's go look for one. If we find a suitable place, we can buy it." The yard next to the school is perfect for renting to college students to earn some rent. Why buy so many yards? Li Shufeng has always wanted to ask Su Mei this question. She knows that Su Mei often goes out looking for houses whenever she has free time since she started studying in Yanjing. Su Mei couldn't explain this in detail. When Li Shufeng asked before, she would brush it off completely. But now, if she keeps pretending, Li Shufeng might not feel at ease living with the new yard she bought. To scare Li Shufeng, Su Mei decided to tell a lie. She told her, "Actually, sister-in-law, I've had this dream more than once. I dreamt I had 5 children and, because the house wasn't big enough, they fought and argued a lot. It was really tense. I've had this dream many times and I think it might come true, so I need to prepare by buying more houses just in case." Really? Li Shufeng is quite sharp and not easy to fool. She was a bit doubtful. But people in this era still believe in some superstitions, so even if Li Shufeng didn't fully believe, she still had a little faith. Su Mei looked very serious. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I keep thinking about buying yards? After being convinced by Su Mei's serious talk all afternoon, Li Shufeng finally accepted the truth with some nervousness. But she still felt Su Mei's words were a bit frightening, so she cautiously reminded her, 5 is too many. Just have 2 or 3. More than that is scary. No choice. In my dream, I had 4 children at once. Su Mei made up the lie, and she almost laughed. But seeing Li Shufeng's serious face, she held back her smile. As long as Li Shufeng believed she was buying yards for herself, that was enough. In fact, she really was buying yards for herself. Because Su Mei was busy with school, she handed the task of buying yards over to Li Shufeng, who knew the size and price of the yards Su Mei needed. The next day, after Li Shufeng sent Chi-Chi to school, she started searching for schools that met Su Mei's requirements along the way. She searched for 3 days straight, and her feet blistered from walking. Fortunately, her efforts paid off. Li Shufeng found a place about the same size as her current yard. The house in the yard is much newer, and the price is 1,000 yuan higher than the first house Su Mei bought, totaling 3,500 yuan. Li Shufeng thinks the size of the yard, the newness of the house, and the furniture are all very good. The key point is that it is very close to Yanjing University and Qiuqiu's elementary school. Although the price is slightly higher, Li Shufeng feels it is worth it. She went home and told Su Mei about it, suggesting that Su Mei go see it before making a decision. "Sister-in-law, I trust your judgment. Since you think it's worth 3,500, then it must be. I don't need to see it. Let's find a car this weekend and move in directly. You can tidy up the yard, and we can rent it out. It's just a pity about the vegetables you planted there." "It's okay. The yard is also big." Li Shufeng smiled kindly at Su Mei's trust. She continued, "Some of the vegetables that can be transplanted, I'll move over. Once there, I'll plant vegetables again." "All right." So, Su Mei didn't even go to see the house. She simply withdrew the money and handed it to Li Shufeng to pay for the yard. By the weekend, Su Mei called Qin Fong, and they drove to move all the clutter from their home to the new yard. On the day they moved in, it was the first time Su Mei saw the yard she bought for 3,500 yuan. Li Shufeng truly did not disappoint her. The yard was indeed very large, with several big trees that one person couldn't hug, and there was a flower bed built with blue bricks at the base of the trees. Although the house was old, it was clear that it had been renovated in recent years. The house was clean, bright, and tidy. Su Mei thought that even if she paid 5,000 yuan, it wouldn't be a loss. It was worth all the effort Li Shufeng put in over 2 days, even blisters on her feet from searching for this house. Originally, the house she bought was a bit old. Su Mei thought she could just make do and live there, but after buying the new yard, she immediately felt that living there was more comfortable, even if it was a bit more expensive. She chose a room with a window. When she opened the window, she could see the willow branches hanging in the yard. The yard was breezy. Su Mei leaned by the window, enjoying the wind, reading the latest letter from Huo Jianguo. "Wife, I miss you." After moving house, Li Shufen's life became more fulfilling. In the mornings, she took the children to school, then went home to sew clothes. Besides cooking and picking up the children, Li Shufan was mostly engaged in sewing and needlework. Su Mei's life remained the same every day, constantly running between home, the classroom, the cafeteria, and the laboratory. A busy life always makes time pass quickly. Before she knew it, 2 months had gone by. As the new year approached, Li Shufan finally finished making all the clothes. She arranged a time with Su Mei to deliver the clothes to the Qin family during the weekend. The styles of the clothes were designed by Su Mei based on the features of each person. Madame Dai Yin, a female writer, usually stays at home writing freely. Her life is simple and relaxed. Su Mei designed her an elegant long dress and a cape with cuffs. Master Madame Yanjing, the principal, is a strong and capable woman. Su Mei considered her role and designed a professional suit that looks sharp and appropriate. As for Madame Liang's wife and daughter, Su Mei designed fashion from the early 1980s with a hint of Hong Kong style, trendy and full of the charm of that era. For Su Mei, these designs were easy because she didn't need to actually sew the clothes. She just drew what she thought was suitable based on her memory. As a transporter of future ideas, it was naturally not difficult for her. The clothes were well received by their owners as expected. Besides the clothes, Li Shufan also used leftover fabric to make hair accessories, embroidered handkerchiefs, and small pouches, giving them away for free. Originally, the eldest sister-in-law didn't plan to accept money from Lianjing, as Lianjing had paid for Qiu's studies. Li Shufan felt she couldn't repay such a great favor and didn't want to take her money. However, Lianjing insisted on giving her money because she liked the clothes Li Shufan made. If Li Shufan refused to accept payment, Lianjing said she wouldn't ask her to make clothes again in the future. In the end, Li Shufan had no choice but to accept the money. The 4 pieces of clothing cost a total of 80 yuan. When Li Shufan and Su Mei returned home, she took out 50 yuan to give to Su Mei, saying, "You brought in the work, and you designed the styles. These are the hardest parts. The clothes look good mainly because of your new designs. I just did some rough work, so I should be paid accordingly. You must take this money, or I'll feel embarrassed." Designing clothes is indeed valuable. But for these 3 small pieces, Su Mei didn't pay much attention. Still, she didn't take everything for free. She took 20 yuan from her sister-in-law. Then she clearly told Li Shufan, "Older sister-in-law, design is very important. If it were someone else, I would definitely take half the money, but since you need the money now, I will only take 20. You're also planning to buy some fabric for my master to make clothes. If you give me 50, then after buying the fabric, there won't be much left, and these 2 months will have been a waste. This is the first time we are earning money together, so I am being considerate of you. If we have a chance to earn more money in the future, I will definitely take what I deserve." Su Mei is okay with taking less money. She doesn't care about small gains. But she needs Li Shufan to understand that she only takes this money because she is generous, not because her design is worth only this much. After all, in her plan, she still has a long way to go with Li Shufan. She must make things clear. She doesn't mind losing these 20 yuan, but she takes a small part as a symbol. Because human relationships are complicated, sometimes kindness is repaid with resentment, and sometimes people are selfish. This time, she didn't take the money for Li Shufan's sake, but next time, if she feels sorry for Li Shufan, she might still not take it. If she earns more later and takes some, who knows how Li Shufan will feel then? Everyone has selfish motives. Although Su Mei has accepted Li Shufan's character, she wants to maintain a long-term relationship with her, so she needs to keep a proper balance. Also, taking the money makes Li Shufan feel better. However, although Su Mei spoke wisely, Li Shufan only felt grateful and didn't pay much attention. Because now, less than 2 months before the new year, Li Shufan is already planning to go back to her hometown. She dreams of returning home to work in a local tailor shop. Yanjing is a good place, but Li Shufan has no intention of staying. Here, she has no household registration, no house, no job. She feels like a burden to Su Mei and lacks security. She wants to go back home and live a simple, honest life, not stay in Yanjing and make big money by taking on odd jobs and relying on Su Mei. But her dream was quickly shattered by tempting reality. Half a month later, The women from the Qin family found Su Mei and Li Shufan again. Using their connections, they brought 11 orders for Li Shufan. For outsiders, Su Mei quoted 60 yuan per outfit, which was 3 times the price the Qin women paid. With such a high price, Li Shufan thought no one else would come looking for her to make clothes. But not only did she get orders, she received a total of 11. Su Mei was not surprised at all. The people who could contact Dai Yin and Yanjing were either very rich or very noble. Those wealthy wives definitely liked to spend money on clothes. It took 5 months to complete an order, and after finishing, she would receive 660 yuan, half of which would go to Su Mei, and Li Shufan would still have 300 yuan left. If Li Shufan returned to the town, the monthly salary for a tailor there was only 30 yuan, totaling 360 yuan a year. In Yanjing, she could earn enough in 5 months to match a year's income in the town. Li Shufan wanted to refuse these clothing orders. She was almost ready to go back to her hometown for work. She had no time to earn this money. But faced with the tempting numbers, she swallowed her own thoughts back down. She was so used to being poor that she no longer dared to argue with money. After accepting the orders, Li Shufan told Su Mei, "If I take on all these jobs, I won't be able to go back to my hometown at the end of the year." Why go back? Su Mei took this chance to persuade Li Shufan. Qiu is in school, and she can get the best education here. You can also earn money. Why stay in Yanjing? The tailor shop in the town is from years ago. The situation has changed now. What if they don't want you back? My second brother said in his letter that the widow from the Liu family has married Huo Jianguo. Now she's constantly outsmarting Qiu's grandmother, and the Huo family is in chaos. If you go back and have a falling out with the Liu widow and Huo Jianjun, and your family tries to force you to remarry, do you have the ability to protect yourself? Her words left Li Shufan stunned. She had idealized her life a bit. After a long pause, she said, "But I can't keep dragging you down with Qiu all the time." "Where am I being dragged down?" Su Mei said seriously. "In these months, you've been managing the house, preparing meals, helping me do laundry. Without you, I couldn't focus on studying. Sister-in-law, I need you here, and now you have a way to earn money. You should stay." Do you really think I and Qiu are a burden? Li Shufan's biggest worry was this.
Su Mei nodded earnestly.
"I don't need to think about it. It's obvious that you're not." The house was tidily cleaned. The previous house had also been cleaned and rented out. Su Mei only wrote a contract for Li Shufan to take to the other party for signing. She received the rent without even showing her face. Every day, she came home to delicious food. Her bedding was always neatly folded, her clothes were always washed, and her unworn shoes were always mud-free. Even if we set aside Li Shufan's ability to make money, Su Mei would never think of Li Shufan as a burden. She is practically a free stay-at-home nanny, even more useful than a regular nanny, by 100 times. Su Mei carefully repeated these words to Li Shufan. With Su Mei's approval and the lure of money, Qiu also attends a very good school. Soon, Li Shufan gave up the idea of returning home at the end of the year and focused on making clothes. Li Shufan felt at ease, but as the new year approached, Su Mei started to feel conflicted. She was torn between whether to go back to her hometown to spend the new year with her parents and grandfather or to the border area to be with Huo Jianguo. Winter vacation only lasts 30 days. Traveling to the border or back home requires a long train ride, so Su Mei can only choose one. She can't fly like Huo Jianguo. Right now, flying isn't something you can do just because you want. It requires a certificate from her work unit, and only officials at the county level or above can board a plane. Others rarely have the chance to fly. Su Mei misses Huo Jianguo very much. Her grandfather is old, and she sees him less each time. She also doesn't want to miss the chance to visit him. She hesitated for a whole month about whether to visit Huo Jianguo or go back home. When she couldn't think of a solution, she decided to ask Huo Jianguo for his opinion. Before she could ask, Huo Jianguo flew to Yanjing 3 days before her winter break. He told Su Mei he wanted to come see her before the new year. He said, "Wife, I want to celebrate the new year with you early." Since he was coming early to celebrate with Su Mei, It implied she should take her holiday and go back to her hometown. Seeing Huo Jianguo squeeze out time to visit her, and thinking about him spending the year alone in the border area, Su-mei felt her nose sting with emotion. She leaned into Huo Jianguo's arms and said, "If you say you miss me and want me to come, I wouldn't even finish my last few days of classes. I'd just go with you. Why don't you let me come with you? We have many more days ahead, but Grandpa only gets to see us once a year. How many more times will we see him in our lives?" "He's 73 this year," Huo Jianguo said, a little reluctant, kissing the corner of Su-mei's eye. Huo Jianguo naturally didn't want to part from Su-mei, but in any situation, the first person he considers is not himself. That's always been his way. "You are very thoughtful and considerate of others, but why don't you think about yourself?" Su-mei hugged Huo Jianguo's waist and spoke to him in a muffled voice. "Have I not thought about myself? I miss you. Isn't that why I came here on purpose to see you?" Su-mei was deeply moved by Huo Jianguo's kindness. She had been struggling for so long but never told Huo Jianguo about her difficulties. Yet, he was so considerate that he understood her feelings without her saying a word and didn't give her a chance to worry. Like last time, Huo Jianguo only had 3 days off. These 3 days were saved from his monthly leave. After they met, they stayed close and affectionate for 2 days, but then they had to face parting again. This time, Su-mei used the weekend to learn how to knit scarves with Li Shufan. She gave Huo Jianguo a second gift, a scarf she made herself. After wrapping the scarf around Huo Jianguo's neck, Su-mei was about to send him to the airport. They felt reluctant to part but had no choice. The mood quickly shifted from joy of meeting to a heavy sadness in the air. However, this time, Huo Jianguo couldn't leave. Just as he was dressed and about to go out with Su-mei, Qin Fong drove his car to Su-mei's yard. He said that Qin Jingting's family received a call from Huo Jianguo's unit. Huo Jianguo's hometown sent a telegram saying his mother was critically ill and he needed to return immediately. Coincidentally, Huo Jianguo was in Yanjing, and Chen Yilong had called Qin's family to relay the news about Liu Suiyun's illness. Then Qin Jingting asked Qin Fong to come and inform Huo Jianguo. Qin Fong arrived just in time. If he had been a few minutes later, Huo Jianguo might have already gone to the airport. So, even if Huo Jianguo hadn't planned to go back home, he had to. Fortunately, Su-mei's school was on holiday, so she packed her things quickly, got into Qin Fong's car, and went to the airport with Huo Jianguo. She wasn't eligible to fly alone, but by going with Huo Jianguo, she had the chance to fly. They hurriedly boarded the plane without any preparation. Huo Jianguo looked very serious. Although he was unhappy with Liu Suiyun's behavior, she was still his mother. When Liu Suiyun was critically ill, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Although Su-mei didn't feel much about this matter, she was still worried when she saw how upset Huo Jianguo was. She stayed quiet and didn't disturb him on the way. After several hours of flying, they arrived at the provincial capital's airport. Once off the plane, Huo Jianguo immediately booked a bus and hurried to the county town. The telegram said Liu Suiyun was being treated at the county hospital, but it didn't specify what was wrong. Huo Jianguo was very anxious and rushed there as fast as he could. When they arrived at the county hospital late at night, around 11 p.m., they found Huo Jiangdang and her Fugui outside the emergency room. Only the 2 men were there, guarding outside. When Huo Jianguo arrived, her Fugui was smoking a dry pipe. Seeing Huo Jianguo coming up the stairs, he put down his pipe, looked at him, and sighed. "Third brother, you're back? Your mother. She might not make it." "How can she not make it? She's been fine all along. Mother. She just likes to pretend to be sick. The village doctor said so. She's not seriously ill." Huo Jianguo looked at her Fugui with confusion. Her Fugui sighed helplessly and said, "It's because she always pretends to be sick. This time, she argued with your eldest sister-in-law, and they fought fiercely. Your mother fainted from the anger. Then your eldest sister-in-law went into labor, and only your eldest brother was home. He carried your mother into the house, thinking she was just pretending again. So, he didn't worry much. He took your sister-in-law to see the village doctor to stop the labor. When he returned with the medicine, your mother was already unable to move her limbs or speak. Then he went to the fields to find me and your second brother, and they took your mother to the hospital. The town hospitals wouldn't admit her, so we came to the city. Su Mei understood now. This was the story of the wolf crying wolf. The family all knew Liu Suiyun liked to pretend to be sick. Every time she faked illness, she achieved her goal. She became addicted to it, and when she actually fainted, people thought she was just pretending. It seems that fate had other plans. That widow Liu is to blame. She has no sense of respect or humility. Huo Jianguo took over her Fugue's words and spat fiercely. Ever since she married in, our family's trouble never stopped. Big brother, that fool, only came home to guard your mother and stay with that wicked woman to stop her from losing the baby.
Who knows whose child she's carrying? Su Mei purset her lips.
In the past, her family did have a gentle and obedient daughter-in-law, but Liu Suiyun was not to her liking. Liu Suiyun should be managed by someone like Widow Liu. Although Su Mei didn't exactly feel glad about Liu Suiyun's misfortune, she secretly thought that Liu Suiyun got what she deserved. She kept these thoughts to herself and didn't show any extra expression on her face. Even if she didn't like Liu Suiyun, she still planned to stay with Huo Jianguo. She couldn't appear too happy in front of Huo Jianguo to avoid causing any suspicion. Although she was indifferent to Liu Suiyun, she felt a little tense and worried when she saw Huo Jianguo anxious. Huo Jianguo was annoyed by the chaos at home, but he didn't want to ask too many questions now. He just wanted to know Liu Suiyun's situation. Father, second brother, when did you send mother here? How is she now? What did the hospital say? How Fu Gui answered Huo Jianguo's question, then silently checked the time. She was brought here around 10 this morning. He then calculated mentally. And now? What time is it? Huo Jianguo looked at his watch and said it's 11. 13 hours have passed. How is mother now? She's awake, but she can't speak.
She's been numb for a while.
The hospital said she had A and is still in danger, so she's in the emergency room. The doctors said she might not survive, and even if she does, she will likely be paralyzed for life, Huo Jianguo said with a long sigh.
So, it was A.
In later times, mild strokes could often be treated with surgery to remove blood clots from the brain, reducing or preventing paralysis. But in this period, strokes were almost untreatable. Once paralyzed, patients could only lie in bed waiting to die. Paralyzed people lost their value and became a burden to their families. Without proper care, they usually didn't live long. The situation looked grim, which is why Fu Gui immediately said Liu Suiyun might not make it. After learning Liu Suiyun's condition, Huo Jianguo walked heavily to a bench in the corridor and sat down heavily. Seeing his distress, Su Mei followed and sat beside him, holding his hand. Huo Jianguo was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at Su Mei's hand. Her hands had learned acupuncture from a renowned doctor in Yanjing. She could skillfully insert silver needles and pull people back from the brink of death. Thinking of this, Huo Jianguo raised his head and looked at Su Mei, opening his mouth with a somewhat confused expression. Just that look made Su Mei understand what Huo Jianguo wanted to say. She interrupted him. Jianguo, go find the attending doctor and tell him to let me see my mother and check on her condition.
Su Mei, Huo Jianguo whispered, sounding apologetic. I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? Su Mei glared at Huo Jianguo in annoyance. Do you think I don't get along with my mother, so you want me to save her, and that's why you're apologizing? Yes, Huo Jianguo replied quietly. You're wrong. Su Mei stood up, holding Huo Jianguo's face and shaking her head. A doctor's duty is to save lives and heal the sick. That's the only thing my master ever asked me to do when he taught me medicine. Huo Jianguo, I also have my own professional ethics as a doctor, so you don't need to worry about me feeling uncomfortable. Saving people is what doctors do. And you, the person lying in the bed, is your mother. It's only natural for me to go in and help her. It's scary if you don't speak up. This time, Huo Jianguo said nothing. He tightly embraced Su Mei's waist, burying his face in her waist, and said with gratitude and emotion, Thank you. Go find the doctor quickly. Since this is someone else's place, Su Mei knew she had to get permission before going to see her mother. After holding Su Mei for half a minute, Huo Jianguo stood up and headed toward the doctor's duty room at the end of the corridor. Watching his lonely figure, Su Mei sighed softly. The phrase "a doctor's heart is to save lives" is never just words. Su Mei knew that if her master and grandfather were here, they would put aside all prejudices and save her mother. That's the reason she decided to help. Soon, Huo Jianguo returned, accompanied by Liu Suiyun's attending doctor. The doctor explained Liu Suiyun's condition to Su Mei. After confirming that Su Mei had some medical skills, he agreed to let her treat Liu Suiyun. Before starting the treatment, Huo Jianguo and Su Mei signed some responsibility agreements with the doctor. After signing the papers, Su Mei was allowed to enter the emergency room with Huo Jianguo, where Liu Suiyun was lying. Liu Suiyun was on the bed, connected to various monitoring devices, drooling slightly, lying still. She only has her 2 eyes moving actively. When she sees Huo Jianguo and Su Mei come in, her eyes light up and keep darting around excitedly. "Mom, how are you?
Can you talk now?"
Huo Jianguo walks to the bedside and asks Liu Suiyun. Liu Suiyun can't say anything. She can only open her mouth and repeat the same sound. A. Don't worry, it's okay if you can't speak yet. We'll take our time to treat you. Su Mei is very good at acupuncture. I specifically asked her to come in and see you. A. Liu Suiyun resists strongly. She wants to say no, but after trying hard, she can only make the sound. From her expression, Su Mei can tell she really doesn't want to be examined. I know you don't want me to look at you. Honestly, I don't want to either, but my professional ethics won't let me ignore you. Just stay still and let me examine you properly. Don't be angry with me. We don't know if you'll become paralyzed. If that happens, you'll probably need Huo Jianguo's help. Be a little nicer to me, and maybe your later years will be happier. While speaking, Su Mei places her hand on Liu Suiyun's left wrist to check her pulse. Liu Suiyun, threatened by Su Mei, becomes very excited again and makes a few more sounds, surprisingly speaking out loud. I have a second child. I don't need your help.
Wow.
She can talk now. Su Mei withdraws her hand and pulls out a silver needle from her clothes. With a swift motion, she quickly inserts the needles into Liu Suiyun. In an instant, Liu Suiyun's eyes widen in shock. She wants to curse, but all she can say is, "ABA, ABA, ABA, ABA." When the voice comes out, Liu Suiyun is stunned and opens her mouth wide. She can speak now. Why has it turned into ABA, ABA? Su Mei secretly smirks, subtly manipulating the needles to make Liu Suiyun, who has regained her speech, lose her voice again. Originally, she couldn't speak because she couldn't produce sound. She could only make sounds. Now her voice is controlled by the silver needles, so she can speak but can't. That's why it sounds like ABA, ABA. It's not that Su Mei wants to be mean. She just thinks Liu Suiyun is too noisy. She uses a little trick to help her be quiet. Being quiet is good for self-cultivation and health. Su Mei is truly understanding and kind. She's just helping Liu Suiyun shut up for her own good. The attending doctor nearby was startled by Liu Suiyun's sudden loss and regain of voice. Why has she lost her voice again? Could it be a new? It's unlikely. Su Mei shook her head and looked at the simple equipment in the emergency room, saying, "Look at her blood pressure, pulse rate, and ECG. Are they gradually stabilizing?" The attending doctor was focused on Liu Suiyun and hadn't paid attention to machines. Hearing Su Mei's words, he looked up and glanced at the monitors. After 15 minutes, the doctor's eyes gradually brightened. "Really? Your acupuncture technique is amazing. Has she passed the dangerous period?" "More or less. I used acupuncture to unblock her blood vessels, allowing blood to flow normally. This reduces the risk of another. But right now, this treatment alone isn't enough. She probably needs to be transferred to Yanjing for a surgery to remove the blood clot blocking her vessel. Only by removing the clot can her paralysis possibly improve." "What kind of thing are you talking about?" Liu Suiyun's doctor looked confused. He had never heard of such a procedure. He didn't know what it was because, at this time, the world's first surgery to remove a blood clot through craniotomy hadn't even been performed yet. Since it's about saving a life, we must go all the way. Su Mei decided to transfer Liu Suiyun to Yanjing for treatment. First, Because Yanjing has better medical facilities, which greatly increases the chances of success. Second, Yanjing is big enough. A successful operation there would cause a big buzz in a short time. Since they decided on this surgery, they wanted it to be widely known in the medical community. Liu Zueyun's case could also bring hope to patients across the country. Aside from these external reasons, Su Mei also wanted to continue treating Liu Zueyun because she was thinking about herself and Jianguo. If Liu Zueyun recovered well, she would likely stay in her hometown, and Jianguo would have some financial connection with her. But if Liu Zueyun became paralyzed, the family's elders might not care much about her. The burden would fall on Jianguo. From a long-term perspective, Su Mei believed it was best to cure Liu Zueyun's illness completely. Given her current condition, she definitely can't take the train, and the bumpy car ride isn't suitable either. How can we ensure her safety on the road to Yanjing? Can you take your mother on a plane? Su Mei turned to look at Huo Jianguo and asked. Huo Jianguo nodded and said, yes, but according to the rules, I can only take one family member on the plane at a time. If I take my mother... The implication was that if Huo Jianguo took Liu Zueyun on the plane, Su Mei wouldn't be able to go. Su Mei didn't mind much and said, then you take your mother first, and I'll go by train myself. Are you sure you can travel alone by train? Huo Jianguo frowned. Su Mei replied, of course I can. I'm grown up now, I can handle a train ride just fine. But I still worry. I'll send my mother first, then come back to pick you up. I can only take one person each time. I'll fly once more, first take my mother tomorrow, then come for you the day after. Is that okay? Huo Jianguo still didn't feel comfortable letting Su Mei travel so far alone by train, so he thought of a new plan. That works.
Su Mei agreed.
I'll go with you to the provincial city first. You send your mom there, then come back to pick me up. Thus, Su Mei and Huo Jianguo finalized the plan to send Liu Zueyun to Yanjing. After they agreed, they told Huo Fugua and Huo Jianding about it.
The two didn't object.
At the hospital, the family discussed everything carefully. The next day, Cheng Erxi came to the hospital and learned that Huo Jianguo and Su Mei planned to send Liu Zueyun to Yanjing. She started crying loudly and caused a fuss, unhappy about it. She sobbed beside Liu Zueyun's bed. If she goes to Yanjing and isn't cured and becomes paralyzed, she might not die, but won't live normally either. Who will be responsible? Will our life be okay? If she doesn't die, third sister, does that mean all the responsibility will fall on you? Usually, Cheng Erxi was a bit afraid of her mother-in-law, but now that Liu Zueyun was lying in bed unable to move, she no longer held back her fear. Liu Zueyun, though unable to speak, was fully alert. Hearing Cheng Erxi's words, which sounded like curses, she became very agitated and her face turned red. She looked at Huo Jianding expectantly, hoping her son would speak up for her. But Huo Jianding hesitated and spoke softly, saying the same thing as Cheng Erxi. Third brother, if you really want to treat her then we need to sign an agreement. If mother becomes paralyzed, everything will be your responsibility in the future. Our conditions are not good, and we have 2 children. We can't take on this burden. Hearing her own son say such words, Liu Zueyun trembled all over. She looked at Huo Jianbang in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe her son would speak like that. Suddenly, Liu Zueyun felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Is this her real son? Her good son? Abba, Abba, Abba. Liu Zueyun was very anxious, calling out urgently on the bed. Her face was slapped loudly. Just a moment ago, she was saying that her second son would take care of her. But in the blink of an eye, her good son stepped forward and started shifting the blame. Huo Jianbang understood what Liu Zueyun's shouting meant. He looked sad as he walked to her bedside and said, Mother, you can't blame me for having no conscience. I have 3 sons, and you know how heavy the burden is.
That.
At this point, Huo Jianbang lowered his voice. Second brother Cheng is too strong-willed. I can't control him. If I try to take care of you, he'll definitely cause trouble between us. Third brother has good conditions. He's the only one who can give you a good life. Talking secretly about something? Second brother Cheng felt that Huo Jianbang was probably saying something bad, so he immediately interrupted him. Anyway, I've made it clear today. If I must treat mother, I'll do it. If I can't, then so be it. We don't want this burden. It's not that we're unfilial. We just have this condition. If you want to take care of her, then do it thoroughly. If you don't want to take care of her, then don't. Who asked you to? Why are you coming here early in the morning making a fuss? Fu Gui finally got angry. He took off his shoes to hit Huo Jianguo. You heartless coward, get out of here. Even if my mother dies, I don't want you to wear mourning clothes. When your mother is discharged, we'll split the family. We'll pretend we never raised you, you beast. After being hit, Huo Jianguo didn't dodge. Instead, he started crying. What can I do with my 3 sons? My father-in-law has no sons, so I have to support the family. If I try to take care of you all, then am I still alive? Why are you crying? Even a man shouldn't be ashamed. Second brother Cheng stepped forward and held Huo Jianguo back. He took 20 yuan out of his pocket and threw it on the bed. This 20 yuan is our contribution to mother's medical expenses. We're only capable of this much. Don't say later that we didn't do anything. After speaking, second brother Cheng pulled Huo Jianguo out of the ward. Seeing second brother Cheng pulling him away without looking back, Liu Suiyun on the bed suddenly burst into tears, crying loudly. 20 yuan? It's useless. Su Mei couldn't help but sneer. She turned her head and looked at Huo Janjun, who hadn't spoken since they entered the hospital, and asked, Big brother, what are your thoughts? I have no money, so I don't have any ideas. Huo Jianjun leaned against the wall, looking full of resentment and hardship. Over the years, our family received dividends from the collective farm and the third brother's living allowance. I've never seen a penny of it. Mother thinks I don't have a son, so I shouldn't take money from the family. I'm just a poor guy. Can't even spare 5 yuan. Not giving money, can you contribute your effort? Su Mei wanted to test Huo Jianjun a bit. Mother came with me to Yanjing. After the surgery, she needs someone to take care of her. Huo Jianguo is going to the army. I need to go to school, and there's no one to watch over mother. Big brother, will you go with us? I can't go. Huo Jianjun immediately shook his head. My wife's pregnancy isn't stable. She needs daily care. If I leave, who will look after her if something happens? I don't have much money left. Dad, if you're leaving, leave some money for me. My wife is very pregnant. She could give birth at any time. What if she has no money when the time comes? Your mother is like this, and now you come asking for money? Horfugwa was about to take off his shoes again. I feel very sorry for mother. I can't sleep well either. But my wife is about to give birth. That's a fact. She's always talking about holding her grandson. If I don't get a single penny, how can the baby be born? I've worked hard for the family all these years, but I've never received anything. Now I just want some money for my wife to have the baby. If I can't get it, do you all treat me like a person? I don't have the eloquence of the second brother, nor the skills of the third. I am the least favored son in this family. I know that. Just pity me, give me a little money so my wife can give birth. When you come back, we'll divide the family. If I'm no longer part of this family, so I won't bother you anymore, Huo Jianjun's words revealed long-standing resentment. He didn't care about the occasion, and he poured out his grievances one by one. Liu Suiyun on the bed trembled with emotion. She hadn't given the eldest much money, that's true, but she had never starved or lacked clothing and food for him. Every year, she made new clothes and shoes for him. She always thought about what he liked to eat and drink. She also saved the money that should belong to her eldest son, just in case he grew old without a son to care for him and suffered. She planned to leave it as inheritance when she died. He couldn't see her kindness. Instead, he seemed to hold a grudge against her. Huo Jianjun's words surprised Su Mei. She didn't expect that this seemingly timid man could be so brave and stand up for his wife. It seems that the widow Liu is quite resourceful. She probably has a lot of influence. Her persuasion worked on Huo Jianjun, making him resentful toward his parents, despite his usual obedience. When Huo Jianjun spoke, Horfugwe also felt disappointed. He waved his hand and said, Go home. The family money is managed by your mother. Since she fell ill and can't speak, I don't know where she put the money. The money for Liu's hospital stay was only saved after your third brother came. The money for Liu Yu's childbirth, you should borrow from the village secretary first. After the family is divided, you can pay it back. Borrow what? Huo Janjun quickly stepped forward and put the 20 yuan left by Qing Erxi into his pocket. That's enough. Mother, when you go to Yanjing, just rest and recover. When Liu Yu has a big, healthy grandson, I will take him to Yanjing to visit you and make you happy. Liu Yu was throwing up badly this morning and hadn't eaten. I need to go back and cook for her. Mother, take good care of yourself. I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Jianguo hurried out of the hospital room, as if afraid that if he hesitated, Su-mei would stop him and ask him to go to Yanjing to take care of Liu Tsueyun. Su-mei was stunned by Huo Jianguo's behavior. She was speechless, wide-eyed, and utterly amazed. How could he play like this? This move is absolutely incredible. If there were comments or bullet screens now, they would definitely be giving Huo Jianguo a thumbs up and calling him a genius. She had never seen such shamelessness before. Today, she truly witnessed it. Originally, Liu Tsueyun was hospitalized because she was so angry at Liu Yu. Hearing Huo Jianguo call her Liu Yu again, and knowing he wanted to make breakfast for her, leaving his mother alone in the hospital, made her faint again with a white face. Fortunately, Su-mei was there. She quickly gave Liu Tsueyun some acupuncture to help her recover. When Liu Tsueyun woke up, Huo Jianguo gave a few more instructions and then turned to leave. This time, Liu Tsueyun neither cried nor made a scene. She lay on the bed with her eyes dull and unfocused, showing complete despair. Huo Fugue stood by the bed, holding Liu Tsueyun's hand and wiping his tears. Only he understood her feelings. Her 3 sons, 2 of whom are her biological children, have abandoned her, and only her adopted son has taken on this responsibility. How heartbreaking is that? The old lady looks quite pitiful, but Su-mei doesn't feel any sympathy for her at all. Because the old lady's situation is a result of her own faults, she deserves her punishment. Now, her condition is just the consequence she brought upon herself. Once the old lady's emotions calmed down a bit, Su-mei called out to Huo Jianguo to leave the hospital room. After they went out, Su-mei said to Huo Jianguo, "You still need to find a way to contact my master and ask him to wait at Yanjing Airport." "Why wait at the airport?" Huo Jianguo asked. Su-mei hesitated slightly before replying, "Actually, makes flying risky. During takeoff and landing, blood pressure can fluctuate greatly due to air pressure, which is very dangerous. But since my mother is in her current condition, traveling by train or bus for a long distance isn't suitable either. We can only try flying, and I'll give her an injection before takeoff to help stabilize her pulse and heartbeat, so she won't be in danger during takeoff. On the ground, my master needs to be there to assist because during landing, blood pressure changes a lot, and she might be at risk." "Really?" Huo Jianguo was surprisingly clear-headed at this moment, looking at Su-mei with doubt. "You've only flown once with me, so how do you know all this? When you said last night you wanted to fly to Yanjing, the doctors at the county hospital didn't mention any concerns like this. Once is enough." Su-mei looked at Huo Jianguo with a helpless expression, then spread her hands. "I'm a science student, and I was top of my class in the college entrance exam. You probably forgot that already, huh? After a plane takes off, it reaches several thousand meters high, and the air pressure definitely changes. That's inevitable. I considered that it might affect her blood pressure, so I just asked you about it. Isn't that normal? In this situation, you're still thinking about discussing this with me?" "I just suddenly thought of it and asked," Huo Jianguo said, but inwardly, he didn't quite believe that. He always felt there were many unusual things about Su-mei. However, he didn't say what he was thinking now because it wasn't the time to pursue these questions. After all, his mother was lying in the hospital bed. Seeing that Huo Jianguo no longer pressed further, Su-mei secretly let out a breath of relief. She really didn't want to talk about this topic, so she shifted her attention to other things and said to Huo Jianguo, "All right, you should quickly find a way to contact my master. As long as he can support us from the ground, my mother will be much safer." "Okay." Huo Jianguo nodded, then turned to leave. "Got it, I'll make a call right now." After Huo Jianguo left, Su Mei also returned alone outside the hospital room. She didn't go inside because she really didn't want to face Liu Sueyun's unpleasant face. At that moment, Huo came out of the room. Seeing Su Mei sitting alone, he asked with concern, "Su Mei, you've traveled all the way from Yanjing to see your mother. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? How about I go to the nearby restaurant and buy some breakfast for you? What would you like to eat?" "I'm not hungry, you sit down too." Huo Jianguo went out to make a call. When he comes back, he'll surely remember to bring breakfast. Although Huo Jianguo didn't say he would bring breakfast, Su Mei believed he would because he always handled details smoothly without showing it. Hearing Su Mei say this, Huo sat on the wooden chair opposite her. He looked at her for a few moments, then nervously asked, "Su Mei, can I go with you to Yanjing? To take care of your mother, is that okay?" "Yes, of course," Su Mei nodded. "Why not? I'm just worried I might cause you trouble. If I go, there will be expenses like travel and living costs." "It's a lot," Huo said awkwardly. "It's okay, don't worry about those," Su Mei comforted him. "My mother's illness really needs someone to take care of her. It's also more convenient if you go along. When you come back, you can bring her with you."
All right.
Huo nodded repeatedly. "It's just that I don't know where she hides her money. If I did, I could give it to you first. When she gets better, I'll get the money and make it up to you. Don't worry about repaying. This is what we should do." Su Mei waved her hand. "You and your wife are Jianguo's parents. It's only right that he spends money on you. There's no question of repayment." Su Mei, you really are a good girl," Huo, knowing his wife didn't treat the third family well, was moved and teary-eyed. "Jianguo being able to marry such a good wife as you is truly a blessing from his past life. Father, Jianguo and I are husband and wife. Supporting each other is what we should do." Su Mei's attitude was actually very cold. Although she answered Huo's questions, she didn't really care much for him inside. Huo was not a bad person, but he had been allowing Liu Sueyun to do as she pleased. This behavior made him seem like an accomplice to Liu Sueyun's misdeeds. He didn't directly participate in the unpleasant things, but he chose to stay silent during these events and didn't fulfill his responsibilities as the head of the family. This made it hard for others to like him. However, Huo hadn't done anything too terrible, so Su Mei still kept a basic level of politeness and respect toward him. She was polite but distant, avoiding conflict, but she wouldn't be warm or friendly. Maybe Huo sensed Su Mei's cold and distant attitude, which made him feel very uneasy and awkward. When he talked to her, his body language became stiff, and his movements seemed a bit awkward. Even though he knew Su Mei didn't like him, Huo still stood in front of her without leaving because he had something to ask. After preparing for a long time, he finally asked, "Su Mei, I have a question. When you went to college, your eldest sister-in-law also disappeared from the village on the same day. That morning, I took some rice and oil to find her, hoping to help fix their house, but when I went there, no one was around. She didn't come back in the following days, and only then did I realize she had left. I went to see the village official, who said she took Qiu to the city for treatment. After that, she never appeared again. Thinking back, it was also the day you went to Yanjing. Do you know where your eldest sister-in-law went? Is my sister-in-law missing?" Su Mei was shocked. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, showing disbelief. "She hasn't been seen since I left. It's been half a year. She hasn't come back?" Su Mei knew the truth inside, but she showed a worried expression on her face. She couldn't possibly reveal Liu Shufin's whereabouts to anyone. That day, Liu Shufin left secretly to avoid anyone knowing when she left the village. Su Mei understood that if people found out Liu Shufin had been gone so long without returning, it would cause a big fuss. So she had to keep herself clean and not let others suspect her. And now, even if someone wanted to investigate, there was no evidence because Liu Shufin left without leaving any trace. Thinking of this, Su Mei's lips slightly curled up, but she quickly returned to a worried look. "I didn't expect that Huo, one of the few honest people in the Hao family, would go to the old house to deliver things to Li Shufin and her daughter, and that he would discover this matter. But even if he found out, what could he do?" Su-mei knew very well that she absolutely could not admit a word. Seeing Su-mei acting as if she knew nothing, Hao Fugue's face turned very grim. His body softened, and he nearly fell to the ground. He stammered, saying, "You actually don't know. She's a weak woman, and she has a sickly child. She left for half a year. Where could she have gone? Can she survive?" By the end, Hao Fugue's voice was trembling with tears. "She should be fine. She's an adult now. Maybe she was taken in by kind-hearted people. After she left, did her family look for her?" Su-mei saw that Hao Fugue was genuinely worried, so she comforted him a little. At the same time, Su-mei also wanted to know what Li Shufan's family would do now that she had disappeared. Would they regret it? Hao Fugue responded. They came to cause trouble, but they couldn't win against Liu Yu. Liu Yu chased them out with a broom. Later, her brother went out to look for her for a few days but couldn't find her, so they gave up. Another mention of Liu Yu. Such a fierce woman. No wonder Liu Cuiyun was so difficult. She wasn't her match. Li Shufan disappeared, and her family only searched for a few days. If they couldn't find her, that's it? What kind of attitude is that? Do they even care about Li Shufan's life or death?
Su-mei felt sad for Li Scufen.
Imagine, when a woman is bullied by her in-laws to the point of unbearable, her family should be her last refuge. Li Shufan's family not only didn't give her shelter, but also brought her countless hardships. And when she went missing, they didn't even keep searching for long. No wonder Li Shufan felt hopeless at that time, even considering ending her life. In such a family environment and with relatives so indifferent, who wouldn't feel heartbroken? It's better if they stop looking. Fortunately, people in this era don't have the concept of calling the police. If they had thought of calling the police, maybe the police would have found Li Shufan's whereabouts. If they couldn't find her, it's fine. But if they did, they would probably force Li Shufan to return. Just as Su-mei was sighing for Li Shufan in her heart, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from afar. She looked up and saw Huo Jianguo walking from the other end of the corridor toward the ward. His face looked a little tired, but his eyes were full of concern and tenderness. As Su-mei expected, Huo Jianguo was carrying a hot breakfast. He immediately saw Su-mei sitting outside the hospital room. He walked a few steps to her and handed her a steamed bun. "Wife, you must be starving. Eat something. I bought meat buns," Huo Jianguo said as he pressed the bun into Su-mei's hand. P.S. I got confused with names like Janjun, Jianguo, and Jiangding. Next time, I won't choose such similar names. Sniffle. "Did you contact the master?" Su-mei asked after receiving the bun. Huo Jianguo gave 2 more buns to her Fugue, then sat down and said to Su-mei, "I called the leader and asked him to help me contact Dr. Qin. The leader knows my situation and said he would help me apply for an extra family member to board the plane.
You can go with me.
That way, Dr. Qin doesn't have to wait at the airport. That's best. I'm also worried about any emergencies on the plane," Su-mei said as she took a bite of the bun. After finishing breakfast, Huo Jianguo went downstairs to get a bowl of porridge and fed Liu Cuiyun. Soon after, Huo Jianguo called Shen Yilong, who had already completed the procedures. In the afternoon, Huo Jianguo could take Su-mei and Liu Cuiyun to the provincial capital to board the plane. Because they could only bring one family member, the relevant department couldn't arrange for Huo Fugue to go with them. Huo Jianguo rented a car to the provincial capital, took the whole family there, then took Huo Fugue to the train station, bought a ticket, and let him go alone. After arranging Huo Fugue on the train to Yanjing, Huo Jianguo took Liu Cuiyun to the airport to board the plane. The plane was scheduled to arrive at Yanjing Airport around 2 p.m. With Su-mei accompanying Liu Cuiyun, she showed no obvious discomfort during takeoff and landing. When they arrived in Yanjing, Qin Fang's car was already waiting outside the airport. He drove Liu Cuiyun directly to the Yanjing Airport Hospital. Su-mei chose the airport hospital because Liu Zhenhai had recommended her for a job there. After sending Liu Cuiyun to the hospital, Su-mei took Qin Fang's car back to her Yanjing home and found Liu Zhenhai's employment recommendation letter. She planned to join the hospital as Liu Cuiyun's primary doctor. Because Lu Tsueyun needs surgery, only she can perform it. After finding the employment notice, Su-mei hurried back to the hospital. Carrying the recommendation letter, Su-mei knocked on the hospital director's office door. Qin Fong, having nothing to do, accompanied her inside. The director of the airport hospital is Shen Huayan, who is about the same age as Liu Zhenhai. When he received the recommendation letter from Su-mei, he looked kindly and called her into his office. Did Liu Zhenhai recommend you? Shen Huayan asked after Su-mei sat down.
Su-mei nodded. Yes.
He is careful in his work, and those he recommends are usually very capable. I trust him. Miss Su, you want to join our hospital. What department are you interested in? Surgery. Su-mei directly told Shen Huayan why she came. Director Shen, to be honest, I didn't plan to work here because I am still in college. My mother-in-law suddenly fell ill, and I want to treat her myself. But I don't have a suitable place, so I hope to join Airport Hospital as an employee and be her primary doctor. You're here just for that? Shen Huayan's face immediately turned cold. What illness does your mother-in-law have that requires your treatment? Our big hospital can't find other doctors to treat her? Su-mei calmly explained. She had I want to perform surgery to remove the blood clot in her brain. No one in the world has done this surgery yet. If I join Airport Hospital and perform this surgery here, Capital Airport will become the first hospital worldwide to successfully remove a brain blood clot. You're young and quite confident. Since no one has ever done this surgery before, why do you think you can do it? Shen Huayan still looked serious. Su-mei explained, my mother-in-law's condition is that her head has a noticeable swelling. Although I have controlled it with acupuncture, it's still dangerous, with a risk of increased intracranial pressure and brain herniation. I understand her condition well and know the size of the surgical flap and bone window needed. By opening the skull, I can quickly remove the intracranial hematoma, reduce pressure, and clear the blood clot area. That's the principle of my planned surgery. I also have medical qualifications and a recommendation letter. I kindly asked the director to give me a chance to treat her personally. We will bear all the surgical risks. That is impossible. Shen Huayan shook his head. Even if you have a recommendation for employment, we can't let you be the attending physician right away, let alone the lead surgeon. If you came to the hospital today with that idea, you should leave now. I won't agree to your request. Then what would it take for you to agree?
Su-mei asked.
Shen Huayan replied, nothing will make me agree. At this moment, Qin Fong, who had been staying close to Su-mei, couldn't hold back. He looked at Su-mei and Shen Huayan, then suddenly said, ugh, wasting time. What good is that recommendation? Just tell him you're my dad's apprentice, and that your master is Qin Jingting. That will make him stop asking questions. What did you just say? Shen Huayan's eyes widened. He looked at Qin Fong. Did you just say who her master is? Qin Jingting. Qin Fong responded without hesitation. As he spoke, he stood up and went to search through the stacked newspapers in Shen Huayan's office. Shen Huayan asked, what are you doing? Looking for something. You'll see soon, Qin Fong said as he flipped through the papers. After a few minutes, he stood up and handed a newspaper's back page to Shen Huayan. Although unsure of Qin Fong's purpose, Shen Huayan took the paper, put on his reading glasses, and saw a message in the corner. Renowned medical master Qin Jingting returned to Beijing the day before yesterday. There was a photo attached, showing Qin Fong driving to pick up Qin Jingting at the train station. Seeing the picture, Shen Huayan looked up at Qin Fong, then at the photo again. He looked several times before confirming that the person in the picture was the same as Qin Fong. Did you see that? Qin Fong looked seriously at Shen Huayan. Qin Jingting is my family's elder. Su-mei is my master's only disciple. There's no problem with her being a senior doctor at your hospital. If you really think it's impossible, I can go back and have my master come here to talk to you personally. No need, no need, Shen Huayan quickly waved his hand. Since she is a disciple of Director Qin, she can naturally be the lead surgeon. Sister Su, why didn't you say earlier that you are Director Qin's disciple? Tell me what you need, and I'll have someone prepare it. His attitude surprised Su-mei, making her secretly gasp. She remembered Lin Wang's shocked expression when he found out she was Qin Jingting's disciple. Her curiosity grew even more. What kind of background did her master have? Su Mei argued with Shun Huayan for a long time. He didn't agree to let Su Mei become a doctor. Only after Qin Fong mentioned Qin Jingting did Shun Huayan immediately perform a face-changing act from Sichuan opera for Su Mei. After confirming Su Mei's identity, Shun Huayan said he would handle her employment that day. He took her recommendation letter and medical license and asked her to come find him before work ended. Having arranged her employment with Shun Huayan, Su Mei and Qin Fong left the door. Outside, Qin Fong asked Su Mei, "Is that surgery you mentioned reliable? Won't it harm anyone? Won't it affect your master's reputation and his good name? Since you've sold out your father, now you remember to ask if it will ruin his reputation?" Su Mei gave Qin Fong a calm look. Qin Fong touched his head and said, "It's not that I sold him. Even if my father were here, he would agree to guarantee you so you can do it with confidence. He's always willing to trust his apprentices the most. But unfortunately, he trusted the wrong person. Years ago, one of his apprentices used his name to attract patients and caused a death. But I believe you're different. You seem to really have skill. You're quite perceptive." Su Mei nodded at Qin Fong. "Don't worry, I am confident about this surgery. Actually, there's a simpler way using imaging and special instruments to remove the blood clot. But right now, time is too tight, and there's no time to use those special instruments." "Instruments? You know about instruments? You're not a science student, so understanding some drug principles and doing surgeries are normal. How do you also know about instruments?" "Not exactly an expert, just a little bit of knowledge." As they spoke, they arrived outside Lu Tsueyun's ward. Inside, Huo Jianguo overheard their conversation clearly. He glanced back at Su Mei, who had just entered the ward. He couldn't help but think, so it's not just him who thinks Su Mei knows too much. That day on the plane, she held her ticket and walked ahead, finding the boarding gate by herself, choosing her seat, fastening her seatbelt, and even placing the snack tray that flight attendants handed out. Throughout the flight, she didn't ask Huo Jianguo for any hints. When they were in the clouds, she was sleeping, showing no curiosity about the clouds like a first-time flyer. That confident, skilled feeling didn't seem like her first time on a plane. But Huo Jianguo clearly knew that it was indeed her first flight. Since that time on the plane, Huo Jianguo began to analyze Su Mei's life. He slowly realized that many of Su Mei's changes were even strange, so strange that he couldn't just call them unusual. She clearly hadn't studied medicine, yet she lied to Qin Jingting, saying she learned from her grandfather, only studying with him for a month or two. When she returned home, she claimed she had learned a lot from Qin Jingting. Su Mei's grandfather wasn't skilled in acupuncture. He specialized in prescribing medicine. Yet, she could save people using embroidery needles without having learned from Qin Jingting. She said she only read Western medical books, but dared to perform surgery on Li Yuan with a knife, steady and confident. The surgery was so well done that the stitches were neater than those of many doctors Huo Jianguo had seen. A middle school graduate, without any high school education, managed to become the top scorer nationwide through self-study. And her name, she had always been called Su Mei, but Huo Jianguo often saw her write as Su Mei instead. They had been together for so long, and Huo Jianguo knew her handwriting was terrible, like a dog's paw prints, impossible to look at. But after she said she wanted to change herself, without any practice, her usual handwriting suddenly turned into cursive script. Huo Jianguo hadn't thought much about these things before until he noticed something strange. When he carefully examined everything, he found it all to be quite bizarre and unbelievable. There were so many odd details that Huo Jianguo felt he couldn't think about it further. The more he thought, the more he felt chills down his spine. No wonder he often felt like he had been married twice, because the Su Mei in front of him was definitely someone else. But he had clearly seen Su Mei gradually lose weight with his own eyes. Su Mei was so strange. He couldn't understand why she was like this. His mind was a mess, sending sharp pains through his head. Because he couldn't figure it out, Huo Jianguo could only stare at Su Mei with a fixed gaze, as if trying to see through her. His unhidden scrutiny was so obvious that Su-mei felt uncomfortable and lowered her head. She had many things she wanted to do, but she inevitably revealed some unintentional flaws. Su-mei had no intention of revealing that she came from the future. Those things were too unbelievable, and she dared not speak them out, preferring to keep them buried deep inside. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Su-mei, though her heart was turbulent, kept her expression calm. She brushed her hair back and walked over to Huo Jianguo. Seeing Su-mei acting openly and honestly, Huo Jianguo couldn't help but start to doubt whether he was overthinking. He shook his head and said, "It's okay. I was just thinking about some things, so I was lost in thought." "How is your work going?" "Very smoothly." The director agreed to let me handle her admission. He'll finish the paperwork before he leaves work. After I start, I can directly become her primary doctor and treat her. Huo Jianguo nodded, but he couldn't resist asking Su-mei, "Why did you decide to do this surgery? Since there was no precedent before, why did you suddenly think of it? You haven't worked with patients before, and you've never worked in a formal hospital? It's based on analyzing her condition. Medical innovations happen little by little."
What's strange about that?
Although his words sounded very official, Su-mei also felt they were a bit forced. Fortunately, Huo Jianguo didn't press further. He just glanced at Su-mei and replied, "Okay, I understand. From now on, don't give her anything to eat. She looks stable now, and the surgery should be possible tomorrow morning. Tonight, I will evaluate her condition for surgery." Su-mei refocused on the main matter. Huo Jianguo nodded again and said, "Got it." Seeing that everything was arranged, Qin Fong greeted and left the ward. After that, the ward became quiet. Huo Jianguo seemed to sense Su-mei's secrecy, and Su-mei also felt Huo Jianguo's cautious probing. Both of them had their own thoughts but didn't say anything. As a result, the atmosphere in the ward remained very silent.